The mansion was incredibly spacious. With just a glance, no exit or entrance could be seen at all. This is the Simplicity Celestial Sect's treasure vault, Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, said. There might not be a lot of things here, but each of them is a masterpiece. A hint of pride could be heard in Sun Liangpeng's voice as he continued to say, even the worst king-grade celestial weapons in here are purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons nurtured by celestial lords. Ordinary king-grade celestial weapons nurtured by celestial lords aren't worthy of being kept in our sect's treasure vault. Are there any royal-grade celestial weapons here? Sun Liangpeng seemed to deflate slightly upon hearing Duanling Tian's question. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Indeed, the Simplicity Celestial Sect possessed a royal-grade celestial weapon, but it was the only one the sect possessed. Nobody but him knew about its existence, and it was in his possession. Since the founding of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, only the sect leaders of the Simplicity Celestial Sect were privy to the existence of the royal-grade celestial weapon in the sect. It was passed down from one sect leader to another. Moreover, the sect leaders were not allowed to use it unless the sect was in dire straits. This was because the Simplicity Celestial Sect would not be able to hold onto the weapon if word of it spread. Sun Liangpeng inhaled deeply before he said, No. Royal-grade celestial weapons are too rare and precious. How could the Simplicity Celestial Sect possess any? Even if we have one, we would have given it to the profound Nether Mansion. The Simplicity Celestial Sect is simply not powerful enough to keep a royal-grade celestial weapon. After he finished saying this, he quickly changed the topic. Although our sect's treasure vault doesn't have a royal-grade celestial weapon, it has many valuable items. The other items aren't any less valuable compared to purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons nurtured by celestial lords. In fact, Duanling Tian had scanned through all the items here as soon as he arrived. Apart from the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that were nurtured by celestial lords, there were roughly 100 items here. The auras of the 3 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons here were similar to his purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons. There were brocade boxes, celestial talismans, formation compass, and refining materials in the treasure vault. Duanling Tian recognized some of the refining materials. Although they were rare, he had no use for them at the moment. There were roughly a dozen items that Duanling Tian did not recognize. Among all the shiny treasures, there was a seemingly ordinary dried twig that caught Duanling Tian's attention. Is this some rare medicinal ingredient that I haven't seen before? Duanling Tian wondered inwardly. All of a sudden, the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duanling Tian's mind. Boy, you're really lucky. I didn't think we'd be able to find the first form of the Clear Heavens Divine Wood in such a place. Clear Heavens Divine Wood. Duanling Tian's eyes widened in shock upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words. It's the 5 divine elements Clear Heavens Divine Wood. The Clear Heavens Divine Wood was one of the 5 divine elements, similar to the profound divine metal, the Chaos Divine Flame, the Chaos Divine Earth, and the world-cleansing divine water. Duanling Tian's gaze fell on a seemingly ordinary dried twig. So, to this is the Clear Heavens Divine Wood. Duanling Tian was taken aback. He did not expect this seemingly ordinary dried twig was one of the 5 divine elements, the Clear Heavens Divine Wood. Well, after thinking about it, it's not that surprising. After all, the 3 first-form profound divine metals I'd seen were ordinary-looking as well. Then, Duanling Tian turned to Sun Liangpeng. He pointed at the first-form Clear Heavens Divine Wood and feigned ignorance as he asked, Sect Leader? What's this? Is it a medicinal ingredient used to refine pills? No, Sun Liangpeng stepped forward and picked up the ordinary dried twig in his hand. In the past, the 3rd sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect had accidentally stumbled upon this twig. It's a rather strange relic. We suspect it contains the law of wood's twining profundity. After he finished speaking, he sent his celestial origin energy into the Clear Heavens Divine Wood. Soon after, several vines sprouted on the dried twig. In just a blink of an eye, the vines grew longer and twined themselves around Sun Liangpeng's arm that was holding it. In the end, it looked as though his arm had become one with the twig. Once you withdraw your celestial origin energy from it, it'll return to its original form. Sun Liangpeng said as he withdrew his celestial origin energy. Then the vines disappeared into the twig immediately, reverting to the appearance of an ordinary dried twig one would be able to find under trees. Alas, many disciples had studied it over tens of thousands of years, but no one had managed to comprehend the law of wood's twining profundity from it. In fact, even those who had comprehended the twining profundity could not use it to improve their comprehension. By that, I mean they can't improve the twining profundity from the rudimentary stage to the initial stage with it, Sun Liangpeng continued to say. He was afraid Duan Lingtian was unaware that Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities only allowed one to comprehend profundities to the rudimentary stage, so he patiently explained. To further comprehend profundities to the initial stage, one must have the corresponding royal-grade celestial methods or divine abilities. To comprehend them to the mastery stage, one has to have the corresponding emperor-grade celestial methods or divine abilities. Duan Lingtian nodded. In any case, what we know so far is we can't comprehend the law of wood's twining profundity from it, nor could we use it to improve our comprehension of the twining profundity from the rudimentary stage to the initial stage. Perhaps it'd be of use to improve the profundity from the initial stage to the mastery stage. Sun Liangpeng was subtly trying to convince Duan Lingtian to choose the twig. Duan Lingtian looked at Sun Liangpeng knowingly and asked, "Sect leader, do you even believe the words you said?" Sun Liangpeng smiled in embarrassment when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He knew it was unlikely that the twig in his hand could help one improve the twining profundity from the initial stage to the mastery stage. After all, if it was capable of doing that, it should be able to help those who had comprehended the twining profundity to the rudimentary to comprehend it to the initial stage. In the end, Sun Liangpeng awkwardly said, "I was speaking carelessly. It's likely that it doesn't have any use and only serves as a collectible. If you want something practical, you should pick something else." After he finished speaking, he put the twig down. To Sun Liangpeng's surprise, Duan Lingtian reached out to pick up the twig he had just put down. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to still be interested in it. "You're right. It might not be a practical item, but it's still a collectible. It's perfect. I happen to like collecting unique items. Let this be my first item then." As Duan Lingtian spoke, he put the dried twig into his spatial ring. "Duan Lingtian, you?" Sun Liangpeng only regained his sense after Duan Lingtian had put the twig away. He asked with a slight frown on his face, "Are you sure?" The Simplicity Celestial sect had studied it for tens of thousands of years and still failed to discover its use. Therefore, Sun Liangpeng did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to figure out its use as well. In order to leave a good impression on Duan Lingtian, he gently reminded, "It doesn't actually have any practical uses. Don't worry, I have thought through it. I'll just take it since I haven't seen anything else I like," Duan Lingtian said as he moved to look at the other items in the treasure vault. Duan Lingtian's flippant attitude made Sun Liangpeng think Duan Lingtian was rather capricious. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian looked at 2 bottles of unknown liquid and asked hopefully, "Chaos Divine Earth. Are there any other 5 divine elements in their first forms here? What about a first form world-cleansing divine water? There are 2 bottles of unknown liquid here. Could they be the world-cleansing divine water? Boy, do you the 5 divine elements are easily found like radishes in the market?" The Chaos Divine Earth retorted in its childish voice. Based on its words, it was clear the 2 bottles did not contain the world-cleansing divine water. "Sect leader, what's inside these bottles?" Duan Lingtian asked as he pointed at the 2 bottles. Although he knew they did not contain the world-cleansing divine water, his interest was still piqued. After all, they must be valuable since they were kept in the Simplicity Celestial sect's treasure vault. These 2 bottles of liquid are rare and precious ingredients. This bottle contains the rare ingredient needed to forge a soul defense royal-grade celestial weapon, while this bottle contains the ingredient needed for a celestial lord to inscribe powerful celestial talismans. Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, replied. Duan Lingtian finally realized why these 2 bottles were kept in the Simplicity Celestial sect's treasure vault. These ingredients were extremely rare and valuable even in the entire Southern Heaven territory. As Sun Liangpeng guided Duan Lingtian around the treasure vault and explained the various items in the vault to him, Duan Lingtian thought to himself, "Apart from the clear heaven's divine wood, nothing else catches my eyes. Is there nothing in here that catches his eyes? Sun Liangpeng was rather speechless when he saw Duanling Tian looking through the 100 items in the treasure vault with a slight frown on his face. He could tell Duanling Tian was not having difficulties choosing an item. Instead, it was clear to him that nothing caught Duanling Tian's eyes at all. He could not help but wonder again if Duanling Tian was truly a sectless cultivator. After all, could sectless cultivators remain so indifferent faced with these treasures? In the end, Duanling Tian decided to ask the Chaos Divine Earth for advice. Chaos Divine Earth, what do you think I should choose? I have no idea as well. There's no doubt these are all treasures, but to me, they're nothing, the Chaos Divine Earth replied. After listening to the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duanling Tian was going to randomly pick one of the items when a familiar voice rang in his mind. There's a red box with golden trimmings on your right. Take it. The voice belonged to the Chaos Divine Flame. Senior, you're awake? Duanling Tian was surprised. Previously, the Chaos Divine Flame and the Profound Divine Metal had exhausted themselves and entered deep slumber after they helped him with getting the branch from the Divine Tree of Life to acknowledge him as its master. Yes, the Chaos Divine Flame replied. Its voice sounded weak, unlike before when it was filled with vigor. Senior, the red box contains the ingredient to forge a royal-grade celestial weapon. It's called the Stellar Sand, Duanling Tian said after he recalled what Sun Liangpeng had said about the content of the red box. The Stellar Sand will benefit you. It'll speed up the integration of the soul sword in your sea of consciousness with the divine sword in your body. The Chaos Divine Flame replied. Duanling Tian's eyes lit up when he heard the Chaos Divine Flame's words. Huanghe used to be the sole artifact of a prominent Devata artifact. For her to completely integrate with the 7 orifices exquisite sword in Duanling Tian's body would require a long time. He, naturally, could not wait for her to completely become the sole artifact of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, since it meant he would have an additional helper by his side. The soul of a Devata artifact was capable of manifesting in the form of a human, after all. How do I use the Stellar Sand? Duanling Tian asked. All you need to do is obtain the Stellar Sand. You can leave the rest to me, the Chaos Divine Flame replied. With this, Duanling Tian reached out to pick up the red box with golden trimmings. For his second item, he decided to choose the box of Stellar Sand. Upon seeing Duanling Tian picking up the box, Sun Liangpeng kindly reminded Duanling Tian, as I said earlier, this box contains the ingredient needed to forge a royal-grade weapon. However, it's only one of the few rare materials needed to forge a royal-grade weapon. Therefore, you won't be able to forge a royal-grade celestial weapon with this ingredient alone. I know. Duanling Tian nodded and glanced at the box in his hand. After he put away the box of Stellar Sand, he said, Sect Leader, I'll choose this box as my second item. We can leave the treasure vault now. As Zhang Guangzhang, the vice sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, had promised, Duanling Tian had chosen 2 items from the treasure vault. Sun Liangpeng expected Duanling Tian to take up his offer and choose the 3rd item as well. It was out of his expectation that Duanling Tian was ready to leave after choosing 2 items in the treasure vault. Therefore, he reminded good-naturedly Duanling Tian, you can choose another item from the treasure vault. Sect leader, thank you for your generosity. However, there's nothing else I want in the treasure vault. If there's something I like, I wouldn't hesitate to owe you favor just to obtain it, Duanling Tian said with a smile on his face. Indeed, if there were an item that caught Duanling Tian's eyes in the treasure vault, he would not hesitate to obtain it even if it meant owing Sun Liangpeng a favor. However, there was really nothing that caught his eyes in the vault. Sun Liangpeng was rendered speechless by Duanling Tian's words. Why were the items that had been passed down generation after generation unappealing to this young man who was not even 100 years old? Baffled, he could only lead Duanling Tian to the transportation formation in the treasure vault. In just a blink of an eye, Duanling Tian had reappeared in front of the altar again. The lifelike statue stood quietly on the altar. Its posture had reverted to its original state. Let's go, Sun Liangpeng said and brought Duanling Tian back to where they came from. During their journey back, Duanling Tian mused inwardly, there must be more than one transportation formation that leads to the Simplicity Celestial Sect's treasure vault. They could be located anywhere as far as 10,000 miles or 1,000,000 miles away. Since Duanling Tian had entered the treasure vault through a transportation formation, he did not know the location of the treasure vault. It would not surprise him if Sun Liangpeng did not know the exact location of the treasure vault as well. Moreover, he suspected the treasure vault was not in the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate at all. Out of curiosity, Duanling Tian asked, "Sect leader, do you know the exact location of the treasure vault?" Sun Liangpeng paused in his steps for a moment before he resumed walking again. "Why do you ask?" "The treasure vault must be located somewhere else since it requires a transportation formation for us to get there. The altar and the formations along the path protect the treasure vault, right?" Duanling Tian looked at Sun Liangpeng and said, "If I'm not mistaken, the most important protective measure is the transportation formation. To be precise, the key to activating the transporting formation to the treasure vault is the most important protective measure. Duanling Tian, not only do you have a high innate talent and comprehension skills, but you're far more knowledgeable than ordinary people," Sun Liangpeng said, slightly taken aback by Duanling Tian's conjecture. Based on his reaction, it was clear that Duanling Tian had hit the nail on the head. Sun Liangpeng looked at Duanling Tian, perplexed, as he asked skeptically, "Are you really just a sectless cultivator?" Duanling Tian's innate talent, comprehension skill, and knowledge were not common among sectless cultivators. Most sectless cultivators had little knowledge about treasures and affairs of the world. Duanling Tian's analysis of the transportation formation and the treasure vault clearly showed his intelligence. Apart from that, Duanling Tian was clearly unimpressed by the items in the treasure vault. Thus, he could not help but suspect Duanling Tian's background. After all, with this, even the sectless cultivator by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord side was not superior to Duanling Tian. "Sect leader, I'm really just a sectless cultivator. In fact, the reason I joined the Simplicity Celestial Sect is to enter the profound Nether Mansion. In any case, it shouldn't matter to the Simplicity Celestial Sect whether I'm a sectless cultivator or not, right?" Duanling Tian asked. "You're right." Sun Liangpeng nodded, agreeing with Duanling Tian's words. Was Duanling Tian really a sectless cultivator? After thinking about it for a moment, he agreed it mattered not if Duanling Tian was a sectless cultivator or not. After all, it would not affect the Simplicity Celestial Sect. After exiting the complex underground passage, the dazzling light hit the duo's eyes. At this moment, Sun Liangpeng said, "Duanling Tian, this is a true disciple's token. There are only 10 of these tokens in the Simplicity Celestial Sect." Duanling Tian turned to look at the wooden token in Sun Liangpeng's hand. There were green lines that snaked across the wooden token's surface. "Apart from you, there are 9 other true disciples in the Simplicity Celestial Sect. The weakest true disciple is a 5-elements celestial duke. The cultivation bases of true disciples aren't as important as their innate talents." Saying that, in the history of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, you're the second person to be made a true disciple with the cultivation base of an overarching Heaven Supreme Celestial. The first overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial to become a true disciple of the Simplicity Celestial Sect was like you. He had comprehended 2 profundities from a law when he was under the age of 100. However, his innate talent wasn't as good as yours. He only became an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial when he was slightly over 100 years old. Even then, when he first became an overarching Heaven Supreme Celestial, his strength far surpassed peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials who had yet to comprehend a law. Sun Liangpeng's eyes brimmed with sadness as he spoke. Although that true disciple could not be considered as a peerless or monstrous genius, he was still a genius with a bright future since he managed to comprehend 2 profundities from a law before even reaching the age of 100. Such a person was rare even in the Southern Heaven territory, let alone the profound Nether Mansion. "What happened to that disciple?" Duanling Tian asked. Based on Sun Liangpeng's expression, it was not difficult to tell that the true disciple met with a mishap and died an untimely death before he could grow into his full potential. Apart from that, the Simplicity Celestial Sect was still a grade 7 sect under the profound Nether Mansion. If that true disciple were still around, the sect should have risen and become a grade 6 sect. Even if the sect would not become a top sect in the Southern Heaven territory, the sect would have been the same grade as the profound Nether Mansion. He was assassinated when he just turned 500 years old and became a one basic celestial duke. He was killed by a professional assassin who was a 5 elements celestial king. Although the assassin was killed before he could flee, there was nothing we could do to save that true disciple's life. Due to his death, the Simplicity Celestial Sect lost its chance to rise and achieve greatness. Sun Liangpeng smiled bitterly when he finished speaking. Did the sect manage to find out who sent the assassin or where the assassin came from? Duanling Tian asked. No. Sun Liangpeng shook his head and said, we have no conclusive evidence that pointed to where he came from or who sent him. However, from what we could gather from his possessions in his spatial ring, it was likely that he did not come from any of the regions under the profound Nether Mansion. In fact, there are no assassin guilds in the profound Nether Mansion capable of employing 5 elements celestial kings. Generally, assassin guilds in the profound Nether Mansion don't thrive due to the suppression from the profound Nether Mansion. It's the same in the regions under other Grade 6 mansions' rule. Sun Liangpeng's eyes glinted coldly as he spoke. Hence, the elders of the Simplicity Celestial Sect concluded that someone must have hired an assassin outside of the profound Nether Mansion to kill the genius true disciple of our sect. The assassin guild that could employ a 5 elements celestial king must be from a superior mansion. Our sect's only a Grade 7 sect. How could we investigate the assassin guild in another superior region? However, one thing's certain. The person who hired the assassin is definitely from one of the regions under the profound Nether Mansion. Sun Liangpeng continued to say, that true disciple was widely regarded as a rarely seen genius in the profound Nether Mansion. Even in the Southern Heaven territory, he could still be considered as a genius who appeared every 100 years. Once he had grown into his potential, he would surely affect the power balance of the ruling regions under the profound Nether Mansion. In the end, Sun Liangpeng shook his head and said with a sigh, in any case, it's a thing of the past. Let's not speak about it anymore. I can only say the sect was unlucky. Otherwise, we wouldn't have lost such a genius. An assassin who was a 5 elements celestial king. After hearing Sun Liangpeng's words, he instinctively asked, sect leader, now that I'm a true disciple of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, will I be targeted? Sun Liangpeng was slightly taken aback and amused when he heard Duanling Tian's words. Then he said, don't worry, Duanling Tian. You joined the Simplicity Celestial Sect through your participation in entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. No matter how gifted you are, you're not a threat to those people. Those people would only target disciples raised by the sect from young, since these disciples belong to the sect. No offense, but disciples who join the sect halfway like you are unlikely to wholeheartedly help the sect, even if they're grateful for the sect's care. He was confident Duanling Tian would not suffer the same fate as that true disciple. That's a relief. Duanling Tian nodded slightly and sighed in relief. He still had 2 uses from his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon that would allow him to deal with a 5 elements celestial king. However, an assassin would most likely ambush him. If he was caught unaware, he would not have time to use his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, and he would be dead as a result. Now that you've become a true disciple, you have access to all the sect's king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. You'll find them on the top floor of the library. Just show your true disciple token, and you're free to take what you need from there. Sun Liangpeng began to list the privileges of a true disciple to Duanling Tian. After listening to Sun Liangpeng, Duanling Tian discovered a true disciple had more benefits compared to the direct disciples of the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. There were things freely given to true disciples that the sect leader's direct disciples had to fight for. Vice Sect Leader Zhang had only promised me that I would receive similar treatment as a direct disciple of the sect leader. I owe it all to Sect Leader's son for becoming a true disciple in the sect, Duanling Tian thought to himself as he glanced at Sun Liangpeng. Duanling Tian, I've informed my men to deal with your registration. Now, I'll take you to your residence for the duration of your stay in our sect, Sun Liangpeng said as he beckoned Duanling Tian to follow him. Then he led Duanling Tian northward. Sect leader, I have a friend who's currently staying in the supporting Fall Nation's palace. I wonder if you can arrange for someone to bring him here. Duan Tian asked without beating around the bush. Of course, Sun Liangpeng replied without any hesitation. He smiled as he said, after you've settled down, I'll ask my second brother to go to the Thousand Nations territory and bring your friend here. My second brother comprehends the law of wind, so he'll be back in 3 days even if he has to travel to the ends of the Thousand Nations territory. He only needs 3 days to return to the sect after traveling to the ends of the Thousand Nations territory? Duan Tian was genuinely shocked. Even a 5 elements celestial king or a 6 combination celestial king would not have such speed. Based on Duan Tian's knowledge, 6 combination celestial kings and 7-star celestial kings were the strongest in a grade 7 sect like the Simplicity celestial sect. It was rare for such a sect to have an 8 trigrams celestial king. Sect leader, you can simply arrange for anyone to pick him up. There's no need to go to such length, Duan Tian said. The person whom Duan Tian wanted to bring to the Simplicity celestial sect from the supporting Fall Nation was none other than Lu Guanglin, since Lu Guanglin did not follow him to Scaling Cloud Lake. He had sent Lu Guanglin a message through a communication celestial talisman, asking Lu Guanglin if he preferred to stay in the supporting Fall Nation or the Simplicity celestial sect. Lu Guanglin did not hesitate to reply that he would follow Duan Tian no matter where Duan Tian went. My second brother has nothing better to do right now. It'd be a great opportunity for him to go out, Sun Liangpeng said with a smile. Sect leader, may I ask which elder is your second brother? Duan Tian had heard about the elders of the Simplicity celestial sect from Zhang Guangzheng during the journey back to the sect. However, Zhang Guangzheng did not mention anything about Sun Liangpeng's second brother. He wondered inwardly, who could it be? My second brother is not an elder of our sect. Sun Liangpeng shook his head with a smile on his face upon hearing Duan Tian's question. In fact, he's not human. He's a celestial beast. Normally, he cultivates on the solitary night summit and rarely leaves that place. As he spoke, his eyes shifted to the peak of a mountain in the distance. The mountain was the highest mountain in the Simplicity celestial sect's estate, and it towered into the clouds. Its peak that was like the tip of a green sword was shrouded by the clouds. Celestial beast? Duan Tian had encountered 2 celestial beasts in human forms when he was in the supporting Fall Nation's Passage City. Therefore, he was not surprised that Sun Liangpeng's second brother was a celestial beast. Yes, Sun Liangpeng nodded. During my early years, I met my second brother when I left the sect to train outside. We had saved each other's lives before. When I became the sect leader of the Simplicity celestial sect, he decided to leave his clan and stay in the Simplicity celestial sect with me. After that, he looked at the vast valley ahead of him and said with a smile, that's the residence and cultivating place for the true disciples and inner disciples of the Simplicity celestial sect. Duan Tian followed Sun Liangpeng's gaze. He saw many independent courtyards from the bottom of the valley to midway up the valley. They were densely packed together, so it was difficult to count how many independent courtyards there were in the valley. At this moment, a few figures could be seen entering and leaving the courtyards. Those are the inner disciples of the Simplicity celestial sect, Sun Liangpeng said to Duan Tian as a group of people entered the valley. Then Sun Liangpeng looked at the sky above the valley. 10 small islands could be seen suspended in the sky. Each of the islands had a small courtyard. He explained the 10 suspended islands are where the true disciples live. Although true disciples and inner disciples stay in the same valley, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the true disciples' residences is 1 time greater than the heaven and earth spirit energy in the inner disciples' residences. In fact, true disciples' cultivation environment isn't inferior to my cultivation environment. We're not deliberately providing true disciples with a better cultivation environment and the inner disciples with an inferior one. We have no choice because the heaven and earth spirit energy from the celestial crystal vein is limited. He had explained all this because he was worried Duan Tian as a sectless cultivator might not know why the cultivation environment for the disciples was different. Duan Tian nodded slightly in response. At this moment, the duo had entered the valley and arrived in front of a floating island. Sun Liangpeng said with a smile, "This is where you'll be staying." Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up at this moment. Although he had not entered the courtyard, he could keenly sense the cultivation environment here was at least 2 times better than other places in the Simplicity Celestial sect, despite Sun Liangpeng saying it was only 1 time greater. Meanwhile, the appearance of the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, naturally, drew the attention of the inner disciples in the valley. They were surprised to see Sun Liangpeng and were curious about the newcomer, Duan Ling Tian. It's the sect leader. I wonder what brings the sect leader here? It's my first time seeing him here. I've been in the sect for 30 years, and this is the first time I've seen the sect leader here. I don't think I've ever heard about the sect leader coming here before. Who's the purple-clad young man standing next to the sect leader? At this moment, the inner disciples who left the valley earlier spoke up to clear the confusion. With their words, the other inner disciples learned that Duan Ling Tian was one of the participants who was recruited to the Simplicity Celestial sect after surviving the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient sect. When I was out earlier, I heard that Vice Sect Leader Zhang has returned from Scaling Cloud Lake. Scaling Cloud Lake? That's where the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient realm is located, right? Vice Sect Leader Zhang must have brought many of the participants back to the sect. I heard Senior Zheng Hongyi has brought the participants to register and obtain their identity tokens. However, one of the participants was brought by Vice Sect Leader Zhang to meet the sect leader. This purple-clad young man must be that person. Since the sect leader singled him out to meet him, he must be extraordinary. I wonder what's so special about this purple-clad young man that the sect leader personally brought him here? I heard from the patrolling disciples that the sect leader has made this person the sect's 10th true disciple. It must be true since the sect leader brought him to one of the floating islands. The inner disciples who had just learned about the Simplicity Celestial sect's new true disciple were shocked. What? That newcomer is a true disciple? How's that possible? The surviving participants of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm are only peak overarching Heaven Supreme Celestials. In fact, in our sect's history, there was only one person who was made a true disciple when he was just an overarching Heaven Supreme Celestial, right? Is there a mistake? As the group of disciples speculated among themselves, Duan Ling Tian, who was standing next to Sun Liangpeng, suddenly flew up into the air. The wooden token fastened to his waist glowed green as green threads from the token snaked across his body. Swoosh! 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 Before Duan Ling Tian landed on the floating island, the disciples saw the air rippling around the island. When the green threads from the token came in contact with the rippling air, the ripples stopped immediately. That's a true disciple token. A true disciple token is needed to enter a true disciple's residence. Otherwise, one wouldn't be able to pass the formations protecting the island. It seems like it's true that the sect leader has made him a true disciple. He's only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial and a newcomer to our sect. How can he be a true disciple? The last position of a true disciple is given to a newcomer? Why him? In my opinion, he must be incredibly outstanding for the sect leader to appoint him as a true disciple and also personally showing him his residence. Our sect leader isn't a fool after all. I agree. There were some disciples who were jealous of Duan Ling Tian being appointed as a true disciple, and there are some sensible disciples who knew Duan Ling Tian had to be outstanding for Sun Liangpeng to make him a true disciple. After all, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect was wise. He would not act this way without a reason. Meanwhile, Sun Liangping exchanged soul pearls with Duan Ling Tian and said, "If there's anything, feel free to contact me directly. This is my soul pearl. Take mine and give me yours. This way we can get in touch easily." After he finished speaking, he finally took his leave. Upon seeing Sun Liangping and Duan Ling Tian exchanging soul pearls, more and more inner disciples were convinced Duan Ling Tian must be extraordinary. This place is, indeed, one of the best places to cultivate in the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate. The cultivation environment here is really good, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. The sizes of the true disciples' courtyards and the inner disciples' courtyards were the same. The only differences were the locations of the courtyards and the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. In Duan Ling Tian's courtyard, 2 small trees were planted among the beds of flowers. The lush greenery was a pleasing sight. A stone table surrounded by several stone benches was located behind one of the small trees, while an antique wooden house half the size of the courtyard was located behind the other small tree. Duan Tian walked to the entrance of the wooden house and pushed the door open. There was nothing in there except for a huge bed. The bed was translucent, and it emanated a faint chill. It was clearly not an ordinary bed. It was an ice bed. Ice beds could help with cultivation. The older the ice beds, the better it was for cultivation. He had long learned about ice beds when he was still in the mundane realm. I know that ice beds aid one's cultivation in the mundane realms. However, does it really work for celestials in the Devata realms as well? Duan Tian was feeling slightly skeptical. After all, the difference between celestials and cultivators in mundane realms was supremely vast. In his opinion, this ice bed should be different from the ones in the mundane realms. At this moment, the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Tian's mind. Boy, this is no ordinary ice bed. If I'm not mistaken, this ice bed is made from the profound celestial ice. Cultivating on this ice bed will help you to focus and prevent you from going berserk due to chi deviation. Moreover, it's said that those who have incredibly high comprehension skills could comprehend the law of ice from the profound celestial ice. The profound celestial ice? Duan Tian's suspicion was confirmed by the Chaos Divine Earth. Indeed, this ice bed was different from the ice beds in the mundane realms. The law of ice, Duan Tian did not care that the profound celestial ice could help prevent chi deviation. After all, the chances of his chi deviating were zero. Instead, his interest was piqued by the law of ice. One had to know that in Devata realms, if two people had the same cultivation bases and comprehended the same number of profundities, it would be almost impossible for the person who comprehended the law of water to win the person who comprehended the law of ice. Although ice originated from water, to a certain degree it was superior to water. However, it had to be said that each had its merits. After all, ice lacked the fluidity of water. It's so cold, Duan Tian exclaimed as soon as he sat on the ice bed without using any technique to deflect the cold. The bone-chilling cold surged up to his brain immediately. He quickly mobilized his celestial origin to dispel the cold. After Duan Tian settled down, he began to cultivate the king-grade cultivation method, the Tai Profound method. It was imparted to him by Huaner's grandaunt before the remnants of her soul vanished. I wonder how's Huana doing. Whenever Duan Tian cultivated the Tai Profound method, he would inadvertently be reminded of Huaner. He could not help but worry about her. Since Duan Tian had closed his eyes to cultivate, he was unaware that ice figures had appeared on the ice bed as the branch from the divine tree of life in his body began to swiftly absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy. These ice figures were elegant and graceful like deities as they danced at a fast pace. If Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, was here, he would have been shocked. When one cultivated on the profound celestial ice bed, one would have to achieve a certain level of cultivation before the ice figure would appear. The more lifelike the ice figures were, the more terrifying one's cultivation speed was. Even when Sun Liangpeng cultivated on the ice bed, the ice figures that appeared were not as lifelike as Duan Tian's ice figures. After about an hour had passed, Duan Tian finally decided to stop cultivating. He opened his eyes and took out the box of stellar sand that he had obtained and asked the Chaos Divine Flame, "Senior Chaos Divine Flame, how do I use the stellar sand?" "Take out the divine sword, and I'll wrap my flames around it. Then, I'll guide the soul artifact in your sea of consciousness to integrate with the divine sword. At that time, pour the stellar sand on the flame, and I'll be able to speed up the integration process." The Chaos Divine Flame was quick to reply even though its voice still sounded weak. "All right." Duan Tian quickly acted according to the Chaos Divine Flame's instructions. He took the 7 orifices exquisite sword and let it hover in the air. Then, with a wave of his hand, a gray flame appeared around the 7 orifices exquisite sword. The 7 orifices exquisite sword was, naturally, unaffected by the flames. After all, the gray flame was only slightly stronger than an ordinary prominent celestial fire. It was not even as strong as a Duke-grade celestial fire. It would be strange if such a weak flame managed to burn the 7 orifices exquisite sword, and he would have questioned if the sword was truly a Devata artifact. At this moment, the Chaos Divine Flame said to Huanger, the soul artifact, Little Huanger, it might feel a little unbearable after this. However, as long as you endure it, the integration between you and the sword would be more than half completed. Huanger said fearlessly in her cold voice. I've already endured the pain of forcibly leaving my original artifact. How could I be afraid of such insignificant pain? While Duanling Tian was speeding up the process of Huanger's integration with the 7 Orifices exquisite sword using the stellar sand, Zhang Hongyi, Sun Liangpeng's third direct disciple, brought the new disciples who had just registered to the valley where inner disciples and true disciples resided and cultivated. As soon as Zhang Hongyi appeared in the valley, he drew a group of inner disciples' attention. These disciples were also curious about the overarching heavenly supreme celestials standing behind Zhang Hongyi. It's Senior Zhang Hongyi. The group of people behind him are peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. They must be the outstanding peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials whom Vice Sect Leader Zhang brought back from Scaling Cloud Lake. These people are directly promoted to inner disciples of the sect. Although they're directly promoted to inner disciples of the sect, if their innate talents are poor, they'll be kicked out eventually. At this moment, one of the inner disciples flew into the air and appeared in front of Zhang Hongyi. He called out Senior Hongyi. It seemed like he had a good relationship with Zhang Hongyi. After he greeted Zhang Hongyi, he said the sect leader was here earlier. Master. Zhang Hongyi frowned slightly. Was he alone? No, he was with a purple-clad young man. In fact, I heard he personally sent the young man to the vacant true disciples' courtyard. The inner disciple said. All right, I understand. Zhang Hongyi nodded slightly. At this moment, despite his calm appearance, a flame of fury rose in his heart. There was nothing he could. He could not go against his master's wish after all. He knew if he displeased his master with just a word, his master could easily cast him out of the Simplicity Celestial sect. Senior Hongyi, that purple-clad young man robbed you of the position of a true disciple. If it weren't for him, that position would have been yours. The inner disciple was confused when he saw Zhang Hongyi's calm appearance. He knew how much Zhang Hongyi had desired to become a true disciple. Why was Zhang Hongyi not angry? Zhang Hongyi looked at the inner disciple from the corners of his eyes and said, Wu Feng, you'd better watch your mouth. The position of a true disciple isn't guaranteed to be mine even without his presence. Moreover, his innate talent and comprehension skills are incredibly high. He's worthy of becoming a true disciple of the Simplicity Celestial sect. By saying these words, do you mean to say the sect leader lacks insight? His eyes flashed coldly as he spoke. Upon hearing these words, Wu Feng, the inner disciple, was so frightened that he paled immediately and no longer dared to speak. I'll hand them over to you now. You'll be in charge of arranging their accommodations. Zhang Hongyi said to Wu Feng before he left. After Zhang Hongyi's figure vanished from sight, Wu Feng turned to look at the group of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials and said, Follow me. The group of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials felt slightly dissatisfied as they trailed after Wu Feng. They were welcomed by the direct disciple of the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect before being passed over to an ordinary inner disciple. On the other hand, Duanling Tian was personally welcomed by the sect leader. The differences in treatments were too big. Wu Feng glanced at the group of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials before he asked, Does everyone know that purple-clad young man? With the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials explanation, Wu Feng and the other inner disciples finally understood what kind of genius the newly appointed true disciple was. He was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who comprehended 2 profundities from a law even though he was not even 100 years old. Moreover, he was ranked second in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. While Wu Feng arranged the accommodations for the newcomers, the other inner disciples looked at Duanling Tian's floating island and discussed among themselves. As it turns out, that purple-clad young man is a monstrous talent. He's not even 100 years old, and yet, he's already so formidable. Can you imagine what he'd be like once he grows into his full potential? No wonder the sect leader treats him so well. With his high innate talent and comprehension skills, even the profound nether mansion would be too small for him once he grows into his full potential. Even the Southern Heaven territory might be just a stepping stone for him to enter a greater sect. That's right. He's more than qualified for the position of a true disciple in our Simplicity Celestial sect. The group of inner disciples who were dissatisfied with Duanling Tian becoming a true disciple earlier was finally convinced of his abilities. At this moment, one inner disciple who had just returned to the valley shook his head when he heard the discussions in the surroundings. He said with a sigh, "I thought either Zheng Hongyi, Wang Hong, or me will be appointed as the 10th true disciple. I didn't expect that someone would appear out of nowhere and take that position." As soon as the other inner disciples saw this person, a few of them greeted him enthusiastically. Senior Zhuang Fan. These inner disciples' enthusiasm could be attributed to the fact that Zhuang Fan was one of the 3 most outstanding inner disciples. The other 2 outstanding inner disciples were Zheng Hongyi, Sun Liangpeng's 3rd disciple, and Wang Hong, the granddaughter of the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial sect. Among the 3 of them, Zheng Hongyi and Wang Hong had extraordinary backgrounds. Zhuang Fan was the only one who came from an ordinary background. Perhaps due to a sense of camaraderie, the inner disciples were rather supportive of Zhuang Fan. Zhuang Fan smiled faintly and nodded in response to the inner disciples' greeting. He had always been approachable and kind like the gentle spring breeze. Meanwhile, in a small and quiet valley in the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate, a beautiful young lady with an enchanting figure who was dressed in a red long robe stood casually in front of a waterfall as she looked at the young man in front of her. "Zheng Hongyi, did you come looking for me because of Duanling Tian?" the young man said with a solemn expression on his face. "Wang Hong, in the past, we competed for the position of a true disciple. However, the position was taken away by Duanling Tian as soon as he arrived. Are you willing?" The young man was none other than Zheng Hongyi. He had rushed here as soon as he left the valley where the inner disciples and true disciples resided. "What can I do even if I feel unwilling?" "This is your master's decision. Even my grandfather can't do anything about it," Wang Hong said with a smile as she looked at Wang Feng meaningfully. It was as though she could not care less that the position of a true disciple had been taken away. "Wang Hong, quit pretending in front of me. Those who don't know you might be fooled. But I know you care about this more than anyone else," Zheng Hongyi said with a sneer. Upon hearing Zheng Hongyi's words, the gentle and relaxed expression on Wang Hong's face changed slightly. In the end, she looked at him meaningfully and asked, "Since you came looking for me, does it mean you have a way of dealing with that person?" Killing intent flashed in the depths of her eyes when she spoke. She loathed the person who robbed her of the position of a true disciple. Just as Zheng Hongyi had said, she cared about this position more than anyone else. "Wang Hong, since there are only 2 of us here, I won't mince my words," Zheng Hongyi said as a formation compass appeared in his hand. When he sent his celestial origin energy in the compass, a light barrier appeared around the duo. This formation was a sound and vision isolation formation. Even celestial kings could not hear or see inside the barrier unless they forcefully destroyed the formation. Upon seeing this, Wang Hong raised an eyebrow and said, "You're quite careful. Speak." "Wang Hong, I intend to hire an assassin to kill Duanling Tian," Zheng Hongyi bluntly said. "Hire an assassin?" Wang Hong smiled mockingly. "And I thought you had a great idea. The assassin organizations in the profound Nether Mansion might be able to keep a simple assassination a secret. However, this concerns the 3 sects and 2 clans. Do you really think they'd be able to keep it a secret? Put everything else aside. If your master applies just a little pressure on the assassin organization, you'd be found out immediately. If the assassin organizations in the profound Nether Mansion were capable, any candidates who were an obstacle on Zheng Hongyi, Zhuang Fan, and Wang Hong's path in becoming a true disciple would not have survived." After listening to Zheng Hongyi's words, she felt he was too simple-minded. "Did I say I'll hire an assassin from the assassination organizations in the profound Nether Mansion?" Zheng Hongyi was not angry when he heard Wang Hong's mocking words. He calmly said, "I intend to hire a powerful assassin from the Blood Skull Gang, one of 3 most famous assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven territory." Blood Skull Gang. Wang Hong's eyes widened imperceptibly when she heard Zheng Hongyi's words. The Blood Skull Gang was one of the 3 biggest and infamous assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven territory. The Blood Skull Gang had a terrifying reputation. Rumor had it that the Blood Skull Gang had assassins who were celestial lords. There was news of their assassin killing a 10 Directions celestial king with just a strike. Although it was a sneak attack, to be able to kill a 10 Directions celestial king with just one strike, the assassin had to be a celestial lord at least. After Wang Hong tried to calm down, she said with a slight tremble in her voice, Why you have means of getting in touch with the Blood Skull Gang? Zhang Hongyi could clearly see the obvious change in Wang Hong's attitude, but he did not make fun of her. After all, the Blood Skull Gang's infamy was truly terrifying. Let alone Wang Hong, even her grandfather or the elders of the Simplicity Celestial sect would be frightened if they knew he had means of contacting the Blood Skull Gang. After all, despite being known throughout the Southern Heaven territory, not everyone would be able to contact or employ the Blood Skull Gang's services. Just to get in touch with the Blood Skull Gang and employ their services, one needed a Grade 6 Forces leader or someone of equal strength and status to act as a guarantor. Since the gang only accepted high-profile and highly difficult jobs, their clients were, naturally, those with high status. When Wang Hong recalled this point, she frowned and said skeptically, Wait a minute, even if you have a way to get in touch with the Blood Skull Gang, you don't have a guarantor. Normally, that would indeed be a problem. Zhang Hongyi nodded slightly as he said, However, what if I told you the last time I left the sect, I met the young master of the Blood Skull Gang and befriended him? The young master of the Blood Skull Gang? Wang Hong gasped. Yeah, his father is one of the 3 vice leaders of the Blood Skull Gang. Although he's just a bastard child, he still has a little say in the gang. Because I helped him, we exchanged our soul pearls, and he had promised that I'd be able to hire an assassin from the gang without the need of a guarantor from a Grade 6 force. Zhang Hongyi said in one breath. Zhang Hong's words were partially false. The truth was the young master of the Blood Skull Gang had promised him 2 chances to hire an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang without a guarantor. He naturally did not reveal this to Wang Hong since it would make her wary of him and guard against him. If that's the case, you don't need my help at all in taking Duan Ling Tian down, Wang Hong said. That's right. However, you should know that even the weakest assassin from the Blood Skull Gang is a 1 basic celestial king. Although I'd be able to hire an assassin, I would need a lot of celestial crystals. Let alone the strongest assassins, even the price to hire a 1 basic celestial king is rather high. It'd be somewhat troublesome for me to ask for such a huge number of celestial crystals from my family. After Zhang Hongyi finished speaking, he looked at Wang Hong meaningfully. So you found me to share the burden of hiring the assassin? Wang Hong sneered. Indeed. Zhang Hongyi nodded slightly. Do you really think I jump into this hole you've dug? It's your business if you want to kill Duan Ling Tian. What does it have to do with me? Wang Hong said disdainfully as she looked at Zhang Hongyi as though she was looking at an idiot. Oh, you will jump into the hole, Zhang Hongyi said confidently. Wang Hong, it's undeniable that your family background is superior to mine. I won't be able to afford to hire a 1 basic celestial king from the Blood Skull Gang. The price would leave me penniless. If you're unwilling, then both of us can only watch as Duan Ling Tian takes the position of the 10th true disciple. Zhang Hongyi continued to say, although he'll leave the sect sooner or later, when he leaves for the profound nether mansion, he will still carry the title of a true disciple. Among the 9 true disciples, 6 are already in the profound nether mansion while 3 still remain in the sect. You should think about this carefully before you decide. After he finished speaking, he dispersed the formation and prepared to leave the valley. This valley was the cultivation place of Wang Longxiang, the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial sect. As his granddaughter, Wang Hong could freely come and go in this valley. The cultivation environment here was not inferior to the true disciples' cultivation environment. Despite being a direct disciple of Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, Zhang Hongyi was not afforded this kind of treatment. He was only able to cultivate in the inner disciples' residences. This was because Sun Liangpeng wanted to make a point that his direct disciples would not be given any special treatment just because of their relationship with him. You have my soul pearl? I'll wait for your reply, Zhang Hongyi said before he left. It's best if you make a decision as soon as possible. After all, they need to investigate the target before they send the assassin out to finish the job. They'd give us the price after they're done with their investigations. Since Duan Tian is just a sectless cultivator, it's safe to assume the price would be in the range both of us can afford. Then he left, not the slightest bit worried Wang Hong would reject his proposal. After Zheng Hongyi left, Wang Hong's expression darkened as she cursed. Damn it! It was just as Zheng Hongyi had said. With her temperament, she could not tolerate a newcomer of the sect occupying the position of the sect's last true disciple. However, if she accepted Zheng Hongyi's proposal, it would mean she would be led by the nose by Zheng Hongyi. This was, naturally, not to her liking. However, her dislike could not compare to her need to eliminate Duan Tian, who had become the last true disciple despite just joining the sect. She thought to herself, I can't let Zheng Hongyi have the upper hand. I'll wait for him to contact me on his own initiative before I agree to his proposal. However, he can forget it if he wants me to bear half of the cost. At most, I'd bear 30% of the cost. Despite her thoughts, when Zheng Hongyi came looking for her half a month later, she agreed to bear half of the cost to hire the assassin from the Bloodskull Gang. Naturally, prominent celestial crystals were nothing to the Bloodskull Gang. Zheng Hongyi and Wang Hong had to make up for the cost with king-grade celestial weapons and other precious treasures as well. After Wang Hong had agreed, Zheng Hongyi did not waste time and took out a communications celestial talisman to contact the bastard son of the vice leader of the Bloodskull Gang whom he had met by chance. Young Master Chun, I'm Simplicity Celestial Sect's Zheng Hongyi, the person you met in the profound forest. You promised me 2 chances to hire an assassin from the Bloodskull Gang without a guarantor. I'm ready to use the first chance now. Zheng Hongyi waited for 15 minutes before a reply finally came. The message was simple and direct. Details of the target. Zheng Hongyi hurriedly replied, Duan Tian. He's a sectless cultivator, less than 100 years old, and has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. He rose to prominence in the profound Nether Mansion's lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient lower realm and joined the Simplicity Celestial Sect. In a vast region which was separate from Grade 6 mansions in the Southern Heaven territory. In a grand mansion in a huge city, a young man sat in front of a table, sipping tea, in the front yard of the grand mansion. He's not even 100 years old, but he has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. After he finished speaking, the teacup in his hand shattered due to the excessive force he had exerted. Another young man who was sitting across him looked at the broken cup in his hand and asked in confusion, Chun-Li, what happened? It's nothing. I just received a message from someone in a Grade 7 sect in the profound Nether Mansion. That person wants to employ the organization's services to assassinate someone. The young man who was holding the broken teacup in his hand had an extraordinary bearing. He was none other than Chun-Li, the illegitimate son of one of the vice leaders of the Bloodskull Gang. Chun-Li was a young man with a pale face and a frail figure. He was dressed in a robe with silver trimmings. He seemed like a degenerate who spent all his time on women and wine. However, in truth, the state of his body had nothing to do with a degenerate lifestyle. It was due to malnourishment. Before he was born, his mother was on the run from the assassin sent by his father's legal wife and almost died as a result. Due to some luck, she managed to safely give birth to him, but his body ended up very weak as a result. For this reason, his father, who felt incredibly remorseful and guilty toward him, was very considerate and good to him. Moreover, he had 9 elder sisters and 13 younger sisters, making him the only son in the family. His father had expended considerable effort to obtain nourishing pills for him, allowing his body to improve to that of an ordinary man. Unfortunately, after that, his body's constitution made no further improvement. Due to this reason, his innate talent and comprehension skills were only ordinary and were the weakest among his sisters. However, due to being the only son, his father treated him far better compared to his sisters. Assassinate who? The young man sitting across Chun-Li asked. He looked elegant, dressed in a long white robe. He looked rather scholarly as he held a folding fan in his hand. There was a perpetual faint smile on his face that made him seem rather amiable. The 2 young men were like polar extremes. The target must be complicated for you to lose your composure, the scholarly young man said. He's not even 100 years old, but he's a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended two profundities from the law of earth. He rose to prominence in the southern heaven ancient realm and was ranked second. As a result, he joined the Simplicity Celestial sect. The client is also from the same sect as the target, Chun-Li said. If my memory serves me right, the client is Zheng Hongyi, the third direct disciple of the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. Chun-Li speculated out loud. For him to want to assassinate a fellow sect member, it's obvious that person has gotten in his way in the sect. He wants to employ the Blood Skull Gang, so it won't leave any clues that lead back to him. If Zheng Hongyi were here, he would have been taken aback by the accuracy of Chun-Li's speculation. Then, Chun-Li muttered to himself in a low voice, not even 100 years old, but he's a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended two profundities from the law of earth. Moreover, he's a sectless cultivator. His innate talent and comprehension skill are truly high. As he spoke, his eyes flashed fiercely with envy and jealousy. Due to his average innate talent and comprehension skills, he was the most envious and jealous of people with high innate talent and comprehension skills. Upon hearing Chun-Li's words, a shocked expression appeared on the scholarly young man's face. Not even 100 years old? He's a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended two profundities from the law of earth? Moreover, he's a sectless cultivator? That grade 6 mansion has such a talent among their folds. In the past 100 years, such a talent was extremely rare even among the 10 major clans and 5 major sects in the Southern Heaven territory. The scholarly young man asked curiously, "So what's your reply?" I agreed. I owe him a favor after all. I'm accepting this job on behalf of the Blood Skull Gang, Chun-Li said. The scholarly young man reminded Chun-Li, it's best to be cautious and thoroughly investigate his background before you act. With such a high innate talent and comprehension skills, I have a feeling he's not a sectless cultivator. Since he was friends with Chun-Li, he naturally did not want Chun-Li to provoke somebody he could not afford to provoke. Moreover, the person who had made the request was from a grade 7 sect. There was no need to take someone from a mere grade 7 sect so seriously. Rest assured, a rare smile appeared on Chun-Li's face. Don't you have any confidence in the Blood Skull Gang's intelligence department? They'd be able to dig out all information regarding the target. If he truly has an extraordinary background, the Blood Skull Gang won't make a move at all. No harm rejecting that person's request after I confirm the target's background if need be. Although Blood Skull Gang had a terrifying reputation in the Southern Heaven territory, there were a few people they would not dare to make a movie against. For example, they would not dare to act against the people of the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord who controlled the entire Southern Heaven territory. Apart from that, they would not act against members of the 10 major clans and the 5 leading clans. In the Southern Heaven territory, above grade 6 forces were 15 grade 5 forces collectively known as the 10 major clans and the 5 leading sects. They were, naturally, not to be trifled with. That's good. The scholarly young man nodded after listening to Chun-Li's words. His slightly furrowed brows eased. He was aware that the intelligence department of the Blood Skull Gang was incredibly efficient and thorough even in the entire Southern Heaven territory. In fact, even the intelligence department of the sect he belonged to was not necessarily superior to the Blood Skull Gang's intelligence department. After all, the Blood Skull Gang was an assassin organization. It was of utmost importance that they had a superior and wide information network. When are you planning to return? Chun-Li asked the scholarly young man. I'll leave tomorrow. It's been quite a while, so it's time for me to return. Come and visit me when you have the time, the scholarly young man said with a faint smile on his face. I will. After all, you're my only friend and best friend. A smile appeared on Chun-Li's pale face, making him look rather sinister. If there was one person with high innate talent and comprehension skills whom Chun-Li was not jealous of, it would be the scholarly young man. After all, the scholarly young man was his only friend. There were only 2 people whom Chun-Li considered important: his deceased mother and his best friend. Upon hearing Chun-Li's words, the scholarly young man sighed inwardly. In the end, he rose to his feet and patted Chun-Li's shoulder and said with a faint smile on his face, You're also my best friend. The smile on Chun-Li's face widened when he heard those words. Alas, it made him look even more sinister. He was, in fact, genuinely moved and happy. However, due to his facial features, he looked rather sinister whenever he smiled. In the Simplicity Celestial sect in the profound Nether Mansion, standing at the peak of a mountain that had been flattened, Duan Ling Tian looked at a tower in excitement. This is the library? There were 2 libraries in the Simplicity Celestial sect. One was for those in the outer sect, and the other was for those in the inner sect. The 9-story tower was none other than the Simplicity Celestial sect's library in the inner sect, where all kinds of cultivation methods, celestial methods, and divine abilities were kept. It also contained many books and memory celestial talismans of various topics. One would have to show their identity token that proved their identities as inner sect disciples before they would be granted entry. At this time, Duan Ling Tian only had his eyes on the 9th floor of the library. After all, the 9th floor was where the Simplicity Celestial sect's king-grade celestial methods, divine abilities, and sect-guarding techniques were kept. Only those with a high status in the sect and true disciples were allowed to comprehend these celestial methods and divine abilities. Therefore, access to the 9th floor was only given to these people. Duan Ling Tian was unaware that he would need to show his identity token before he would be allowed to enter the library. When he was stopped by 2 Taoist priests guarding the entrance, he quickly brought out his identity token. True disciple. Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian's identity token, the eyes of the 2 Taoist priests almost popped out of their sockets. They hastily stepped aside to let Duan Ling Tian in. One of the Taoist priests looked at Duan Ling Tian curiously and said, "So you're the newcomer whom the sect master has made a true disciple." Although the other Taoist priest did not speak, his eyes were brimming with curiosity as well when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian only responded with a slight nod before he entered the library. Meanwhile, a few inner disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian's retreating back in a daze. They had no idea the person in front of them was the genius who had caused a commotion half a month ago in their sect. It's said that Duan Ling Tian isn't even 100 years old, but he's a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. It's hard to imagine there's such a genius in the profound Nether Mansion, let alone our Simplicity Celestial sect. What's even more shocking is he's a sectless cultivator. Half a month had passed since Duan Ling Tian had arrived at the Simplicity Celestial sect. During that time, with the Chaos Divine Flame, he had been staying in his residence to help Huanger integrate with his 7 orifices exquisite sword. After using up the stellar sand, the integration between Huanger and the sword was 60% complete. If he could obtain another ingredient similar to the stellar sand, he would be able to completely integrate Huanger into the 7 orifices exquisite sword. At that time, the 7 orifices exquisite sword would return to its peak state as a prominent artifact, and Huanger would also be able to leave the 7 orifices exquisite sword and manifest a human form. After Duan Ling Tian had used up the stellar sand, he decided to make his way to the Simplicity Celestial sect's library. He had, naturally, come for the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that were stored on the top floor of the library. Although he might not be able to comprehend all of the Simplicity Celestial sect's king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that were contained in consumable memory celestial talismans, he still wanted to memorize all of them since he had access to them. I'll try to memorize as many king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that are available, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he made his way to the top floor. There were disciples guarding the entrance to each floor of the library. They, naturally, did not obstruct Duan Ling Tian when he showed them his true disciple token. All of the disciples, without exception, were shocked when they saw his true disciple token. After all, he was famous in the Simplicity Celestial sect for being a newcomer who became a true disciple despite only being an overarching Heaven Supreme Celestial. Everyone, except for those in closed-door cultivation or away from the sect, had heard about him. The person guarding the library's top floor was a gray-haired old man with a wrinkly face. "So, you're Duan Ling Tian? Truly remarkable. Senior." Although Duan Ling Tian did not know the old man's identity, he still bowed out of courtesy. "You've achieved remarkable feats at such a young age, but you know to show respect to your seniors. A young man like you is rare in this day and time." A smile appeared on the old man's wizened face. His smile looked worse than if he was crying. The old man did not beat around the bush and asked, "Are you here for the king-grade celestial methods, divine abilities, or the cultivation methods?" "Senior, I'm here for the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities," Duan Ling Tian replied. The old man nodded before he asked, "Which kind of king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities?" "What do you mean?" Duan Ling Tian asked in confusion. "What I mean is what law contained in the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities do you want?" the old man explained. "Can't I have all of them?" Duan Ling Tian asked. He had planned to take all the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities available. Since they were all consumables, it would not affect the Simplicity Celestial sect at all. "You want all of them?" the old man said in a displeased tone, clearly angered. "Who told you that you can have all of them? Tell me so I can have his legs crippled." Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback by the old man's reaction. After all, he did not expect the old man to react in such a manner. He only smiled wryly as he replied, "Senior, nobody told me that I can take all of them, but nobody told me that I can't either." Duan Ling Tian recalled that Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, had told him that he could come to the top floor of the library for the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. However, Sun Liangpeng did not say anything about the number of celestial methods and divine abilities he was allowed to take. After hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the old man's expression eased. Then, he explained, "The king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities on the top level of the library are only limited to one law, even for a true disciple. This has always been the rule in the Simplicity Celestial sect. The ancestors were worried that greed might cloud the descendants' minds, hence, such a rule was established. You're allowed to choose a law and take all the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain that law. However, you'll have to use the memory celestial talismans here before you leave." Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. He did not expect such a rule would exist in the Simplicity Celestial sect. He had initially planned to take all of the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities and memorize them for later use. After listening to the old man, he knew he could only choose one law. The old man said, "I heard that you've already comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. I recommend you choose the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of earth. There's 1 king-grade celestial method and 2 king-grade divine abilities that contain the law of earth in the Simplicity Celestial sect." "Senior, may I know more about the king-grade celestial method and divine abilities that contain the law of earth?" Duan Ling Tian asked. "Yes, of course." The old man nodded. Then he led Duan Ling Tian to a bookshelf. Each of the king-grade celestial method and divine abilities had a memory celestial talisman with an explanation. Extend your divine consciousness into the memory celestial talismans that correspond with the king-grade celestial method and divine abilities to learn about them, the old man said before he moved to the side and silently watched Duan Ling Tian. "All right," Duan Ling Tian replied. He extended his divine consciousness into the first memory celestial talisman and a barrage of information flooded his mind immediately. This is a king-grade divine ability called the Dragon Escape ability. It contains the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity, and another profundity called the Ground Escape technique. The Ground Escape technique is the law of Earth's only movement profundity. However, before reaching the mastery stage, this profundity is useless in the air and can only be used on the ground. Duan Ling Tian had heard about the Ground Escape technique from the Chaos Divine Earth, so he was aware of its weakness. Before comprehending the Ground Escape technique to the mastery stage, one can only use it on the ground. However, when it's at the mastery stage, one would be able to use it in the air by using the Earth elemental profundity to mimic the ground in the air. These were Chaos Divine Earth's words. Then Duan Ling Tian withdrew his divine consciousness from the first memory celestial talisman and moved on to the next one. Let's see what the other king-grade divine ability and celestial method are. This is a king-grade celestial method called the Thorn Cage method. Apart from the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity, it also contains the gravitational space profundity. This king-grade celestial method seems similar to the Black Rock prison method I have. They contain the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He could not help but feel slightly disappointed by this discovery. After a short moment, He extended his divine consciousness into the last memory celestial talisman. This is a king-grade divine ability called the Earth Pulsation ability. Apart from the Earth Elemental Profundity, it also contains the Vibration Profundity. The Vibration Profundity. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up immediately. According to the Chaos Divine Earth, defensive and assistive abilities were the law of Earth's forte. However, the law of Earth had an offensive profundity called the Vibration Profundity. The Earth Pulsation ability that contains the Vibration Profundity is more tempting than the Dragon Escape ability that contains the Ground Escape technique. The Thorn Cage method is similar to the Black Rock Prison method, since they contain the gravitational space profundity. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He was in a dilemma. The king-grade celestial method and divine abilities that contained the law of Earth could help him tremendously. However, since he had only started to comprehend the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth Elemental Profundity, relatively recently, he could still switch to another law to comprehend if he so wished. In the end, Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man and asked, "Senior, where are the king-grade celestial methods and abilities that contain the law of metal and fire?" He had decided to look at the king-grade celestial methods and abilities that contained the law of metal and the law of fire first before he made a decision. If the two laws had more king-grade celestial methods and abilities compared to the law of Earth, he would choose either one of those two laws. Duan Ling Tian had no interest in the other king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contained other laws. With the help of the Chaos Divine Earth, he was able to comprehend the law of Earth faster than an ordinary person. As for the law of metal and law of fire, he had the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame to help with his speed of comprehension. Without the help of the 5 divine elements, even a person with a high level of comprehension would not be able to surpass his speed of comprehending the law. Duan Ling Tian, don't be greedy. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the old man furrowed his brows. He had expected Duan Ling Tian to choose the king-grade celestial method and divine abilities that contained the law of Earth. "I know, Senior." Despite the faint smile on Duan Ling Tian's face, his eyes were brimming with determination as he looked at the old man. "Please show me the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of metal and the law of fire." The old man felt skeptical when he saw how insistent Duan Ling Tian was to have a look at the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contained the law of metal and the law of fire. Duan Ling Tian had already comprehended the law of Earth, but now it seemed like he intended on comprehending the law of metal or the law of fire as well. He thought it was absurd. The old man thought to himself, Duan Ling Tian's not even 100 years old, but he's a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It's already remarkable that he's able to comprehend 2 profundities from the law of Earth. It's impossible for him to comprehend another law now, however, due to Duan Ling Tian's persistence. He did not voice his thoughts and led Duan Ling Tian to the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contained the law of metal and the law of fire. At this moment, the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind. "Boy, you're doing the right thing. If there are more king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of metal or the law of fire, you should choose one of them." It continued to say, "The Thorn Cage method is almost the same as the Black Rock Prison method, so it's useless to you. The Dragon Escaping ability is only useful in the later stage, and it isn't practical now. Finally, the Earth Pulsation ability is good, but it's only limited to one use. Take a look at the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of metal and the law of fire before you decide if you want the king-grade celestial method and divine abilities that contain the law of Earth." Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Ling Tian felt even more confident of his decision. When the old man led Duan Ling Tian to a shelf that held the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities from the law of metal, he said, "There's only one king-grade celestial method that contains the law of metal in the Simplicity Celestial sect. Only one." Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback. Then he shook his head and said, "Senior, can you please lead me to the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of fire?" Since the Simplicity Celestial sect only had a king-grade celestial method that contained the law of metal, there was no way Duan Ling Tian would have chosen it regardless of the profundity it contained. He would be better off choosing the king-grade celestial method and divine abilities that contained the law of Earth. At least, he would be able to comprehend two new profundities, the ground escape technique, and the offensive profundity, the vibrational profundity. As for the thorn cage method, it contained the gravitational space profundity like the black rock prison method. There was no way of confirming if his comprehension of the gravitational space profundity would improve if he comprehended it again through the thorn cage method. The old man did not say anything in regard to Duan Tian's request. After all, Duan Tian must be insane if he chose to comprehend one king-grade celestial method that contained the law of metal as opposed to comprehending one king-grade celestial method and two king-grade divine abilities that contained the law of earth. Senior, I hope there won't be only one king-grade celestial method or divine ability that contains the law of fire, Duan Tian said. If that was the case, then he would save time and choose the king-grade celestial method and two divine abilities that contain the law of earth. How's that possible? The old man replied with pride. We have more king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of fire compared to the other laws. In all the regions under the profound nether mansion, the simplicity celestial sect ranks second behind the profound nether mansion in having the most king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of fire. Duan Tian's eyes lit up as soon as he heard the old man's words. After the profound nether mansion, the simplicity celestial sect had the most king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contained the law of fire? Duan Tian asked curiously, Senior, how many king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of fire do we have? Have a look, the old man said as he came to a stop in front of a shelf. All of these. Duan Tian's eyes widened. There were 10 memory celestial talismans that were lined up on a shelf. There was a mix of 5 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contained the law of fire. The other 5 memory celestial talismans were the introductory talismans. Duan Tian extended his divine consciousness into the first memory celestial talisman on the left. Just like before, a barrage of information flooded his mind. This is a king-grade celestial method that contains the law of fire. It contains the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity, and the blazing sun profundity. Duan Tian had learned from the chaos divine earth that the blazing sun profundity was an assistive profundity that could confuse one's opponent. Then Duan Tian shifted his attention to the next memory celestial talisman. This is a king-grade divine ability that contains the law of fire. It contains the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity, and the fire escape technique. The fire escape technique was one of the 2 movement profundities from the law of fire. It was just like the ground escape technique from the law of earth, but it was perhaps more useless. At the rudimentary stage and the initial stage, it could only be used where fire was present. One could only use it freely with the fire elemental profundity after it had been comprehended to the mastery stage. In order to achieve the mastery stage, one had to obtain an emperor-grade divine ability that contained the law of fire's fire escape technique. Duan Tian extended his divine consciousness into the 3rd memory celestial talisman. This contains the law of fire's explosion technique. The explosion technique was one of the 3 main offensive profundities from the law of fire. It had explosive characteristics and was extremely powerful. Duan Tian was the most interested in this offensive profundity from the law of fire that was contained in the king-grade divine ability. After all, its offensive power was much stronger than the law of Earth's offensive profundity, the vibrational profundity. Then, Duan Tian moved on to the 4th memory celestial talisman. This contains the law of fire's pillaging profundity. The pillaging profundity was one of the 2 movement profundities from the law of fire. However, it was much more useful compared to the fire escape technique. It could be used from the rudimentary stage, and the speed it granted was almost as swift as the law of wind scale profundity. As the saying went, fly like the wind and surge like the fire. Finally, Duan Tian extended his divine consciousness to the last memory celestial talisman that was located on the right. This king-grade celestial method contains the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity, and the burning profundity. Duan Tian's eyes lit up. Based on its name, one could easily tell the law of fire's burning profundity was an offensive profundity. The chaos divine earth's words confirmed Duan Tian's suspicion. Boy, you're extremely fortunate. The burning profundity is one of the three main offensive profundities from the Law of Fire. The three main offensive profundities from the Law of Fire are the explosion profundity, the burning profundity, and the corrosive profundity. The explosion profundity and the burning profundity are the most powerful offensive profundities. On the other hand, the corrosive profundity is rather tricky to comprehend. The Chaos Divine Earth urged Duan Ling Tian. Just choose these 5 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the Law of Fire. With the help from the Chaos Divine Flame, it won't take you long to comprehend them. Apart from the Law of Fire's fundamental profundity, the Fire Elemental Profundity, if Duan Ling Tian chose these 5 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities, he would be able to comprehend another 5 profundities from the Law of Fire. The profundities were the Blazing Sun Profundity, the Fire Escape Profundity, the Explosion Profundity, the Pillaging Profundity, and the Burning Profundity. Even without the Chaos Divine Earth's reminder, Duan Ling Tian still would have chosen the 5 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contained the Law of Fire out of practicality. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man and said, "Senior, I'll choose these 5 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities." "Are you sure?" The old man. "Yes, I've made up my mind," Duan Ling Tian replied without any hesitation as he nodded. "All right." The old man nodded and said nothing else. After all, he had tried to dissuade Duan Ling Tian earlier. Although he was not optimistic about Duan Ling Tian's decision, he had no right to intervene. The old man raised his hand to collect the 5 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities before passing it to Duan Ling Tian. Then he reminded Duan Ling Tian, "You must use these 5 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities here. It's forbidden to leave the library with them." The memory celestial talismans that contained the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities were consumables. They would vanish after they were used. Once the memory celestial talismans on the top floor of the library were used up, they must be replaced for future generations' use. In order to inscribe the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities on the memory celestial talismans, one must first master the profundities. "I understand," Duan Ling Tian replied. Then, he shattered all 5 memory celestial talismans one after another in front of the old man. The contents of the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities soon appeared in his mind. Duan Ling Tian closed his eyes to digest the information from the 5 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. His eyes glinted, and a smile appeared on his face as soon as he opened his eyes. He thought to himself excitedly, "I have now obtained 6 profundities from the Law of Fire, including the Law of Fire's fundamental profundity, the Fire Elemental Profundity. It's only a matter of time and effort before I master them." When Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, he looked at the old man and said, "Thank you, Senior. It's nothing. The memory celestial talismans belong to the sect anyway." The old man replied, "I'm expressing my gratitude not because you've given me the 5 memory celestial talismans. I'm thankful because I'm able to find them quickly with your help," Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. The old man was rather surprised. In the end, he shook his head and said with a smile, "Lad, you really know how to compliment someone. All right, if you have extra time on your hands, you should have a look at the other floors. You might come across something." "Thank you, Senior, for your kind reminder." Duan Ling Tian thanked the old man once again before he left the top floor of the library. As the old man had suggested, he decided to look around the other floors. After all, there could be records there that could help him broaden his knowledge. 3 months passed silently. Duan Ling Tian had spent the past 3 months in the library due to all the information contained in the memory celestial talismans that were useful to him. He had spent the past 3 months studying them. It's been 3 months? Duan Ling Tian was surprised when he discovered he had spent 3 months in the library. It's time to leave. Duan Ling Tian knew he should prioritize breaking through and becoming a celestial duke. After that, with the help from the Chaos Divine Flame, he would comprehend the 6 profundities from the Law of Fire that were contained in the 5 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities he had obtained. After leaving the library, before Duan Ling Tian arrived in the valley where the true disciples and inner disciples resided, a figure appeared in front of him. Duan Ling Tian, sect leader. It was none other than Sun Liangpeng. the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. Is there anything that I can help you with, sect leader? Duanling Tian asked curiously as Sun Liangpeng descended from the sky and stood before him. A slight frown could be seen on Sun Liangpeng's face as he bluntly asked, I heard from old Shou that you went to the top floor of the library. However, instead of choosing the king-grade celestial method and divine abilities that contain the law of earth, you chose those that contain the law of fire instead. After Duanling Tian had left the top floor of the library, the old man had sent Sun Liangpeng a communications celestial talisman detailing Duanling Tian's choice. Sun Liangpeng was perplexed, unable to understand why Duanling Tian had made such a choice. He did not think Duanling Tian had also comprehended the law of fire, on top of two profundities from the law of earth. He had intended to look for Duanling Tian immediately, but he dismissed the idea when he learned that Duanling Tian was engrossed in studying. It was only when he received a communications celestial talisman from one of the disciples guarding the library saying that Duanling Tian had left the library today that he came to look for Duanling Tian. Yes. Duanling Tian nodded slightly. Duanling Tian, although the Simplicity Celestial sect has many king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of fire, it's unnecessary for you to choose them. Your best choices are the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of earth, Sun Liangpeng said without beating around the bush. Duanling Tian asked with a knowing smile, Sect leader, do you think I chose the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of fire out of greed? He did not take offense since he knew Sun Liangpeng was only reminding him out of his good intention. Upon seeing the smile on Duanling Tian's face, Sun Liangpeng blurted out, Don't tell me you've also comprehended the law of fire? Sect leader, when the time comes, you'll have your answer. I intend to return to my courtyard and cultivate now. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, Duanling Tian said before he left. A hint of confusion could be seen in Sun Liangpeng's eyes as he watched Duanling Tian leave. Duanling Tian's confidence and decision left him even more puzzled. What kind of person is he? Is it possible for someone to be so talented? Meanwhile, in a small courtyard in the valley where the true disciples and inner disciples resided, Zhang Hongyi watched Duanling Tian make his way back to his residence with a frown on his face. He thought to himself, after 3 months, I finally received a reply. Zhang Hongyi received a communications celestial talisman from the illegitimate child of one of the vice leaders of the assassin organization, the Blood Skull Gang. He had waited for 3 months for the reply to come, and at one point he even thought that person had reneged on his promise. Duanling Tian is from the borderlands. Zhang Hongyi was taken aback after hearing the message. The borderlands? The Southern Heaven territory was divided into the central area and the borderlands. In Zhang Hongyi's opinion, the borderland was a barbaric land. After all, due to the formations cast at the borders of the central area and the borderlands that restricted those who were not, at least Celestial King, from entering the central area, only weak people would stay in the borderlands. The borderlands consisted mainly of weak forces. Even the most powerful forces were only comparable to grade 9 forces. He really did not expect the genius sectless cultivator, Duanling Tian, would come from the borderlands. The borderlands have someone as talented as him? Is it possible that he's the reincarnation of some powerhouse? Zhang Hongyi mused inwardly. Although the requirements to reincarnate were very demanding and the success rate was low, there were many people who were willing to take the risk and succeeded as a result. Once reincarnated, the starting point of these people was relatively high. With their memories from the past, it was only natural that they would have an easier time comprehending profundities. Their comprehension skills were also naturally higher than ordinary people since they had memories from their past lives. For this reason, Zhang Hongyi could not help but wonder if Duanling Tian was the reincarnation of some power. A transcender? As he continued listening to the message, Zhang Hongyi was further baffled. Duanling Tian was just a transcender who ascended to the Devata realm from a mundane realm? Not only did he accomplish such amazing feats before reaching the age of 100, but he's a transcender? He has to be the reincarnation of some powerhouse. Otherwise, it's impossible for someone like him to have such absurdly high innate talent and comprehension skills, Zhang Hongyi thought to himself. Similarly, Qinli, the illegitimate son of one of the vice leaders of the Blood Skull Gang, Qinli also said in his message that the people sent to investigate Duanling Tian also suspected Duanling Tian to be a reincarnated celestial. Duanling Tian would be shocked if he knew how much information the Blood Skull Gang had gathered about him in just 3 months. They even managed to find out he had ascended to this Devata realm from a mundane realm. Qinli said to Zheng Hongyi through a communications celestial talisman, the Blood Skull Gang had put in a huge amount of effort to investigate Duanling Tian's identity. According to the rules of the Blood Skull Gang, you don't have to pay for the investigation fee. However, we want all of the target's possession after he dies. That's fine. Young Master Chun, may I know if you already have a price for hiring an assassin to assassinate Duanling Tian? Zheng Hongyi asked with barely suppressed eagerness. He was not surprised by the rule Qin-Li had stated since other assassination organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory had the same rule as well. Qin-Li replied, 6 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons or 2 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that have been nurtured by celestial lords. 3 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons can be replaced with 1 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that have been nurtured by a celestial lord. Alternatively, 5 ordinary king-grade celestial weapons can be used to replace 1 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. That's the price to hire a 1 basic celestial king from the Blood Skull Gang. If you want someone stronger to do the job, the price will naturally be different. However, in my opinion, even the weakest assassin in the Blood Skull Gang should be sufficient to kill a mere peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Yes, it's sufficient, Zheng Hongyi agreed. He could not help but gulp when he heard the price that was quoted. Although he knew it was going to be costly to hire an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang, he did not expect it to be so expensive. He thought to himself, the price to hire a 1 basic celestial king from the Blood Skull Gang is 2 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that have been nurtured by celestial lords? Thank the heavens that Wang Hong will share the cost with me. Although I can afford to pay 2 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that have been nurtured by celestial lords, if I use them to pay for the assassin, I'd be without protection. Zheng Hongyi felt rather fortunate. With Wang Hong sharing the cost of hiring an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang with him, he would only have to part with one of the 2 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords in his possession. With this, he would have 1 left for his protection. Although he hated Duanling Tian for robbing him of the final position of a true disciple in the Simplicity Celestial sect, he would not have given up 2 celestial weapons that could protect him just to take Duanling Tian's life. Soon after, Zheng Hongyi's eyes lit up as he thought to himself, based on Chun-Li's words, the 2 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that have been nurtured by celestial lords can also be replaced with 6 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons. This means a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that have been nurtured by celestial lords can be replaced with 3 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons. In the regions under the profound nether mansion, a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord can be exchanged with 4 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons. As for the exchange rate for other king-grade celestial weapons, they're the same. Zheng Hongyi's eyes lit up as he thought to himself. Coincidentally, Zheng Hongyi possessed 2 ordinary purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons. As long Wang Hong handed over her purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord, he could trade it for 4 ordinary purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons. After the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang had completed his task, he would only need to hand over 6 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons. With this, he would not have to give up his purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. Young Master Qin, I have no problem with the price you've quoted. May I know when the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang would be dispatched? Zheng Hongyi asked Qin-Li via the communications celestial talisman. He could not wait for the assassin to kill Duanling Tian. Unfortunately, it was impossible for the assassin to arrive today. Moreover, even if the assassin managed to arrive today, if Duanling Tian did not leave the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate, it would be difficult for the assassin to make a move. After all, a 1 basic celestial king was not capable of breaching the Simplicity Celestial Sex defenses and killing someone in the sex estate. Even on the off chance that the assassin managed to kill his target, it would be difficult for him to escape. Apart from that, the assassin might have the support of the Blood Skull Gang, but the Simplicity Celestial sect was under the profound nether mansion that was supported by one of the 10 major clans in the Southern Heaven Territory. Compared to the 10 major clans in the Southern Heaven Territory, the Blood Skull Gang was truly insignificant. In fact, the Blood Skull Gang did not dare to receive assignments that were related to the people of the 10 major clans. We'll send our one basic Celestial King out within 3 days. When he arrives, he'll find a way to get in touch with you. According to the Blood Skull Gang's rules, you're required to pay half of the price as a deposit beforehand. When he arrives, you'll need to hand over the deposit first, and after he has completed his job, you'll hand him the remaining half, Chun-Li said. All right, Zhang Hongyi replied. After Zhang Hongyi bade farewell to Chun-Li, he continued thinking about the price the Blood Skull Gang had charged him. 2 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that have been nurtured by celestial lords to hire a 1 basic celestial king. The price is 5 times higher compared to the assassin organizations in the profound nether mansion. However, he knew the price was reasonable considering the assassin and the target's abilities and the distance the assassin had to travel. Moreover, if he had hired an assassin from the organizations in the profound nether mansion, it would be easy for his master, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, to trace the assassination attempt back to him if his master had gone to the profound nether mansion for help. The assassin organizations in the profound nether mansion would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the pressure from the mansion. If he was exposed as the mastermind behind Duan Ling Tian's assassination, not only would he lose the chance to become a true disciple, but his master might even kill him. Even if his master spared his life, he would definitely be expelled from the Simplicity Celestial sect and have his cultivation base crippled. For all these reasons, he did not have any complaint about the price the Blood Skull Gang charged him despite it being exorbitant. As the saying went, caution is the parent of safety. I should look for Wang Hong and collect a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord from her. After I trade her purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord for 4 ordinary purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons, coupled with 2 of my purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons, I'll have enough to pay the Blood Skull Gang. With this thought in mind, Zhang Hongyi left his courtyard in search of Wang Hong. Zhang Hongyi was rather delighted and pleased with himself when he thought about his plan that would ensure he would not have to give up any of his 2 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords. Alas, reality was cruel. When Zhang Hongyi informed Wang Hong about the price they would have to pay the Blood Skull Gang, she said, although I've not had any dealings with the Blood Skull Gang before, I know how top assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory work. Before they start the job, they would ask for half the price as a deposit. Inform me when the assassin arrives and I'll hand over the deposit. You can pay the remaining half after the job is done. Wang Hong's words completely shattered Zhang Hongyi's brilliant plan. He could not take advantage of her at all. Meanwhile, after Duan Ling Tian returned from the library, he remained in his residence. He sat cross-legged on the ice bed in his room to comprehend the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity, with the help from the Chaos Divine Flame. Previously, the Chaos Divine Flame had said to Duan Ling Tian, if you manage to obtain king-grade celestial methods or divine abilities that contain the law of fire, I can help you to completely comprehend the law of fire's fire elemental profundity in 3 hours. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian was excited to see if the Chaos Divine Flame would really be able to help him comprehend the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity, in 3 hours. During the process of comprehending the fire elemental profundity, Duan Ling Tian thoroughly followed the Chaos Divine Flame's instructions. He summoned a gray flame to his fingertip just like how he would if he was refining pills. Then he cleared his mind. Soon after, he felt himself merging with the Chaos Divine Flame. His emotions, joy, anger, and sorrow would change in accordance with the gray flame. Many scenes from the past where he had used the Chaos Divine Flame, mostly when he was refining pills, flitted across his mind. Slowly but surely he began to lose all sense of time. When Duan Ling Tian finally regained his senses, he discovered he had completely comprehended the law of fire's fire elemental profundity. Naturally, he did not know how much time had passed. It felt like a moment, but it also felt as though a century had passed. How long did I take to comprehend the fire elemental profundity? Duanling Tian asked the Chaos Divine Flame. 2.5 hours, the Chaos Divine Flame replied. As soon as the Chaos Divine Flame finished speaking, the Chaos Divine Earth scoffed and said, "Nonsense. It was 2.5 hours and 3 breaths." The Chaos Divine Flame ignored the Chaos Divine Earth's words. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian could sense the jealousy in the Chaos Divine Earth's words. It was not surprising since the Chaos Divine Earth took an entire night to help him comprehend the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity, in the past. Although the Chaos Divine Flame's help was crucial in helping him to comprehend the fire elemental profundity in such a short time, he knew it was also, in part, due to his familiarity with the Chaos Divine Flame that was born from the times they refined pills. His understanding of the Chaos Divine Flame had subtly grown deeper each time he refined pills with the Chaos Divine Flame. For this reason, he was able to comprehend the fire elemental profundity in less than 3 hours. The fire elemental profundity, with just a thought, celestial origin energy surged out of Duanling Tian's body. After it was boosted with the fire elemental profundity, the celestial origin energy turned red like flames. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A sizzling sound from the burning celestial origin energy rang in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Duanling Tian raised his hand and the fiery red celestial origin energy shot out like a terrifying beast shrouded in flames. Attack-wise, my celestial origin energy seems to be more powerful when it's boosted by the fire elemental profundity compared to when it's boosted by the earth elemental profundity. It did not take long for Duanling Tian to discover this fact. Then, Duanling Tian tried to boost his celestial origin energy that had already been boosted with the fire elemental profundity with the earth elemental profundity as well. Alas, he felt the earth elemental profundity and the fire elemental profundity repelling each other when he did so. He was perplexed by this discovery. The Chaos Divine Earth explained, "Boy, before you become a god and can summon a clone, you can only use one law in battles. You can naturally switch between laws, but it's impossible to use more than one at the same time. To switch laws, you'll have to completely clear the fundamental profundity from a law in your celestial energy before boosting it with another law's fundamental profundity." The Chaos Divine Earth continued to say, "I'm sure you know all profundities from a law rely on the law's fundamental profundity. This means you're also limited to using the profundities from the same law as the fundamental profundity you chosen to boost your celestial origin energy with, saying that you should continue to comprehend the law of earth, the law of fire, and the law of metal whenever you have the chance. After all, with the Chaos Divine Flame, Profound Divine Metal, and me around, you'd be able to swiftly comprehend the profundities from the 3 respective laws," the Chaos Divine Earth said. "With our help, you have the chance of comprehending all the profundities from the law of earth, the law of fire, and the law metal before you break through the divine barrier and become a god. Moreover, if you're able to help us evolve into higher forms, it's possible for you to comprehend all the profundities from the 3 laws to the mastery stage before you become a god. So this means that before I break through and become a god, I can only use one law at a time." Duanling Tian knew it was not realistic for him to switch to a different law in the midst of battles. After all, it would take time to clear a law's fundamental profundity from his celestial origin energy before replacing it with another law's fundamental profundity. It would be best for him to stick to the law that he had comprehended the most. "Yes," the Chaos Divine Earth said. "Before you become a god, it's best for you to use the law you're most familiar with and have a high comprehension of. Based on current circumstances, focusing on the law of fire is your best option." Although Chaos Divine Earth was able to help Duanling Tian to swiftly comprehend the various profundities from the law of earth, that was only if Duanling Tian managed to obtain king-grade celestial methods or divine abilities that contained the law of earth. Currently, Duanling Tian only possessed one king-grade celestial method that contained the law of earth's gravitational space profundity. The number of profundities from the law of earth that he had access to was limited compared to the 5 profundities from the law of fire: the blazing sun profundity, the fire escape profundity, the explosion profundity, the pillaging profundity, and the burning profundity, that he had obtained from the Simplicity Celestial Sect's king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. On the other hand, including the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity, He currently only had access to 2 profundities from the law of earth. Duan Ling Tian nodded in agreement. Based on the current circumstances, it's true that it's best that I focus on the law of fire for now. Although you should focus on comprehending the law of fire's profundities, you should also comprehend the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity when you have time. After all, you've already mastered the basics of the gravitational space profundity and can use it with minimal power. The Chaos Divine Earth continued to say. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded again. When Duan Ling Tian thought about the 5 profundities from the law of fire that he had obtained from the Simplicity Celestial Sect's King Grade Celestial Methods and Divine Abilities, he asked the Chaos Divine Flame, Senior Chaos Divine Flame, now that I've comprehended the law of fire's fire elemental profundity, which of the 5 profundities from the law of fire should I prioritize? Before the Chaos Divine Flame could reply to Duan Ling Tian, the Chaos Divine Earth spoke up first. I can answer this question for you. You can prioritize the explosion profundity, the pillaging profundity, or the burning profundity. At this moment, the Chaos Divine Flame finally said, prioritize comprehending the pillaging profundity or the burning profundity. In comparison to the pillaging profundity and the burning profundity, even with my help, it'd be more difficult and it'd take longer for you to comprehend the explosion profundity. As a celestial alchemist, you have more experience with controlling the heat and the speed of the heating. These skills are helpful in comprehending the pillaging profundity and the burning profundity. On the other hand, your experience is lacking in regard to fire explosions. Therefore, it'd be faster for you to comprehend the other 2 profundities compared to the explosion profundity. The Chaos Divine Flame understood Duan Ling Tian's situation better compared to the Chaos Divine Earth, so its suggestion was more detailed. The Chaos Divine Flame concluded, the burning profundity is an offensive profundity, while the pillaging profundity is a movement profundity. The most powerful offensive profundity from the law of fire isn't the burning profundity but the explosion profundity. Therefore, between the burning profundity and the pillaging profundity, I suggest you prioritize comprehending the pillaging profundity. All right, I'll heed your advice, Senior. Duan Ling Tian had no objection to the Chaos Divine Flame's suggestion. Moreover, you could shroud yourself in flames when you charge toward or attack your opponents after comprehending the pillaging profundity. With this, the pillaging profundity could deal considerable damage as well. Compared to the explosion profundity, the burning profundity, and the corrosive profundity, the pillaging profundity doesn't raise your offensive power as much. However, it would still contribute some. All right, Duan Ling Tian nodded. He understood what Chaos Divine Flame meant. Duan Ling Tian recalled his encounter with Sima Chun of the Sima clan in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Sima Chun had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind, the wind elemental profundity and the gale profundity. The gale profundity was a movement profundity and it granted its user increased speed. Although it was not as powerful as an offensive profundity due to inertia from speed, it naturally raised Sima Chun's offensive power as well, even if it was just a little. After listening to the Chaos Divine Flame's advice, Duan Ling Tian did not waste time and began to comprehend the law of fire's pillaging profundity. Just a few months had passed, but Duan Ling Tian had already made impressive progress in comprehending the law of fire's pillaging profundity. He could already use it during battles. At this moment, his comprehension of the pillaging profundity was on the same level as his comprehension of the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity. All of a sudden, the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind. Profound Divine Metal, you are finally awake. Previously, both the Profound Divine Metal and the Chaos Divine Flame had fallen into a deep slumber after they exhausted their strength from helping Duan Ling Tian claim ownership of the branch from the Divine Tree of Life in his body. The Chaos Divine Flame had recovered faster and had awakened earlier since it was in its 3rd form. The Profound Divine Metal needed a few extra months to recover since it was only its 2nd form. The Profound Divine Metal said groggily, "You little brat, what are you shouting for? I'm awake." Unlike the other times, the Chaos Divine Earth was not angered when the Profound Divine Metal referred to it as a little brat. Instead, it said with a chuckle, "Hey, I have good news and bad news for you. Which one would you like to hear first?" Stop with the foreshadowing and get straight to the point. The Profound Divine Metal calmly said, "Even if you don't tell me, The Chaos Divine Flame will tell me. Fine. I'll tell you the bad news first. The Chaos Divine Earth quickly said. This lad obtained 5 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain profundities from the law of fire. Therefore, in the near future, he'll concentrate more on the law of fire instead of the law of metal. 5 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain profundities from the law of fire? It seems like Lady Luck was on the lad's side when I was resting. The profound divine metal was shocked by the Chaos Divine Earth's words. However, it seemed indifferent toward what the Chaos Divine Earth had referred to as bad news. After all, it was only in its second form, so it knew it could not do much to help Duanling Tian for now, even if Duanling Tian managed to obtain many king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contained the law of metal. After a while, it asked, "What about the good news?" Upon sensing the profound divine Earth's indifference, the Chaos Divine Flame said apologetically, "Oops. I forgot you're still in your second form. However, fret not. There's good news like I said earlier." Before the Chaos Divine Earth finished speaking, the profound divine metal asked Duanling Tian, "Boy, did you obtain a first form profound divine metal?" "Yes. I was lucky and managed to obtain a first form profound divine metal for you, senior." With just a thought, Duanling Tian brought out the first form profound divine metal he had obtained from his spatial ring. As soon as the first form profound divine metal appeared, a streak of golden light shot out of Duanling Tian's body, like a lightning bolt toward the first form profound divine metal. Then, as soon as they made contact, the golden light shrouded the first form profound divine metal completely, as though it had devoured the first form profound divine metal. In a lush green forest 10,000 miles north of Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate, a skinny middle-aged man dressed in all black was hovering 3 feet above the ground. His complexion was deathly pale, and he was so skinny that his cheekbones were so prominent, causing his face to look sunken. It seemed he only had skin over his bones. Upon closer inspection, one would see a graphic blood-red skull on the chest of his robe. At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly cocked an eyebrow as though he had sensed something. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 distinct sounds of wind howling rang in the air, accompanied by 2 figures flying side by side at high speed. "Are you Zheng Hongyi?" the middle-aged man asked indifferently as he looked at the young man who just arrived. From the beginning until now, he did not spare the young woman next to the young man a glance at all. It was as though she did not exist in his eyes. If someone else were to ignore her in such a blatant manner, Wang Hong would have been furious. After all, apart from being a genius among the inner disciples of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, she was also the granddaughter of the Simplicity Celestial Sect's Grand Elder. Nevertheless, she did not dare to put on airs in front of the middle-aged man. Although the middle-aged man's cultivation base might be lower than her grandfather's, the middle-aged man was from a force that even grandfather could not afford to offend. The Blood Skull Gang was one of the 3 biggest and infamous assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory. It naturally had a terrifying reputation in the Southern Heaven Territory. The only people who did not fear them were those from the 10 major clans and the 5 leading sects. The Simplicity Celestial Sect was merely a Grade 7 sect. Although it was under the profound Nether Mansion, it was only one of many Grade 6 and Grade 7 forces under the profound Nether Mansion's rule. "Yes, senior. I'm Zheng Hongyi," Zheng Hongyi hurriedly responded. After all, as he stood in front of the middle-aged man, he could keenly feel the killing intent from the middle-aged man, causing chills to run up his spine. "Who did you contact in the Blood Skull Gang to employ our service?" the middle-aged man asked. It was clear he was trying to verify the people in front of him were indeed the Blood Skull Gang's clients. "Chun Li, young Master Chen," Zheng Hongyi said. "You know the rules, don't you?" the middle-aged man said as he looked at Zheng Hong apathetically. "I do." Zheng Hongyi nodded before he turned to the person next to him and prompted, "Wang Hong." "Senior, this is the deposit." With a wave of her hand, a rattan armor glowing with a green light appeared in Wang Hong's hand. With just a glance, it looked like it was woven from green glowing rattan. It was quite a dazzling sight. "That is right." The middle-aged man took it and nodded in satisfaction after examining it. This is indeed a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon nurtured by a celestial lord. Then, he said, inform me as soon as the target leaves your simplicity celestial sex estate. Once I have completed the mission, I'll return for the other half of the payment. Subsequently, the middle-aged man took Zheng Hongyi and Wang Hong's soul pearls and gave them his soul pearl to facilitate their communication. After that, he left and vanished without a trace. Zheng Hongyi and Wang Hong were not surprised. No matter what, the middle-aged man was still a one basic celestial king. Moreover, since the middle-aged man was from the Blood Skull gang, he must be more powerful than ordinary one basic celestial kings in the profound nether mansion. Put everything else aside, the laws and profundities he comprehended were undoubtedly above average, since the Blood Skull gang possessed many celestial methods and divine abilities that contained various laws. At this moment, Wang Hong looked at Zheng Hongyi and asked, "What are we going to do if Duanling Tian doesn't leave the sect? If that happens, even the Blood Skull gang would have no way of killing him, right?" As far as I know, since he arrived at the sect, he has only left his residence once to go to the library. I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to lure him out of the sect. Even if you manage to lure him out, he'd probably ask your master to send some men out with him for protection. With that, the assassin might not succeed in killing him. Don't worry, Zhang Hongyi said dismissively and confidently. He'll leave the sect alone soon. How do you know? Wang Hong asked skeptically. It's a secret, Zhang Hongyi said before he took flight with a mysterious smile on his face. On the other hand, Wang Hong left the forest as well, but with a displeased expression on her face. She was angered by how Zheng Hongyi had kept her guessing. No matter what, she had borne half of the cost to hire an assassin from the Blood Skull gang to kill Duanling Tian. 3 days later, in the valley where true disciples and inner disciples of the Simplicity Celestial sect cultivated and resided, a middle-aged man wearing the uniform of an inner disciple stood outside Duanling Tian's residence and called out, "Duanling Tian." Duanling Tian, who was comprehending the law of fire's pillaging profundity, was startled by the sudden disturbance. "Is someone looking for me?" Duanling Tian walked out of the room in confusion and saw the middle-aged man standing near the entrance of his true disciple residence. "Is there anything I can help you with? Earlier, before I entered the sect's estate, someone threw a letter at me from afar," the middle-aged man said as he handed a letter over to Duanling Tian. It was clearly written on the envelope that the letter was addressed to Duanling Tian. What a strange way of delivering a message! Duanling Tian frowned when he looked at the letter. It had been a while since he arrived in the Devata realm, the spirit overarching heaven, but this was his first time encountering someone who delivered letters by such ancient means. He asked, "Do you know the person who delivered the letter?" "I didn't see his face." The middle-aged man shook his head. "Based on the voice transmission he sent, it's a man." "A man?" Duanling Tian frowned. "Who could it be?" "Duanling Tian, I'll return if there's nothing else," the middle-aged man said. "All right, thank you." Duanling Tian nodded. After the middle-aged man left, Duanling Tian opened the letter. There were 2 paragraphs in the letter. As soon as he saw the first 2 words of the letter, his expression changed drastically. The 2 words were Huaner. The letter read, 10,000 miles east of the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate, above the field and lake. Come alone. If I discover anyone with you, not only will you not see me, but she'll die as well. Huaner. Duanling Tian had been worried ever since Huaner's disappearance. He grew even more worried after reading this letter. "Huana, she was kidnapped and the kidnapper is asking to meet me? It's obvious he has a hidden agenda. Huaner probably doesn't even know my whereabouts. Even if she did, she would never reveal it. However, how did this person know about Huaner? Is she really with him?" Although Duanling Tian was anxious, he did not lose his rationality. After taking a deep breath, he managed to calm down. "No matter if Huana is with him or not, regardless of his intention, I must go." Although Duanling Tian felt that it was unlikely that Huano had been kidnapped and that it was likely that he was being lured out of the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate for sinister reasons, he did not dare to risk it. After all, there was a small likelihood that the person was truly holding Huaner captive. At that time, if he did not show up, that person would definitely harm Huaner. There's no doubt he has sinister intentions since he's adamant that I meet him alone. I need to be careful. Duan Ling Tian no longer wasted any time. He left the valley where the true disciples and inner disciples resided and headed east. After Duan Ling Tian left, a figure walked out of one of the inner disciples' residences. It was none other than Zheng Hongyi, the third direct disciple of Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. A wide smile could be seen on his face as he muttered to himself. He took the bait. The Blood Skull Gang truly lives up to its reputation. I was racking my brains for ways to lure him out of the sect, but the Blood Skull Gang did it so easily. I wonder what's written in the letter? Based on his words, it seemed like he knew the Blood Skull Gang had their means of luring Duan Ling Tian out of the sect, but he did not know the specifics. 3 days ago, Zheng Hongyi had been so confident in front of Wang Hong because he had spoken to Chen Li beforehand. Chen Li had told him the Blood Skull Gang's assassin had a way to lure Duan Ling Tian out of the sect alone. He left. Zheng Hongyi's eyes glinted coldly as he informed the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang of Duan Ling Tian's departure through the communication celestial talisman. At the same time, he took the bait? In a stone forest about 50,000 miles east of Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate, the skinny black-clad middle-aged man seated on a giant rock opened his eyes as a sinister smile appeared on his face. The 10,000 Beast Heaven, like the spirit overarching heaven, was one of the 81 Devata realms. The difference was more than 90% of the inhabitants in the 10,000 Beast Heaven were celestial beasts. This was due to the hatred the 10,000 Beast Heaven's celestial beasts harbored against humans and other life forms. If the beasts encountered humans or other life forms, they would not hesitate to kill. On the other hand, the spirit overarching heaven was relatively peaceful. Humans and celestial beasts coexisted rather peacefully. Apart from the Heavenly Emperor's palace in the 10,000 Beast Heaven, another major force in the 10,000 Beast Heaven was the Dragon Clan. The patriarch of the Dragon Clan was a 10 Directions celestial emperor and a titled Heavenly Emperor. In terms of strength, he was not much weaker than the Heavenly Emperor of the 10,000 Beast Heaven. Apart from the patriarch, there were also many powerhouses in the Dragon Clan. Their existence was the foundation and the backbone of the Dragon Clan, allowing the Dragon Clan to maintain high status in the 10,000 Beast Heaven. The Dragon Clan's estate was situated at a vast plain called the Ancient Dragon Plain. The entire plain belonged to the Dragon Clan as its name suggested. Usually, other celestial beasts would not come near here. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, 2 figures shot out of the Ancient Dragon Plain's inner area to the outer area like a bolt of black lightning and a bolt of white lightning respectively. In just a blink of an eye, they vanished from the Ancient Dragon Plain. Soon after, a gray figure appeared out of thin air above the outer area. The figure belonged to an old man dressed in a long gray robe. He was tall and well-built. At this moment, a hint of helplessness could be seen in his eyes. Swoosh! With a wave of his hands, a celestial talisman appeared in his hand. Following that, it started burning before transforming into a 7-color light beam that shot up into the sky. Almost simultaneously, the void in the distance seemed to ripple violently. Soon after, a group of people appeared in the distance in a formidable manner. The group consisted of 11 people and their leader was a middle-aged man. All of them wore silver armors and the middle-aged man's armor was clearly the sturdiest. Elder 13. As soon as the middle-aged man saw the old man, he hurriedly bowed. The other 10 people hastily followed suit. Did you see the 2 little fellows who had just left? The old man asked as he looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man shook his head. The old man felt a pang of disappointment before the middle-aged man continued to say as he pointed south, although I didn't see them, I felt 2 waves of celestial origin energies earlier. They were headed that way. When the middle-aged man finished speaking, the old man had already vanished like a ghost. After the old man left, the middle-aged man shook his head and muttered to himself, "It seems the ones who left are the little fellows." Upon hearing these words, one of the men asked curiously, "Captain, you know the people Elder 13 is after? Didn't you hear about it? A few years ago, our Dragon Clan's youngest elder, Elder Xianxia, brought back 2 new members from the mundane realm." The middle-aged man responded with a question. Yes, I did. The young man said. It's said that there are 8-clawed divine dragons in the mundane realm. After entering our dragon cleansing pool, it looked like they were going to evolve into 9-clawed divine dragons. They're truly extraordinarily talented. Although they're not even 100 years old, they're already celestial dukes. One of them has comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water, while the other one has comprehended 3 profundities from the law of destruction. Although the latter only comprehended 3 profundities, one of the profundities has already been comprehended to the initial stage. For this reason, the latter's combat strength is greater than the former. He continued to say both of them are rare geniuses who might only appear in the 10,000 Beast Heaven's Dragon clan once every 10,000 years. No wonder Lord Patriarch values them so much and tasked Elder 13 with the responsibility of watching over them. After he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly widened in horror as realization dawned on him. He looked at the middle-aged man in shock and asked, "Captain, was Elder 13 referring to them earlier?" "Of course," the middle-aged man said with a bitter smile. Based on Elder 13's expression, it seems like he lost them due to his carelessness. He sighed as he continued to say, "I hope Elder 13 finds them. Otherwise, apart from Elder 13, even us, the border patrols, would be punished if something happens to them." Meanwhile, the gray-clad old man left the ancient dragon plains and headed south. He searched every inch of the area but did not find anything. His expression was grim as he muttered to himself helplessly. Ever since both of them became celestial dukes, they keep trying to run away. I managed to stop them the last few times. This time, I was careless only for a moment, but they managed to escape. I hope they're fine. Otherwise, how am I going to explain it to Lord Patriarch? At the same time, about 10,000 miles northeast of where the gray-clad old man was, 2 figures slowly came to a stop. One of them tall and the other was short. It was a young man and a young woman. The young man was dressed in all black. His face was chiseled, and his expression was cold. He was tall and muscular, looking like an iron tower when he stood unmoving. On the other hand, the young woman was dressed in a white robe. She looked pretty but not delicately so. She was about 180 centimeters in height, much taller than most women. She looked strong and healthy. However, standing next to the black-clad young man who was almost 2 meters tall, she looked slightly petite. Although her robe was loose, it did not fully conceal her curvaceous body. Her long legs were apparent even under her robes. At this moment, the white-clad young man sighed in relief and said, "I think we lost him." Then, she turned to look at the black-clad young man and asked, "Little Black, have you contacted Little Gold?" The black-clad young man said with a glint in his eyes, "She's already there. We just need to head there now. She lives such a comfortable life. There's no one constantly keeping an eye on her, and she can leave whenever she wants," the white-clad young lady grumbled softly as she followed the black-clad young man. Like 2 bolts of lightning, they took the sky again, heading south. While the pair traveled south, the Dragon Clan's Elder 13 was still looking for them. 3 days later, in a desolate city that was filled with ruins in the desert, a curvaceous golden figure could be seen standing above the ruins. It was a young lady dressed in a golden robe. Her features were sharp and she looked pretty even without any makeup. Her beauty made the surroundings paled in comparison. Moreover, she was rather tall, standing at 175 centimeters. All of a sudden, her eyes shifted north. "They're here." Whoosh, whoosh. 2 figures could be seen approaching in the distance. As they drew closer, she could see that the 2 figures belonged to a black-clad young man and a white-clad young woman respectively. "Little White, Little Black." The golden-clad young woman cried out excitedly as soon as she saw the 2 figures. A wide smile could be seen on her face as she flew toward them. The white-clad young woman said with a smile, "Little Gold, it's been too long. You've grown prettier again. Little White, I can say the same for you." "I don't understand. You and Little Black are twins, but why do you look so good when he's this ugly?" the golden-clad young woman said as she looked at the black-clad young man from the corners of her eyes. The corners of the black-clad young man's mouth twitched as he glared at the golden-clad young man. His icy and approachable aura seemed to intensify as he said, Although you're prettier now, your chest is still as flat as ever. Those who don't know might even think you're a boy. It was rare for him to speak so many words at one time. The golden-clad young woman was about to lose her temper when the white-clad young lady quickly stepped forward to defuse the situation. All right. We haven't seen each other for so long. Why must both of you do this as soon as we meet? Don't forget why we're gathered today. The black-clad young man and golden-clad young man-woman who were glaring at each other looked away when they heard the white-clad young woman's last few words. The golden-clad young woman, Little Gold, asked Little White, the white-clad young woman, Little White. Do you think Brother Ling Tian and Sister Kuer are still in the same province realm after all these years? We must go even if Brother Ling Tian and Sister Kuer are no longer in the same province realm. We are celestial dukes, so we don't have to be afraid of the mundane realm's secular krama. Little White replied. Although Little Black, the black-clad young man, was quiet, a hint of warmth could be seen in his eyes when the two women spoke about their Brother Ling Tian and Sister Kuer. With our current appearances, I don't think Brother Ling Tian and Sister Kuer would be able to recognize us when we meet, Little Gold muttered. In the spirit overarching heaven's southern heaven territory. In one of the regions under the profound nether mansion's control. On a vast grassland 80,000 to 130,000 miles east of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, there was a brilliantly blue lake that was more than 1,000 meters wide in diameter in the middle of the grassland. The water was so clear that it reflected the clear blue sky and the sun from above. Whoosh! A gust of wind stirred up as a purple figure appeared in the empty sky above the lake. It was none other than Duan Ling Tian, who had rushed here from the Simplicity Celestial Sect. He had come here in a hurry after receiving a letter about Huaner. Duan Ling Tian looked around the surroundings but did not find anyone in the vicinity. However, he was not anxious. After all, the person had taken the trouble to lure him here, so that person would appear sooner or later. Therefore, he sat cross-legged in the air and continued to comprehend the pillaging profundity. With the Chaos Divine Flame's help, he was making tremendous progress comprehending the law of fire's pillaging profundity. At the rate I'm comprehending the pillaging profundity, I should be able to master it in 6 months, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Naturally, what he meant by mastering the pillaging profundity was comprehending it to the rudimentary stage. From the king-grade celestial method, this was the highest stage he could comprehend it to. Despite comprehending the pillaging profundity, Duan Ling Tian was still on alert. He had extended his divine consciousness out as he comprehended the pillaging profundity. With this, he would have plenty of time to react if someone approached him. Naturally, this was under the condition that the person's cultivation base was not significantly higher than his. Meanwhile, back in the Simplicity Celestial Sect, 2 people in the sect were busy as well. They were none other than Zheng Hongyi, the third direct disciple of Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, and Wang Hong, the granddaughter of the Simplicity Celestial Sect's grand elder. The duo went around the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate to make sure all of the powerhouses stronger than Celestial Kings were in the sect's estate. This was, naturally, to help the assassin from the Bloodskull Gang. After all, the assassin whom the duo hired from the Bloodskull Gang was only a one basic Celestial King. Although he was quite powerful, there were many powerhouses in the Simplicity Celestial Sect who were stronger than him. As an assassin from the Bloodskull Gang, he was cautious by nature. Upon learning that Duan Ling Tian had left the sect 3 days ago, he had sent a message to Zheng Hongyi to confirm if any powerhouses from the Simplicity Celestial Sect had left the sect as well. All the powerhouses on my side are accounted for. No one left, Wang Hong said to Zheng Hongyi. It's the same on my end. Zheng Hongyi nodded. After that, Zheng Hongyi took a communication celestial talisman out. With the mark of the soul pearl, he sent a message to the assassin from the Bloodskull Gang. Senior, all of the powerhouses stronger than Celestial Kings are accounted for. None of them left the sect. It seems like Duan Ling Tian didn't tell anyone about your meeting. Then he tried to ingratiate himself by adding, "You're truly capable, Senior. Not only did you manage to lure Duan Ling Tian out of the sect, but you even managed to make him keep quiet about it." Noted. Despite Zheng Hongyi's attempt at flattery, the assassin's reply was curt and indifferent. In an area near the grassland, "It's time to strike. A middle-aged man who was sitting in the air suddenly rose to his feet. His eyes glinted coldly and killing intent surged from his body as he looked in the direction of the grassland. It seems like our information is accurate. The lady named Huaner is truly important to him. I can't believe he really came without notifying anyone. Couldn't he tell the purpose of the letter was just to lure him out of the sect? Don't tell me he really thinks he won't be in danger as long as he listens to my instructions. What a naive boy, the black-clad middle-aged man muttered to himself with a sneer on his face. Then he shot toward the grassland. Back in the center of the vast grassland where the lake was as clear as a mirror. From afar, the lake looked like a pearl that had fallen from the sky and embedded itself in the ground. It was a charming sight. Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged in the air. He looked like he was resting, but with a closer look, one would be able to see the faint ripples in the air near him. If it was dark, it would be easier to see the heat wave around his body that glowed faintly red. It was none other than the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity. Duan Ling Tian had been waiting at this place for a few days for the person who had sent him the letter. However, up until now, there was no sign of the person who had sent the letter. In order not to waste time, he had been comprehending the pillaging profundity as he waited. All of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes at this moment and looked ahead warily. Someone's here. Whoosh. Soon enough, Duan Ling Tian saw a black figure that appeared like a ghost. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a long black robe. Although he was so skinny that he looked like a bag of bones, the fierce aura he emitted would strike fear into ordinary people's hearts. Soon enough, Duan Ling Tian's attention was drawn by the graphic blood-red skull on the middle-aged man's robe. It was so lifelike that it looked as though real blood was dripping down the skull. Isn't that the assassin organization? The Blood Skull Gang? Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow as he looked at the middle-aged man's face that seemed sunken due to how thin he was. Before joining the Simplicity Celestial sect, Duan Ling Tian had never heard of the Blood Skull Gang, let alone being able to identify their emblem. However, during his time in the Simplicity Celestial sect's library in the Inner Sect, he had learned many things about the Southern Heaven territory. This included the three famous and strongest assassin organizations. Duan Ling Tian learned that the Blood Skull Gang's assassins wore standard uniforms embroidered with the gang's emblem. Slight differences in the emblem differentiated the assassins' ranks. You're rather knowledgeable. You recognized a Blood Skull Gang's assassin, the middle-aged man said as he stared at Duan Ling Tian coldly. Inwardly, he was rather shocked. This was because he discovered Duan Ling Tian had sensed his presence before he even appeared. After all, he was a one basic celestial king while Duan Ling Tian was only a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Duan Ling Tian ignored the middle-aged man's words and asked indifferently, "Where's Huaner?" "Huaner." The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback before he chuckled. "There's no Huaner. It's just a way to lure you out of the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. I didn't expect you to follow the instructions so precisely and come alone. This Huaner must be important to you. She must be a woman, right?" "Alas, a prodigy like you is going to die today because of a woman." The expression on his face turned icy as he reached the end of his sentence. "So, you don't know where Huaner is?" Duan Ling Tian asked. Inwardly, he sighed in relief. "Wasn't I clear enough?" "It's a trick," the middle-aged man sneered. "I have to say the Blood Skull Gang's information network is really vast. You even found out about Huaner," Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. Then, he asked, "Can you tell me who hired the Blood Skull Gang to assassinate me?" "As far as I know, it's not easy to employ the Blood Skull Gang's services. Not everyone is qualified." "You're, indeed, knowledgeable." The middle-aged man looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he was a dead man walking and said, "Well, there's no harm telling you this since you're going to die anyway. Unfortunately, the Blood Skull Gang has its rules, so you can only die with your curiosity and regrets." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying energy surged out of his body, and the air began to ripple around him. The killing intent radiating from his body was terrifying. Swoosh! In just a blink of an eye, the middle-aged appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian like a phantom. He swung his fist that was wrapped in cerulean celestial origin energy at Duan Ling Tian. Based on the color of his celestial origin energy, it was obvious he had used the law of water's water elemental profundity. The middle-aged man's fist moved like a fierce water dragon as he aimed it at Duanling Tian's head. Clearly, he intended to kill Duanling Tian with just a strike. His expression was blank when he attacked. He clearly did not think he would have any difficulty killing Duanling Tian with just a strike. However, in the next moment, the middle-aged man's eyes widened in shock, and his expression changed drastically. Thud! A clear sound rang in the air. Duanling Tian did not move from where he stood as he leisurely extended his right hand and easily caught the middle-aged man's fist. The yellow glow around his hand was extremely eye-catching. The middle-aged man was thoroughly shocked. In fact, he had felt something was amiss earlier when he saw the lack of fear in Duanling Tian, even when Duanling Tian discovered he was an assassin from the Bloodskull Gang. Moreover, Duanling Tian seemed knowledgeable about the Bloodskull Gang. However, the middle-aged man knew Duanling Tian was a transcender from a mundane realm and did not come from a powerful faction. The Bloodskull Gang's investigation and Zheng Hongyi, an inner disciple of the Simplicity Celestial sect, had confirmed this. Although there was suspicion that Duanling Tian was a reincarnated powerhouse, nobody put much importance on it. After all, regardless of how powerful he was in his past life, he was just a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial at the moment. How's this possible? The middle-aged man was further shocked when he discovered he could not free his fist from Duanling Tian's grip even after he cast a few profundities from the law of water. Duanling Tian held the middle-aged man's grip in a leisurely manner. Regardless of how the middle-aged man struggled or what profundity he used, his grip remained firm. After a while, Duanling Tian scoffed as he looked at the middle-aged man's futile struggles. He impatiently yanked the middle-aged's fist in an upward motion. The sound of flesh tearing rang in the air as Duanling Tian tore the middle-aged man's arm away from his body before he threw the severed arm away. Splash! A splashing sound rang from the lake as the middle-aged man's severed arm fell into the lake. Tendrils of red blood spread in the water, dyeing it red. The middle-aged man could still retrieve his arm from the lake to reattach it, but he was too afraid and too shocked to do so at this moment. His expression made him look as though he had seen a ghost. Aren't you a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial? How can your celestial origin energy be so powerful? When the middle-aged man finished speaking, it seemed as though he had just regained his senses. He quickly widened his distance from Duanling Tian as though Duanling Tian was a ferocious beast that was capable of devouring him whole. Earlier, when Duanling Tian caught his fist, he could sense the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity in Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy. Most importantly, it was clear to him that Duanling Tian, who had only used the earth elemental profundity, was so powerful that even though he had used all his strength and cast all the profundities he had mastered, he still could not free his fist. He knew he was no match for Duanling Tian now. 10 Directions Celestial Kings are capable of overwhelming me like this, but it seemed like his celestial origin energy is even more powerful than 10 Directions Celestial Kings. It feels as though his celestial origin energy is on par with that of a celestial lord. The middle-aged man thought to himself. Duanling Tian had only come to the southern heaven ancient realm not too long ago. This means he's really just an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, his celestial origin energy seems to be as powerful as that of a celestial lord. This must be because he's using some powerful celestial talisman or some consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. This means his powers aren't infinite. However, until he has exhausted his powers, it'd be as easy as flicking his fingers for him to kill me. It did not take long for the middle-aged man to figure out why Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy was comparable to that of a celestial lord. Regardless, there was only one thought in the middle-aged man's mind now. Run. Alas, before the middle-aged man could flee, Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy that was laced with the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity surged out. It was as though he knew the middle-aged man was going to run away. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the earth elemental profundity shot out and formed several black pillars around the middle-aged man, effectively trapping the middle-aged man. Although Duanling Tian had merely comprehended the basics of the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity, he was already capable of using the King-grade celestial method, the Black Rock Prison method. Naturally, his gravitational space profundity was not very powerful now. The bulk of his strength came from his celestial origin energy that was equivalent to that of a celestial lord now. With the celestial origin energy of a celestial lord, it was naturally incredibly powerful even if he had only cast the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity and the gravitational space profundity that he barely comprehended. Meanwhile, the pull of gravity in the Black Rock prison was so strong that the middle-aged man was doubled over at this moment. Ah! The middle-aged man roared as his celestial origin energy boosted by the law of water's water elemental profundity surged. He was clearly trying his best to break free from the prison. Alas, nothing he did affect the Black Rock prison at all. I can't escape. I'm going to die. Fear flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. He was certain he was going to die. Duanling Tian looked at the middle-aged man expressionlessly and said, "Tell me who hired you, and I might show you mercy. After all, as an assassin, you're just doing your job." Contrary to Duanling Tian's expectation, the middle-aged man's expression suddenly turned eerily calm, and a sinister smile bloomed on his face. Soon after, he shone with a blindingly bright blue light before he exploded into a blood mist in the Black Rock prison, leaving only his armor and spatial ring behind. He committed suicide? Duanling Tian frowned slightly. Well, it's not surprising. After all, for the Blood Skull Gang to gain such notoriety, their assassins definitely would not give away their clients' names so easily. Duanling Tian speculated out loud. However, assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory have a rule of demanding half of the price as a deposit before they make their moves. Since I have his spatial ring, I might be able to find the deposit he received and find some clues about the person who hired him to assassinate me. However, that's only under the condition that the person is from the regions under the profound Nethermansion sect. Nevertheless, I don't think there's anyone outside of the profound Nethermansion who knows me, let alone wants me dead. Regions under the profound Nethermansion have prominent celestial crystals at most. An organization like the Blood Skull Gang isn't lacking in prominent celestial crystals. This means that person most likely used other items to hire the assassin. Duanling Tian continued murmuring to himself, coming to a conclusion. Although there are a few people whom I killed in the Southern Heaven ancient realm who had extraordinary backgrounds, there's no way the forces behind them know I'm the murderer. Therefore, it's impossible that those people hired an assassin to kill me. It's highly likely that the person who hired the assassin is from the Simplicity Celestial sect. With this thought in mind, a name appeared in Duanling Tian's mind. Zheng Hongyi. He had met Zheng Hongyi, the third direct disciple of Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, when he first arrived at the sect. Based on the other inner disciples' words, Zheng Hongyi was one of the candidates who was considered for the final position of a true disciple before I was given the spot. When I met him, I could see his jealousy and hatred. Could he be the one who hired the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang? However, how did he manage to hire an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang? The gang is very selective of their clients, after all. With all these questions in mind, Duanling Tian returned to the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. When I return to the sect, I'll look for the sect leader. Perhaps, there are some items in the assassin's spatial ring that he'll be able to identify if they belong to Zheng Hongyi. With that, I'll be able to determine if Zheng Hongyi is the culprit. Despite being the direct disciples of the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, Duanling Tian was aware that Zheng Hongyi was of average talent compared to Sun Liangpeng's other direct disciples. This was also one of the reasons Zheng Hongyi was not selected as a true disciple in the end. Duanling Tian was confident Sun Liangpeng would not shield Zheng Hongyi if Zheng Hongyi truly turned out to be the culprit. Regardless if Sun Liangpeng dealt with Zheng Hongyi privately or openly, Duanling Tian was certain Sun Liangpeng would not let Zheng Hongyi go unpunished if Zheng Hongyi was found guilty. If Duanling Tian was merely an ordinary inner disciple from the Simplicity Celestial sect, Sun Liangpeng might not have cared. However, Duanling Tian was well aware of his value to Sun Liangpeng from the way Sun Liangpeng had treated him when he joined the Simplicity Celestial sect. Meanwhile, the Blood Skull Gang had already received the message the assassin sent before he committed suicide. The target, Duanling Tian, might be a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, but he has a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon or celestial talisman that granted him the strength of a celestial lord. I have failed my mission. After the Blood Skull Gang received the communication celestial talisman, the liaison for this job, Chun Li, the illegitimate son of one of the vice leaders of the Blood Skull Gang, was also informed about the matter immediately. What? Duanling Tian possessed a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon or a celestial talisman that granted him the strength of a celestial lord. Chun Li was stunned. Naturally, he did not expect Duanling Tian to possess such an item. It's even more likely now that he's the reincarnation of a celestial. Moreover, he must have been remarkable in his past life. He must have recovered his memories and managed to retrieve all these extraordinary items from his past life. In Chun Li's opinion, Duanling Tian's consumable royal-grade celestial weapon or celestial talisman that could grant him the powers of a celestial lord had to be something Duanling Tian left behind in his past life. Moreover, he was certain Duanling Tian was not just the reincarnation of a celestial lord, but Duanling Tian had to be the reincarnation of an extraordinary celestial lord. In the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate in one of the regions under the profound Nether Mansion's control. In a secluded valley, Zheng Hongyi and Wang Hong were sitting in front of a stone table waiting for the message from the Blood Skull Gang's assassin to inform them of his mission completion. What's taking him so long? Wang Hong furrowed her brows. With his strength, it should be easy for him to kill Duanling Tian. He should have sent us a message by now, notifying us of the job completion. I agree. Although I've confirmed the matter with him, is it possible he's being cautious and taking his time to make sure Duanling Tian didn't bring anyone with him? Zheng Hongyi speculated out loud. That's possible. Why don't you send him another message and urge him to finish the job quickly? Wang Hong suggested. Zheng Hongyi nodded slightly. Wang Hong waited as Zheng Hongyi sent a message to the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. Suddenly, she noticed the drastic change of expression on his face. An ominous feeling rose in her heart and a frown appeared on her face as she asked, "What's wrong?" He's dead. Zheng Hongyi replied with a trembling voice. A feeling of dread welled up in his heart. What? Wang Hong was taken aback. Zheng Hongyi raised his hand, revealing a shattered soul pearl lying on his palm. This is the assassin's soul pearl that I've been using to communicate with him. Dead? How's that possible? Wang Hong looked at him incredulously. Is it possible that Duanling Tian sought help from your master? Is it possible that your master sought help from powerhouses who aren't from the sect to help Duanling Tian? This was the only reason Wang Hong could think of. Not even in her wildest dreams could she have expected that Duanling Tian was the one who had forced the assassin to his death. I have no idea, Zheng Hongyi shook his head. He was still stunned, unable to regain his senses. After calming herself down, Wang Hong said, "Contact young Master Qin. The Blood Skull Gang should be the first to know if their assassins are dead." Moreover, the assassin had most likely sent a message back to the gang before he died. Zheng Hongyi took out another soul pearl and sent a communication celestial talisman to the owner through the soul mark imprinted on the pearl. The owner of the soul pearl was none other than the illegitimate son of one of the vice leaders of the Blood Skull Gang, Qin Li. Young Master Qin, the soul pearl left by the assassin you sent has shattered. He's dead. Did he send a message back to the organization before his death? Zheng Hongyi asked without beating around the bush. As the duo waited for Chun Li's reply, Wang Hong asked, "Zheng Hongyi, do you think the assassin managed to kill Duanling Tian before he died?" I have no idea. Zheng Hongyi shook his head. We'll have to wait for young Master Chen's reply to find out what happened. I hope the assassin managed to send a message back before his death. Wang Hong nodded slightly. The duo continued to wait in silence. As time continued to pass, their expressions turned grimmer and grimmer. It's here, Zheng Hongyi exclaimed suddenly as his eyes lit up. Wang Hong instinctively turned to look at Zheng Hongyi. Her eyes were shining brightly as well. It did not take long before Zheng Hongyi's expression changed drastically as his eyes widened in shock. "What's wrong?" Wang Hong asked. Zheng Hongyi remained silent. He was shocked to the core by the message he had just received from Qinli. The content of Qinli's message was as such: Zheng Hongyi, the assassin from our Blood Skull gang, has failed his mission. Based on the rules of our organization, the mission will continue and our price will be reduced by half. Since the dead assassin had collected half the price, you no longer need to make any payment. We will arrange for another assassin to take care of Duanling Tian. However, we'll need your cooperation if it's deemed necessary. Young Master Qin, do you know who killed the assassin? Was he killed by a powerhouse from the Simplicity Celestial sect? Zheng Hongyi asked. No, Qinli lightly replied and dispelled all of Zheng Hongyi's thoughts with his following remark. You don't need to know how he died. All you need to know is that the Blood Skull gang will complete this mission. Zheng Hongyi's expression changed drastically after hearing Qinli's words. He no longer dared to ask any questions. At this moment, Wang Hong asked again, Zheng Hongyi, has young Master Qin replied to you? Yes. Zheng Hongyi finally returned to his senses. He nodded slightly. Young Master Qin said the assassin failed his mission. However, the Blood Skull gang will complete the mission of killing Duanling Tian. He failed. Wang Chen's heart sank. Did he say how the assassin failed? Was he killed by a powerhouse from the Simplicity Celestial sect? I asked him the same question, but all he said was the Blood Skull gang will see the job to its end. Rest assured, even if the assassin died, our involvement won't be exposed. The Blood Skull gang is known for protecting their clients' identities, Zheng Hongyi said. Wang Hong narrowed her eyes and looked at Zheng Hongyi knowingly as she said, Zheng Hongyi, based on what I know, the Blood Skull gang has a rule that if they fail the first attempt, the price would be reduced by half. Zheng Hongyi knew he could not hope to profit from this when he heard Wang Hong's words. He sighed before he took out 2 ordinary purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons and handed them over to her. Wang Hong received it with a smug expression on her face. Wang Hong, young Master Qin said that the Blood Skull gang might need us to cooperate with the new assassin. If you don't want to be involved in this matter anymore, pass me the 2 king-grade celestial weapons I've just given you first in case further payment needs to be made, Zheng Hongyi said in a last-ditch attempt to regain his prized king-grade celestial weapons. Wang Hong only sneered as she put away the 2 king-grade celestial weapons and retorted, Zheng Hongyi, why wouldn't I be involved? The Blood Skull gang won't expose both of us. I don't mind cooperating with them to kill Duanling Tian as long as it's within my capabilities. All of a sudden, a thought appeared in Zheng Hongyi's mind, causing his expression to change dramatically again. Wang Hong, if I'm not mistaken, the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord that you gave to the assassin was obtained from the profound nether mansion by your grandfather, right? Wang Hong was puzzled. She did not know why Zheng Hongyi would ask such a question. Since the assassin is dead, his spatial ring must have gone to the person who killed him. If the person who killed him is a powerhouse from the Simplicity Celestial sect, it's possible that the powerhouse might be able to recognize your king-grade celestial weapon in the assassin's spatial ring. Zheng Hongyi said solemnly as he looked at Wang Hong. The gravity of the situation finally dawned on Wang Hong after she heard Zheng Hongyi's words. Her expression changed drastically as well. Indeed, the king-grade celestial weapon she had given the assassin was given to her by her grandfather. Most of the powerhouses stronger than celestial kings in the Simplicity Celestial sect knew about that king-grade celestial weapon that used to be in her grandfather's possession. Wang Hong, I think you should discuss this matter with your grandfather. If shit happens, I'm afraid you're going to get in trouble if you don't have your grandfather's support, Zheng Hongyi said with a panicked expression on his face. His first thought was not to push all the blame on Wang Hong. After all, he knew, based on her temperament, if something were to happen to her, she would definitely drag him down with her. I'll look for my grandfather at once. Wang Hong did not waste any time and took flight to search for her grandfather. After Wang Hong left, Zheng Hongyi muttered under his breath with a grim expression on his face. I didn't expect it'd be troublesome to kill a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. If the person who killed the assassin from the Blood Skull gang is a powerhouse from the Simplicity Celestial sect, that person must have already returned to the sect to report to Master, right? Meanwhile, Duanling Tian went to look for Sun Liangpeng as soon as he returned to the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate. Sun Liangpeng was slightly surprised when he saw Duanling Tian. He asked, Duanling Tian, what brings you here? Sect leader Duanling Tian began to recount what happened. He told Sun Liangpeng how he was lured out of the sex estate by an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. What? The Blood Skull Gang? A horrified expression appeared on Sun Liangpeng's face as soon as Duanling Tian mentioned the assassin was from the Blood Skull Gang. Why didn't you inform me about this earlier? I was worried that he had really captured Huaner. If that was the case, I might jeopardize her life by telling you about it, Duanling Tian explained. What happened after that? Sun Liangpeng asked. He was drenched in cold sweat imagining what could have happened. Fortunately, Duanling Tian returned safely. After that, Duanling Tian's eyes glinted coldly as he slowly said, I killed him. What? Although Sun Liangpeng, as the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, had experienced and seen many things in life, he was still shocked when he heard Duanling Tian's words. Beads of cold sweat could be seen on his forehead after he found out someone had hired an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang to kill Duanling Tian. He had assumed that some powerhouse had appeared at the critical moment and saved Duanling Tian. Not even in his wildest dreams did he expect Duanling Tian to say that he had killed the assassin. The Blood Skull Gang was one of the top 3 assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory. Even the weakest assassin was a one basic celestial king. Most, if not all, of the one basic celestial kings in the Blood Skull Gang had comprehended a few profundities of a law, so they were much stronger than ordinary one basic celestial kings in the regions under the profound Nether Mansion's control. Moreover, the Blood Skull Gang was comparable to a Grade 5 force. For this reason, they were not lacking king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. After a moment of silence, Sun Liangpeng looked at Duanling Tian and tentatively asked, Duanling Tian, why you're joking, right? Sect leader, there's no reason for me to joke about this, Duanling Tian replied with a shrug. At the same time, he released his formidable divine consciousness and let it shroud Sun Liangpeng. As soon as Sun Liangpeng sensed Duanling Tian's divine consciousness, his expression changed drastically. He felt the domineering aura easily confining him, making him feel like a helpless and lonely boat in the middle of a storm that would capsize at any moment. To this, isn't this the divine consciousness of a 10 Directions celestial king? Sun Liangpeng's heart thumped wildly in his chest. It felt similar to the time when he felt pressured by the divine consciousness of a vice mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion. His expression soon changed to one of incredulity as he looked at Duanling Tian. After a brief moment, Duanling Tian withdrew his divine consciousness. When Sun Liangpeng regained his senses, he asked in shock, Duanling Tian, why is your divine consciousness so powerful? Duanling Tian stared at Sun Liangpeng and asked, Sect leader, would you believe me if I say my divine consciousness was even more powerful than this when I killed the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang? More powerful than this? Does this mean your divine consciousness was comparable to the divine consciousness of a celestial lord at that time? Soon after, realization dawned on Sun Liangpeng, and he quickly asked, See, could it be that you possess a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon? Although there were some powerful celestial talismans capable of raising one's celestial origin energy and divine consciousness to those of a celestial lord, the effects would only last a short while before one's strength reverted to its original state. However, consumable celestial weapons were different. The improved strength would decrease according to one's usage of it. For example, when Duanling Tian first used his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, his strength was that of a celestial lord. After killing the assassin, his strength had dropped to that of a 10 Directions celestial king. Isn't that obvious? Duanling Tian asked in return. After Sun Liangpeng recovered from his shock, he asked, Duanling Tian, did you obtain your consumable royal-grade celestial weapon in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? No. I obtained it elsewhere. Duanling Tian shook his head. How many times can you use it? Sun Liangpeng asked solemnly. Duanling Tian feigned a grim expression as he replied, Twice. This is my second time using it, so I've used it all up. He had deliberately hidden the fact that he still had one more use. Who knew if Sun Liangpeng would covet his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon? After all, consumable royal-grade celestial weapons were tempting even to sect leaders of grade 7 sects such as Sun Liangpeng. It was not surprising since the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon could raise one's divine consciousness and celestial origin energy to the level of a celestial lord. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Sun Liangpeng smiled wryly and said, "What a waste! Duanling Tian, you should have informed me about it. I could have secretly protected you. Since you're just a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, it's likely that the Blood Skull Gang had sent an assassin weaker than me. He wouldn't have discovered my presence even if I were to follow you there." Duanling Tian looked at Sun Liangpeng meaningfully and said, "What if the person who hired the assassin is from the Simplicity Celestial sect? What if he came to look for you and found you missing? It wouldn't have taken much for him to guess where you've gone." Duanling Tian, are you saying that you suspect someone from our Simplicity Celestial sect hired an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang to kill you? Sun Liangpeng was shocked by Duanling Tian's words. "That's a possibility," Duanling Tian said. "Do you have evidence to prove your suspicion?" Sun Liangpeng asked as his eyes glinted coldly. If it was true that someone from the Simplicity Celestial sect was behind this assassination attempt, he would not let that person get away with it. "Unfortunately, no." Duanling Tian shook his head. "Did you have any conflict with anyone since you arrived in the Simplicity Celestial sect?" Sun Liangpeng asked. "There isn't any conflict. However, I think my presence has negatively affected some people's interests. It's possible they want me dead because of a conflict of interest," Duanling Tian said. "A conflict of interest? You've only arrived in the Simplicity Celestial sect a few months ago. How could this be?" Sun Liangpeng asked, puzzled. Duanling Tian looked at Sun Liangpeng meaningfully and slowly spat out two words, "True disciple." Sun Liangpeng's eyes narrowed as soon as he heard Duanling Tian's words. Indeed, this might cause a conflict of interest. Before you came along, there were 3 potential candidates for the position of the final true disciple. There's my direct disciple, Zheng Hongyi. However, the cost of hiring an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang is too high. Based on what I know about him, he can't afford the price. Then there's Wang Hong. She's the granddaughter of the Grand Elder of our Simplicity Celestial sect. I don't think she's capable of hiring an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang as well. Finally, there's Zhuang Fan. He's rather mysterious. We found nothing even after we tried to investigate his identity and background. In fact, the Grand Elder wanted to recruit him as a direct disciple, but he rejected the Grand Elder, Sun Liangpeng said. Mysterious. Duanling Tian cocked an eyebrow. Does this mean you think Zhuang Fan is most likely to be the one who hired the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang? Not necessarily. Although Zhuang Fan's origin is a mystery, he's not as passionate as Zheng Hongyi and Wang Hong in regard to becoming the sect's true disciple, Sun Liangpeng said. Naturally, it's possible that he's only putting up a front. As though he had just recalled something, Sun Liangpeng suddenly turned to look at Duanling Tian and said, "The Blood Skull Gang is one of the top assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory. Half of the price has to be paid up front as a deposit before the assassins make a move. If it's really one of those 3 who had hired the assassin, they must have already paid the deposit. The profound nether mansion only has prominent celestial crystals, but the Blood Skull Gang wouldn't be interested in prominent celestial crystals." He paused for a moment before he continued to speculate out loud. "This means whoever hired the Blood Skull Gang must have used something else as payment. In my opinion, it has to be king-grade celestial weapons at least, or possibly king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords." King-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords? Am I worth such a price? Duanling Tian was slightly taken aback. He was just a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Why would his life be worth so much? The Blood Skull Gang is one of the top assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory. Therefore, their price is naturally higher compared to other ordinary assassin organizations. Moreover, they need to travel quite a distance to kill you, so the price would, naturally, be higher, Sun Liangpeng explained. It seemed like he was rather knowledgeable about the Blood Skull Gang. "This is the assassin's spatial ring. Duan Ling Tian took out a spatial ring and emptied the contents out of the ring. In just a moment, a pile of items appeared on the ground. Sect leader, please have a look and see if there's anything you find familiar. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Sun Liangpeng wasted no time in looking through the items. When Sun Liangpeng shifted his gaze to one of the items, his eyes narrowed immediately. Although Sun Liangpeng had tried to conceal his reaction, it did not escape Duan Ling Tian's notice. Duan Ling Tian watched as Sun Liangpeng deliberately looked away from the item that had clearly caught his attention. Then, he picked up an armor glowing with green light before he said in a leisurely tone, "Sect leader, it seems like you're familiar with one of the items." Sun Liangpeng smiled somewhat sheepishly when he saw Duan Ling Tian holding the armor glowing with green light. Duan Ling Tian stared at Sun Liangpeng intently as he said, "This seems to be a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. It's likely used as the payment to kill me." "It's truly a high price to pay." The corners of his mouth lifted into a cold smirk as he continued to say, "Sect leader, are you going to continue pretending you don't recognize this king-grade celestial weapon?" Sun Liangpeng did not deny Duan Ling Tian's words. Instead, he answered honestly, "This king-grade celestial weapon belongs to Wang Qianzhan, the Grand Elder of our Simplicity Celestial Sect. I know he possesses such a king-grade celestial weapon, but I can't say for sure if he had given it to someone else." "The Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, Wang Qianzhan?" Duan Ling Tian slightly raised an eyebrow as he speculated, "Sect leader, earlier you mentioned one of 3 candidates who were considered for the position of a true disciple before I came along was Wang Hong, the Grand Elder's granddaughter, right? Based on your words, is it right to say that this king-grade celestial weapon was probably given to Wang Hong by the Grand Elder, and she had used it to pay an assassin from the Bloodskull Gang to kill me? If the Grand Elder wanted to kill me, he could have done so himself without the need of hiring someone else. The culprit is definitely not the Grand Elder," Sun Liangpeng said confidently. "Moreover, it's also unlikely for Wang Hong to be the culprit. If she wants you dead, she could have asked the Grand Elder to kill you. Why would she go to such trouble to hire an assassin from the Bloodskull Gang? Why don't you come with me to meet the Grand Elder? We can ask him to whom he had given this jade light armor to." After he finished speaking, he beckoned to Duan Ling Tian to follow him. Before leaving, Duan Ling Tian kept the items on the ground back in the spatial ring. After all, this was his reward for killing the one basic celestial king from the Bloodskull Gang. There were quite a number of valuable things in there, so he could not possibly discard them. Apart from the jade light armor, there were a few other king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords in the spatial ring as well. The name Wang Qianzhan would make one envision a person with a muscular build. However, in reality, Wang Qianzhan was rather skinny. Apart from the assassin from the Bloodskull Gang whom he had recently killed, Duan Ling Tian had never met anyone as skinny as Wang Qianzhan. "Sect leader." The Grand Elder bowed as he greeted Sun Liangpeng. Then his eyes instinctively moved to Duan Ling Tian, who was standing next to Sun Liangpeng. "Grand Elder." Sun Liang smiled slightly before he began to introduce Duan Ling Tian to Wang Qianzhan. "This is Duan Ling Tian. You must have heard of him." Wang Qianzhan nodded slightly before he said, "Of course, our Simplicity Celestial Sect is blessed to have such a rare and peerless genius who hasn't been seen in the profound nether mansion in the past 10,000 years. Grand Elder." Duan Ling Tian greeted Wang Qianzhan. Then, he did not beat around the bush and directly brought the jade light armor out. Sun Liangpeng did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be this direct. "The jade light armor!" Wang Qianzhan exclaimed in shock. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked in confusion, "Duan Ling Tian? Why is the jade light armor in your possession?" "I traded it for some materials I needed to inscribe a celestial talisman 3 years ago." From the moment Duan Ling Tian had brought out the jade light armor, he had been looking at Wang Qianzhan intently to see if he could discover anything from Wang Qianzhan's reactions and expressions. However, Wang Qianzhan seemed genuinely surprised and confused by the jade light armor in his hand. Sun Liangpeng asked, "Grand Elder, are you certain you traded it away 3 years ago?" Wang Qianzhan nodded without any hesitation. I remember trading it for at least a dozen rare materials. Duan Ling Tian, are you an acquaintance of the sectless cultivator whom I traded with?
If that's the case, we can be considered as fated.
Duan Ling Tian's expression was calm as he continued to ask, Grand Elder, do you have any evidence to prove that you traded the Jade Light armor away to a sectless cultivator for rare materials 3 years ago? Evidence. Wang Qianzhan furrowed his brows slightly. I'm afraid I don't have any evidence. However, I can confirm the Jade Light armor in your hands is the one I used to own. The intricate patterns on its surface and its aura are exactly the same. Every king-grade celestial weapon had its unique characteristics. Although some weapons might have similar appearances, if closely inspected, one would be able to see the differences between the auras of the weapons.
Is he telling the truth? Duan Ling Tian wondered inwardly, is it possible that during our journey here the sect leader sent him a message to inform him of this matter so he could prepare himself?
Duan Ling Tian knew if Sun Liangpeng decided to shield Wang Qianzhan, even if he had the Jade Light armor, it would be impossible for him to find out who had hired an assassin from the Bloodskull gang to kill him. Grand Elder, Sun Liangpeng began to recount what had happened to Duan Ling Tian to Wang Qianzhan, including how they found the Jade Light armor in the assassin's spatial ring. What? To the Bloodskull gang? Consumable royal-grade celestial weapon? Wang Qianzhan's expression changed drastically. He was clearly shocked. If Wang Qianzhan is lying, then his acting is truly worthy of an award like those on Earth. Duan Ling Tian mused inwardly as he observed Wang Qianzhan. Sun Liangpeng concluded, the assassin from the Bloodskull gang most probably obtained the Jade Light armor from the sectless cultivator you traded with 3 years ago. That must be it. Wang Qianzhan nodded slightly. Then, he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and said with a hint of concern, Duan Ling Tian, I understand you're worried the assassin might harm your friend, but you should have spoken to the sect leader. After all, if you're worried about the assassin discovering you've sought help, the sect leader could have asked powerhouses outside the sect to help you. With that, you wouldn't have had to use your consumable royal-grade celestial weapon on a mere one basic celestial king.
Although he was an assassin from the Bloodskull gang, it's still not worth it. It was clear he felt it was a waste that Duan Ling Tian had used his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon.
Sun Liangpeng had only mentioned Duan Ling Tian suspected someone in the Simplicity Celestial sect had hired the assassin from the Bloodskull gang, but he did not mention Wang Hong was one of the main suspects. For this reason, Wang Qianzhan was rather calm. It looks like it's been a waste of time coming here, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself before he bade Sun Liangpeng and Wang Qianzhan farewell. It did not matter if Wang Qianzhan was lying or not, since he did not have the evidence to prove Wang Hong had used the Jade Light armor to hire the assassin from the Bloodskull gang to kill him. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with a terrifying killing intent as he continued thinking to himself, Wang Qianzhan, you can protect your granddaughter for now. If I find out the Jade Light armor is indeed given to the assassin by Wang Hong, prepare to die with her when that time comes. Duan Ling Tian would have died if he did not have the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Therefore, he was eager to find out the culprit. Now that all signs pointed to Wang Hong, he would not easily let it go unless he found evidence that proved otherwise.
Meanwhile, after Sun Liangpeng left Wang Qianzhan's residence, Wang Qianzhan sent a communication celestial talisman to his granddaughter. He recounted what he had learned from Sun Liangpeng and Duan Ling Tian's visit. Duan Ling Tian possesses a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, and he killed the one basic celestial king assassin from the Bloodskull gang? Wang Hong was stunned by this discovery. She did not expect this at all. Then, she quickly relayed what she had found out to Zhang Hongyi. Duan Ling Tian has a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon that will raise his cultivation base and divine consciousness to that of a celestial lord? Similar to Wang Hong, Zhang Hongyi was shocked when he found Duan Ling Tian was the one who had killed the assassin from the Bloodskull gang.
Duan Ling Tian, who is he exactly? He even has a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon.
Wang Hong and Zhang Hongyi were similarly shocked.
Zhang Hongyi, do you think it's possible that Duan Ling Tian is a reincarnation of a powerful celestial lord?
Is there a possibility the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon is something he left behind in his past life? Wang Hong asked Zheng Hongyi through a communication celestial talisman.
There's a high possibility of that, Zheng Hongyi replied.
Unfortunately, we're too weak. Otherwise, we can claim everything he owns after he dies. Wang Hong said greedily.
It's impossible for me. However, it's not impossible for you to claim his possessions, Zheng Hongyi replied.
It's not impossible for me? Wang Hong asked in confusion. Her interest was piqued. Well, if the Grand Elder is willing to kill Duan Ling Tian's possessions will, naturally, go to him. At that time, as his granddaughter, wouldn't you have the pick of Duan Ling Tian's possessions? Zheng Hongyi said, clearly trying to tempt Wang Hong. After returning to his residence, Duan Ling Tian received a message from Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, as soon as he stepped foot into his room. Duan Ling Tian, according to the rules of the Blood Skull Gang, if their assassin failed a mission, they would send another assassin to finish the job. Additionally, the price would be halved.
Therefore, it's best if you don't leave the grounds of the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate at all. If you must leave, at least inform me about it, so that I can assign someone to protect you. Sun Liangpeng's voice was solemn.
It was clear he took the threats of an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang very seriously. Thank you for your reminder, sect leader. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian knew the Blood Skull Gang would not give up so easily. He had learned about this while he was in the Simplicity Celestial Sect's inner sect library.
Nevertheless, he still thanked Sun Liangpeng for Sun Liangpeng's kind intention. After killing the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang, my current cultivation base is roughly that of a 10 Directions Celestial King. However, because my comprehension of the profundities isn't too deep, if I have to face a 5 Elements Celestial King who has comprehended the same number of profundities as the assassin I killed, it'd be impossible for me to defend myself unless I use the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword. Duan Ling Tian thought himself. The deeper one comprehended a profundity, the greater one's improvement would be. The improvements could even be a few times greater. After a while, Duan Ling Tian shook his head and thought to himself, I should focus on fully comprehending the law of fire's pillaging profundity now, as long as the assassin the Blood Skull Gang sends isn't too powerful. I should be capable of defending myself with my current cultivation base if I have a better comprehension of the pillaging profundity.
He no longer wasted time and focused on comprehending the law of fire's pillaging profundity. With the Chaos Divine Flame's help, he progressed rapidly.
Meanwhile, at the borders of the profound Nether Mansion. Swoosh! A black figure crossed the profound Nether Mansion's territories in just a blink of an eye. He was the new assassin that the Blood Skull Gang had sent to kill Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, he muttered to himself as he flew in the sky. What's going through the organization's mind? Is it necessary to send me out for this job? The target is essentially like a 10 Directions Celestial King who has only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of Earth. Any 4 phenomenons Celestial King from the organization is more than capable of killing him. A 3 talents or 4 phenomenon Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang was much stronger than a 1 basic Celestial King. It was fairly easy for a 4 phenomenon Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang to kill someone who was no different from a 10 Directions Celestial King who had only comprehended 2 profundities from a law. Unless he has comprehended more than 4 profundities. He'd die if he meets a 6 combos Celestial King like me. The assassin was clearly very confident about killing Duan Ling Tian. After all, 6 combos Celestial Kings from the Blood Skull Gang had strength comparable to leaders of ordinary Grade 7 forces. For this reason, he felt it was a waste that the Blood Skull Gang sent him to kill Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, unaware that the Blood Skull Gang had already sent a 6 combo Celestial King to assassinate him. A month later, in the valley where the true disciples and inner disciples of the Simplicity Celestial Sect resided, a figure flew out from one of the inner disciples' residences. He was enthusiastically greeted by his peers as soon as he appeared. Senior Brother Jing. This person was none other than Zheng Hongyi, the 3rd direct disciple of Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. It has only been a month, but the new assassin from the Blood Skull Gang has arrived? It took the previous assassin a few months before he arrived. It seems like this assassin is much stronger than the previous one. Well, it's only natural they'd sent someone powerful. After all, I've told young Master Chun that Duanling Tian possesses a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. That was how he killed the previous assassin. His current strength is still comparable to a 10 Directions celestial king. Zhang Hongyi thought to himself, it's unlikely that the Blood Skull Gang has sent a 10 Directions celestial king here, although Duanling Tian's strength is comparable to a 10 Directions celestial king due to the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. He has only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of Earth. One of them is law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity. He continued to speculate inwardly. A 3 talents or 4 phenomenons celestial king from the Blood Skull Gang is more than enough to kill him. The profundities the assassins from the Blood Skull Gang comprehended aren't any weaker than elders with the same cultivation bases from the Simplicity Celestial sect. To take only 1 month to travel here, the assassin has to be a 3 talents celestial king at least.
Zhang Hongyi's eyes flashed with excitement. Before he left the valley, he looked at one of the true disciples' residences and sneered. Duanling Tian, your time's up. It's best if you stay in your residence like a coward. Otherwise, you'll certainly die.
This time Zhang Hongyi had left the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate alone to meet the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang without informing Wang Hong. Chun Li, the illegitimate child of one of the vice leaders of the Blood Skull Gang, had a designated place where Zhang Hongyi would meet with the assassin. Previously, Zhang Hongyi had only brought Wang Hong along since she had to pay the deposit. However, there was no need for further payment to be made, so he did not bother to inform Wang Hong at all.
Finally, Zhang Hongyi met with the assassin in a remote and desolate canyon.
Senior. Zhang Hongyi greeted the man respectfully.
The assassin was a middle-aged man with a medium build. He wore the assassin's standard long black robe from the Blood Skull Gang. His appearance was average, but his eyes were fierce and cold.
Zhang Hongyi felt chills running up his spine when he met the assassin's eyes. The middle-aged man looked at Zhang Hongyi and said nonchalantly, I'll try to lure the target out. However, if you're able to lure the target out, the Blood Skull Gang will reward you with 10 bottles of Duke-grade celestial pills. The assassin's strength was on par with Sun Liangpeng's strength. It would be difficult for them to defeat each other. He was also confident he would be able to breach the Simplicity Celestial Sect's defense to kill Duanling Tian and escape unharmed. However, he did not dare to do so. This was because the profound Nether Mansion would not let this matter slide even if the Simplicity Celestial Sect was just a grade 7 force. If the profound Nether Mansion mobilized their forces, it would be difficult for him to leave the profound Nether Mansion's territories after he completed his mission. This was because the estates of the 3 sects and 2 clans were protected by special formations. An indelible mark would appear on his body once he entered the estates, even if it was just for a short time. With the mark, the profound Nether Mansion would have no problem tracking him. Once he was found, the inspectors from the profound Nether Mansion would surely kill him.
10 bottles of Duke-grade celestial pills? Zhang Hongyi's eyes lit up when he heard the middle-aged man's words. Duke-grade celestial pills were beneficial to celestial dukes, similar to how overarching heaven pills were beneficial to overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Despite the same effects, Duke-grade celestial dukes were far more valuable and rare compared to overarching heaven pills. Although Zhang Hongyi was the 3rd direct disciple of the sect leader of Simplicity Celestial Sect, Duke-grade celestial pills were still valuable to him. He would only use them if he was very close to a breakthrough. In the Devata realms, a bottle of Duke-grade celestial pills would contain 10 pills. With 10 bottles, it meant that he would possess 100 pills. After the 2 men exchanged soul pearls, Zhang Hongyi returned to the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. He could barely contain his excitement whenever he thought about the 10 bottles of Duke-grade celestial pills. He thought to himself eagerly, how can I lure Duanling Tian away from the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate? After Zhang Hongyi returned to the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate, he monitored Duanling Tian's movements constantly as he tried to devise a plan to lure Duanling Tian out of the sect's estate. However, days passed and he still could not come up with a suitable plan to lure Duanling Tian away from the sect's estate. Zhang Hongyi sighed inwardly. It seems like I won't be able to get the 10 bottles of Duke-grade celestial pills. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian was in his room comprehending the law of fire's pillaging profundity. With the guidance from the Chaos Divine Flame,
His progress was incredibly fast. In just a blink of an eye, 5 months had passed since Duanling Tian had used his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon to kill the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. At this moment, swoosh, 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 a figure that was completely engulfed in flames moved around in a spacious room. All of a sudden, the fiery figure came to halt. As the flames on the figure's body subsided, they revealed a handsome purple-clad young man. "I can still go faster," the purple-clad young man mused out loud. As soon as he finished speaking, his body moved and flames engulfed his body again. Bang! 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 The windows and the door rattled as the flames surged. The wind stirring in the room fanned the flames, causing them to surge and burn even hotter. Only the ice bed in the room seemed unmoved at the moment. However, upon closer inspection, one would be able to see the ice bed was thrumming at a high frequency. After a moment, the purple-clad young man halted his movements again, and the flames around his body disappeared. A smile could be seen on his face. He was clearly in high spirits. He murmured to himself, "So this is the rudimentary stage of the pillaging profundity? How remarkable!" The purple-clad young man was none other than Duanling Tian. He had spent 5 months in closed-door cultivation and had mastered the law of fire's pillaging profundity at the rudimentary stage with the help from the Chaos Divine Flame. The pillaging profundity was comparable to the law of wind's gale profundity. It was quick and powerful in regard to offensive powers. Duanling Tian had obtained 5 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contained profundities from the law of fire. Currently, he had successfully comprehended and mastered one of the 5 profundities. "I'll visit Guanglin," Duanling Tian thought to himself after a moment. At the same time, Zhang Hongyi's eyes brightened up as soon as he saw Duanling Tian leaving his residence. He had been monitoring Duanling Tian all this time. Duanling Tian did not notice Zhang Hongyi when he stepped out of his residence. After all, as soon as he appeared, he had attracted the attention of many inner disciples. It was hard to notice Zhang Hongyi among the crowd disciples. Lu Guanglin had been brought to the Simplicity Celestial Sect after Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, sent someone to bring him over from the supporting Fall Nation in the Thousand Nations territory. He was staying in a beautiful valley instead of staying in the valley where the true disciples and inner disciples resided. This beautiful valley was where guests of the Simplicity Celestial Sect stayed. Its cultivation environment was excellent. It was almost as good as the inner disciples' cultivation environment. Since Lu Guanglin had arrived in the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate, Duanling Tian had yet to meet Lu Guanglin. Regardless, he had kept in touch with Lu Guanglin through communication celestial talismans, so he knew where Lu Guanglin was staying in the sect's estate. Whoosh! A group of inner disciples watched as Duanling Tian flew up into the air and disappeared from sight. "He's left." Upon seeing this, Zhang Hongyi's eyes lit up. However, he dared not follow Duanling Tian. Instead, he quickly sent a message to the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. "Senior, Duanling Tian has left his residence and is headed east. However, I can't be sure if he's leaving the sect. Currently, his strength is comparable to a 10 Directions Celestial King, so I daren't follow him." Based on Zhang Hongyi's words, one could see he was a level-headed person. He was not blinded by greed over the 10 bottles of Duke-grade celestial pills and did not act rashly. After an hour had passed, Zhang Hongyi saw Duanling Tian returning. He wasted no time in informing the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang about it. He was worried the assassin would be needlessly waiting for Duanling Tian to appear. Naturally, it was not that he was considerate. He was just worried the assassin would be displeased with him for having to wait for Duanling Tian to appear. As Duanling Tian made his way to his residence, he thought to himself and sighed inwardly. Who knew that Guanglin would have comprehended the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity, even though he has only been in the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate for less than a year. During Duanling Tian's visit, he had found that Lu Guanglin had comprehended the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity. He did not expect Lu Guanglin to have such high comprehension skills. Although he himself had only spent 1 night comprehending the Earth elemental profundity, it was because he had the Chaos Divine Earth's help. Unlike him, Lu Guanglin did not have a chaos divine earth to guide him. Therefore, Lu Guangling's achievement was rather commendable.
Lu Guanglin had managed to comprehend the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity from a king-grade divine ability that was given to him by Sun Liangpeng.
Duanling Tian knew Sun Liangpeng had done that to raise his favorability in his eyes. He was rather pleased with Sun Liangpeng since Lu Guanglin had been loyal to him. At this time, he had already considered Lu Guanglin as one of his own. Before he left for the Simplicity Celestial sect, he had told Lu Guanglin that Lu Guanglin could stay in the supporting Fall Nation or come to the Simplicity Celestial sect. At that time, Lu Guanglin did not hesitate to follow him. In fact, at that time, he had inwardly wished Lu Guanglin would choose to stay in the supporting Fall Nation since it would be dangerous for Lu Guanglin to follow him. Regardless, when Lu Guanglin chose to follow him to the Simplicity Celestial sect, he respected Lu Guanglin's decision.
Duanling Tian was gone for an hour. What did he do during that time? Zhang Hongyi was perplexed and curious. After investigating the matter, he learned about Lu Guanglin.
A follower? Zhang Hongyi thought to himself. It's not difficult to knock his follower out and take him out of the sect's estate. However, would Duanling Tian be willing to risk his life and leave the sect's estate for his follower? In his opinion,
Duanling Tian was unlikely to risk his life for a mere follower. After all, if he were in Duanling Tian's shoes, he would certainly not risk his life for a follower.
As thoughts of the 10 bottles of the Duke-grade celestial pills surfaced in Zhang Hongyi's mind again, he thought to himself determinately with a covetous smile on his face. I don't care. I'll just take a chance and use that man as bait to lure Duanling Tian out of the sect's estate. There's a chance, regardless of how small it is, that Duanling Tian would leave the sect's estate for his follower. If I'm lucky, the 10 bottles of Duke-grade celestial pills will be mine.
I'll try and find an opportunity to knock him out with a White Thunder electric talisman before I sneak him out of the sect's estate.
Zhang Hongyi quickly formulated a plan to kidnap Lu Guanglin. Although he was determined to use Lu Guanglin as bait, he did not dare to be careless and reckless. After all, if he was exposed, it would be the end for him. For this reason, he needed to be extremely cautious. Half a month later,
Zhang Hongyi and the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang met on a barren plain located at the west of the Simplicity Celestial sect estate.
Who is he?
The assassin asked as he furrowed his brows after Zhang Hongyi dragged an unconscious middle-aged man out of his little world.
Zhang Hongyi replied, he's Duanling Tian's follower.
My master had sent someone to bring him to the Simplicity Celestial sect from the Thousand Nations territory.
A follower? The assassin frowned. You mean to use this man to lure Duanling Tian out of your sect's estate?
Yes,
Zhang Hongyi replied. The assassin sneered before he said, do you really think Duanling Tian would risk his life for a mere follower? Senior, this is the only idea I have. I think it's worth a try. I don't want to keep you waiting. I know there's no guarantee it'll work. However, what if it works? Zhang Hongyi said in an attempt to persuade the assassin.
The assassin pondered on Zhang Hongyi's words for a moment before he finally said, your words make sense. Based on his words, it was clear Zhang Hongyi had successfully convinced him.
Upon hearing these words, Zhang Hongyi sighed in relief inwardly. After a moment, he said tentatively, Senior, this person has seen my face. He knows me. If we manage to successfully lure Duanling Tian out, please kill this man as well. The assassin from the Blood Skull Gang nodded slightly. Although he did not care about Zhang Hongyi's life or death, Zhang Hongyi still had his uses if this plan failed. Zhang Hongyi did not consider the possibility of the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang betraying him. He failed to consider that the assassin's priority was only to kill Duanling Tian and complete his mission from the Blood Skull Gang. It was not important to him if Lu Guanglin exposed Zhang Hongyi or not. Now that roughly half a year had passed since Duanling Tian's first assassination attempt, Duanling Tian did not expect to receive another letter from the Blood Skull Gang. Moreover, the content was roughly the same as the first letter. Instead of Huaner, the subject had turned to Lu Guanglin.
This time, he was able to verify that Lu Guanglin had, indeed, been kidnapped.
After Duanling Tian informed Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, of Lu Guanglin's disappearance and the letter from the Blood Skull Gang, Sun Liangpeng said, We can confirm the person who abducted your follower isn't the assassin from the Bloodskull gang. It's impossible for outsiders to enter the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate unannounced. If a stranger enters the sect's estate unannounced, it'd trigger the formations in our sect. You mean to say the person who abducted Lu Guanglin is an insider? A member of the Simplicity Celestial Sect? Duan Ling Tian asked.
Yes. Sun Liangpeng replied.
According to the letter, they want me to go alone. If you or any powerhouses from the sect follow me, I'm afraid the insider will inform the assassin about it, Duan Ling Tian said.
Duan Ling Tian, I've come up with a plan earlier. When the first assassination attempt happened half a year ago, I'd pretended to order to second brother to leave the sect on a business trip. Sun Liangpeng replied confidently. He's waiting for my instruction outside.
I'll send him to protect you when you meet the assassin from the Bloodskull gang.
Duan Ling Tian bluntly asked, Sect leader, are you sure he's able to protect me?
There was no doubt Duan Ling Tian would leave the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate to rescue Lu Guanglin. However, he needed to be fully prepared before he left the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate since he was unsure of the assassin's strength. Duan Ling Tian had speculated the Bloodskull gang would not send an overly strong assassin to kill him. They had probably sent someone strong enough to get the job done. However, he also knew the Bloodskull gang no longer treated him as a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial but a 10 directions celestial king that had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth.
However, his strength that was granted by the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon would dwindle every time he sued it. Sun Liangpeng reassured Duan Ling Tian. Don't worry. Although my second brother is only a 5-element celestial king, his comprehension of the law of wind is powerful. It's not an exaggeration to say that all 5-element celestial kings in the profound Nether Mansion's territories aren't a match for him.
His strength should be easily stronger than a 5-element celestial king assassin from the Bloodskull gang. In fact, his strength should be comparable to a 6 combos celestial king assassin from the Bloodskull gang. Sun Liangpeng continued to say confidently, although your cultivation base is comparable to a 10 directions celestial king, your comprehension of the law is weak, therefore it's unlikely for the Bloodskull gang to send an overly powerful assassin to kill you. Based on my knowledge, at most, they would send a 4-phenomenon celestial king or 5-element celestial king to get the job done. Since my second brother is capable of dealing with a 6 combos celestial king from the Bloodskull gang, it won't be difficult for him to kill an assassin who's a 4-phenomenon celestial king or a 5-element celestial king. Even if the assassin tries to escape, it'd be futile due to my second brother's comprehension of the law of wind. If he truly can't kill the assassin, he'd still be able to send me a message. At that time, I'll join forces with him to kill the assassin. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He felt more at ease after hearing Sun Liangpeng's words. Then, he asked urgently, eager to rescue Lu Guanglin, Sect leader, when can I leave?
You can leave now. My second brother is in the vicinity of the sect's estate. He's skilled in stealth and camouflage, they're part of his characteristics as a celestial beast.
Let alone assassins who are 5-element celestial kings, even 6 combos and 7-star celestial kings won't be able to detect his presence, Sun Liangpeng said.
Where did the assassin want to meet?
The east, Sun Liangpeng asked. The west side, Duan Ling Tian replied.
All right, you can leave now. Keep in touch with me if you can. I'll have my second brother follow you closely to protect you.
Whoosh. After that, Duan Ling Tian no longer wasted any time and made his way west of the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. The meeting place was rather far from the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. Duan Ling Tian did not use his celestial origin energy to travel. Instead, he used a celestial boat. A celestial boat was, at least, a Duke-grade celestial weapon. The process to forge a celestial boat was incredibly intricate. He had only heard of celestial boats before he entered the Simplicity Celestial Sect. There were 3 grades of celestial boats. Needless to say, the higher the grade, the faster the celestial boat speed would be. The fastest celestial boat had speed comparable to a 9 palaces celestial duke. The slowest had speed comparable to a 3 talents celestial duke. These were the differences between a prominent and primitive duke-grade celestial boats. A mediocre Duke-grade celestial boat had speed comparable to a 6-combo celestial Duke. The celestial boat Duan Ling Tian was traveling in was a primitive celestial boat he had bought from an elder in the Simplicity celestial sect with celestial crystals. That elder was a Duke-grade celestial weapon craftsman who was able to forge Duke-grade celestial boats. The elder was the Simplicity celestial sect's only Duke-grade celestial weapon craftsman capable of forging Duke-grade celestial boats. However, he had only mastered the technique of forging primitive Duke-grade celestial boats. So far, he had only managed to forge 2 mediocre Duke-grade celestial boats and had not been able to refine prominent Duke-grade celestial boats yet. I finally arrived. After traveling for a day and a night, Duan Ling Tian finally arrived at the designated meeting place. The meeting place was a barren plain that only had a big and lonely tree. The tree had many branches, of which many were broken, but was leafless. I was clearly withered. The soul pearl. It did not take long for Duan Ling Tian to find a soul pearl hanging on one of the tree's branches, since it had been mentioned in the letter. After collecting the soul pearl, he was supposed to contact the author of the letter through the soul mark on the soul pearl. As soon as Duan Ling Tian's divine consciousness made contact with the soul mark on the soul pearl, swoosh, 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 the tree branches began to shake violently. At the same time, spots of light like the stars began to appear around the branches. Duan Ling Tian could sense a mysterious energy from the spots of lights that caused them to glow even brighter. The white light expanded and shrouded the tree and Duan Ling Tian soon after, and he felt his vision go dark. His heart skipped a beat as he exclaimed, It's a transporting formation? Watch out! A voice rang out belatedly as a green bird the size of a small hill that looked like a goshawk suddenly appeared in the air. Soon after, the goshawk transformed into a young man dressed in green robes. The green-clad young man's expression was dark and unsightly as he looked at the tree that had reverted to its original and unassuming appearance. The assassin from the Blood Skull Gang is also a master of formations? This transporting formation is laid out so well that even I failed to detect its presence. I wonder where Duan Ling Tian has been transported to. The green-clad young man was none other than Sun Liangpeng's second brother. He was a celestial beast with a human form who was a 5-elements celestial king. In fact, based on Sun Liangpeng's words, no 5-elements celestial kings in the profound Nether Mansion's territories were a match for him. He was clearly remarkable, and yet, Duan Ling Tian had disappeared under his watch. It's a one-time formation. The green-clad young man confirmed after investigating the tree and the formation. Then he no longer wasted time and sent a message to Sun Liangping with a grim expression on his face, eldest brother. In the Simplicity celestial sect's estate, Sun Liangpeng's expression changed drastically after he received the green-clad young man's message. The assassin from the Blood Skull Gang is also a master of formations? Not anyone could simply set up a transporting formation even if they had the necessary materials. One had to be skilled and powerful to set up such a formation. There were only a handful of people in the profound Nether Mansion's territories who were capable of such a feat. He might not necessarily be a master of formations. Maybe he had someone else set up the formation, the green-clad young man replied. Damn it! I didn't expect the assassin to be so cunning that he even prepared a transporting formation that you couldn't detect in time. Sun Liangpeng was dejected. The traveling distance of a one-time transporting formation is limited. Second brother, search your surroundings thoroughly. I'll join you at once. As soon as Sun Liangping finished speaking, he left the Simplicity celestial sect immediately. At the same time, he brought with him powerful high-ranking officials of the sect to search for Duan Ling Tian as well. It did not take long before half of the celestial kings in the Simplicity celestial sect left the sect's estate to search for Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian had been transported to a desolate and eerie canyon. There was a strong stench that permeated the air that Duan Ling Tian was forced to erect a barrier around himself to keep the stench at bay. Fortunately, maintaining the barrier would not deplete his celestial origin energy. Even if he kept the barrier up for 200 years, it would not affect his strength that was granted by the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. With this, he had no fear of his strength falling from that of a 10-directions celestial king to a 9-palaces celestial king. It's a transporting formation.
The sect leader's second brother was not transported along with me. It must be a one-time transporting formation. This assassin is well prepared. Duanling Tian took a deep breath to calm down. He could only rely on himself now. Duanling Tian surveyed his surroundings with a cold expression as he nonchalantly said, "Since I'm already here, why don't you show yourself?" As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, a mocking voice echoed in the canyon. What an incredible bond between a servant and his master. Duanling Tian quickly extended his divine consciousness to locate the whereabouts of the voice's owner. In a corner of the canyon, a figure walked out of a cave with another person hanging over his shoulder. The figure slowly emerged from the darkness that blanketed the canyon, revealing a middle-aged man with a medium build who dressed in the Blood Skull Gang's standard uniform for their assassins. It was similar to what the previous assassin had worn. The middle-aged man's appearance was ordinary, but his eyes were fierce and cold. Duanling Tian felt chills running up his spine when he met the assassin's gaze. "Guanglin!" Duanling Tian soon cried out. His expression turned grim when he saw the unconscious Lu Guanglin. He extended his divine consciousness into Lu Guanglin's body only to discover traces from a white lightning talisman. This was the reason Lu Guanglin had remained unconscious all this time. Duanling Tian used his divine consciousness to nullify the effect of the white lightning talisman, and it did not take long before Lu Guanglin began to slowly open his eyes. His eyes widened when he saw Duanling Tian and he cried out in a hoarse voice, "My lord." His voice sounded weak as though he had suffered terribly. Then, Lu Guanglin hurriedly sent Duanling Tian a voice transmission. He revealed the identity of the person who had brought him out of the Simplicity Celestial Sex estate. Although he did not know where he was or what was going on, he could tell that someone had plotted against his master. Therefore, he did not waste any time revealing what he thought was crucial information to Duanling Tian. "Zhang Hong Yi." Duanling Tian's expression darkened when he heard Lu Guanglin's words. At this moment, an indifferent voice echoed in Duanling Tian's ear. "It's time for you to wait for your master in hell." "No." Duanling Tian's face darkened even more. His celestial origin energy surged out into fiery flames. Swoosh! 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 Like a ball of fire, Duanling Tian charged toward the assassin. "You're too late." The assassin was one step ahead. He moved like a phantom in the air. At this moment, he held an inconspicuous silver thread in his hand. When he moved his hand, Lu Guanglin's body was immediately torn apart by the silver thread. "Guanglin!" Duanling Tian cried out in despair as he came to a halt. He watched Lu Guanglin being torn apart in front of him with reddened eyes. At the same time, the flames surrounding his body began to surge again. "Don't worry. You can accompany him in hell." The assassin sneered when he saw Duanling Tian losing his composure. He looked at Duanling Tian as though Duanling Tian was a dead man walking. He said flatly, "Die." As soon as the assassin finished speaking, Duanling Tian's eyes flashed coldly as he turned into a ball of flame and charged toward the assassin. His speed was so fast that it was comparable to the assassin's speed. "I'd love to see how long you can keep up with me since the power of your celestial origin energy isn't yours." The assassin moved and evaded Duanling Tian. He intended to force Duanling Tian to deplete his power that was granted by his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. As he moved around, the assassin thought to himself solemnly, "Those people in charge of gathering information are really unreliable. These clearly aren't profundities from the law of earth. They're clearly the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity, and the pillaging profundity. Fortunately, they sent me to complete this mission. I'm afraid if they had sent a 4-phenomenon celestial king or a 5-element celestial king to do this job, they would have died here." Senior Chaos Divine Flame. Duanling Tian's expression was grim. He was well aware of the assassin's intention. He called out to the Chaos Divine Flame before a gray flame surged out of his body and fused with the flames shrouding his body. Boom! A loud explosion rang in the air. The next moment, the flames on Duanling Tian's body surged higher, and his speed had increased as well. At this moment, his speed was even faster than the assassin. This is the explosion profundity? The assassin's expression changed drastically. He knew it was impossible for him to avoid Duanling Tian now. Due to the power of the explosion earlier,
He had assumed Duanling Tian had comprehended the explosion profundity.
The explosion profundity was an offensive and movement profundity from the law of fire, so it could increase one's speed as well.
Buzz, buzz,
Buzz.
buzz, buzz. The assassin stopped running away. He turned around and opened his arms. The air in his surroundings rippled as an ear-piercing buzzing noise rang in the air. The thread in his hand suddenly transformed into tens of thousands of sword chi.
He in the thread glowed with a green light and the wind seemed to shroud him as he made a move. Based on this, it was clear he had comprehended the law of wind.
Moreover, excluding the law of wind's fundamental profundity, the wind elemental profundity, it could be seen that he had cast 3 profundities at this moment. The gale profundity, the wind gathering profundity, and the slicing profundity.
A6 combos Celestial King? With this, Duanling Tian figured out the assassin's cultivation base, and he also recognized the law of wind's profundities the assassin was using.
7 orifices exquisite sword. Duanling Tian did not hesitate and brought out the 7 orifices exquisite sword to parry the assassin's attack.
To avoid the assassin from recognizing the sword as something beyond celestial weapons, he had intentionally pretended to bring the sword out from his spatial ring.
Buzz,
Buzz.
buzz, buzz, buzz.
Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes when a series of buzzing noises rang in the air again. The wind blade profundity?
After the assassin cast the gale profundity, the wind gathering profundity, and the slicing profundity, he cast the wind blade profundity as well.
Buzz.
Buzz,
Buzz.
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 A series of buzzing noises rang in the air. The thread in the assassin's hand suddenly transformed into tens of thousands of sword chi that glowed with a green light. This indicated that he had cast the wind blade profundity. As he moved the thread in his hand, the air stirred violently into a tornado. Soon enough, the tens of thousands of sword chi were engulfed in the tornado. The raging tornado spun until it was in front of the assassin, effectively blocking Duanling Tian's vision. Meanwhile, the raging tornado continued to grow bigger and bigger.
This is the law of wind's tornado profundity? Duanling Tian's expression changed slightly. Excluding the law of wind's fundamental profundity, the wind elemental profundity, the assassin had cast 5 profundities from the law of wind: the wind gathering profundity, the gale profundity, the slicing profundity, the wind blade profundity, and the tornado profundity. Brat, you're just a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had used a consumable royal grade celestial weapon. You should feel proud that I'm killing you by unleashing all my strength. In just a flash, the assassin entered the raging tornado,
impervious to the tens of thousands of sword chi and thread in there. All your strength. With these words, Duanling Tian knew the assassin had attacked without any reservations. Apart from the king-grade celestial thread that had been nurtured by a celestial lord, the assassin had also cast 6 types of profundities from the law of wind. The law of wind had a total of 9 profundities, including the fundamental profundity, the wind elemental profundity. In the southern heaven territory, it was rare to encounter someone who had comprehended all 9 profundities from a law. The first few profundities were usually easier to comprehend, but the later profundities would become more difficult to comprehend. This was due to many conflicting factors regarding the various profundities from a law. One had to find the balance between the conflicting profundities to fully master and comprehend the profundities. With this, it could be seen that the assassin had rather remarkable comprehension skills. After all, he was a 6 combos celestial king who had managed to comprehend and mastered 6 profundities from the law of wind to the rudimentary stage.
Die, brat, the assassin barked. As soon as the assassin finished speaking, the tornado swept toward Duanling Tian at an incredible speed. Its speed was not inferior to Duanling Tian's speed. If Duanling Tian could maintain his current speed, it was possible for him to evade the tornado. Unfortunately, his strength granted by the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon that was currently comparable to that of a 10-direction celestial king would only continue to drop. Based on the current situation, if this kept up in more or less 30 breaths, his cultivation base and strength would drop to that of a 9 palaces celestial king. At that time, he would not be able to evade the tornado and would be caught up in it. The assassin laughed as he watched Duanling Tian dodge the tornado with all his might. I'd like to see how long you can keep this up before your celestial origin energy weakens. You'll definitely die within 50 breaths. He's right. I can't continue like this. Otherwise, I die after 30 breaths. Duanling Tian was running out of options. He could only sweep through the canyon to avoid being engulfed by the tornado. He knew in roughly 30 breaths he would no longer be able to maintain much of a distance between him and the tornado. After all, the tornado profundity contained the wind elemental profundity, the wind gathering profundity, the gale profundity, the slicing profundity, and the wind blade profundity. With my current strength, it's not difficult to deflect his attack with the help from the 7 orifices exquisite sword. However, it'll greatly deplete the strength of my celestial origin energy that had been boosted. It would drop to the strength of an 8 trigrams celestial king at least. Even then, the assassin would just suffer minor injuries. It'd still be fairly easy for him to kill me after that. Faced with the raging and formidable tornado, this was the first time in a long time that Duanling Tian felt like death was imminent. At this moment, with a rare solemnity that was rarely heard in its childish voice, the Chaos Divine Earth said, "Chaos Divine Metal, we need to act together now. Otherwise, the boy will die." "I know," the Chaos Divine Metal replied in an equally solemn tone. "Boy, attack him with all your might. Use your sword and focus on his vital spot. We have only one chance to do this right," the Chaos Divine Metal said to Duanling Tian in a grim tone. "Don't rush. You're not any slower than him, so it's not difficult for you to target his vital spot." The Chaos Divine Earth reassured Duanling Tian and confidently said, "He'll probably think your attempt to struggle is futile and that you're just being stubborn. Most importantly, he probably thinks it isn't necessary to dodge your attack. When he realizes how deadly your attack is, it'd be too late for him to react. This is a fight to the death. Even if we kill him, you'll still suffer serious injuries even with the defenses from the Chaos Divine Earth." The Chaos Divine Flame chimed in at this moment. "After killing him, muster up whatever strength you have left and send it into your purely defensive celestial weapon to defend against his attack." Upon hearing the words of 3 of the 5 divine elements, Duanling Tian, who was frustrated and slightly panicked, calmed down like the sea that had regained calmness after a storm. It did not take long for him to calm down due to his many experiences and close calls with death. He knew the importance of maintaining one's composure in situations such as this one. Those who lost their calm were likely to perish. Swoosh! Meanwhile, the assassin watched through the raging tornado as it swept toward the fiery figure that was attempting to run away from it. However, all of a sudden, the fiery figure came to halt. In just a blink of an eye, the fiery figure switched direction and was charging toward the tornado. Swoosh! 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 Heat waves appeared as Duanling Tian charged toward the assassin who was in the tornado. The flames on his body collided with the raging tornado in the process. The assassin scoffed. "Your resistance is futile." He did not think much about this. In his opinion, this was just a desperate struggle before Duanling Tian's death. Duanling Tian probably wanted to fight before his strength further weakened. He thought he had a good understanding of Duanling Tian's capabilities, therefore he was not afraid. Although Duanling Tian's current strength was that of a 10 directions celestial kings, Duanling Tian had only comprehended 3 profundities from the Law of Fire, including the Law of Fire's fundamental profundity, the Fire Elemental Profundity. Moreover, at most, Duanling Tian possessed a purely offensive and purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by celestial lords. Boom! 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 The tornado continued to sweep out unimpeded. The flowers and trees were uprooted, part of the destruction that the tornado left in its wake. Even a tree that was so wide that it needed 5 to 6 adults to fully form a circle around it was easily uprooted. The tornado continued to spin, causing the rocks from the canyon wall to fall. I can see him in the tornado now. Just a little bit closer, and I'll be able to target his vital points. When Duanling Tian finally collided with the tornado, he felt a pressure so immense that he felt as though he was suffocating. At the same time, the Chaos Divine Earth shot out of Duanling Tian's body and merged with the flames on his body, alleviating the pressure on him. Boom! 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 The collision of the flames and tornado brought about a thunderous explosion. The shock wave from the collision swept out in all directions, causing the canyon to quake. Meanwhile, there's a tremor over there. Sun Liangpang, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, and high-rank officials from the sect were still searching for Duanling Tian at the eastern side of the canyon when they sensed a slight disturbance. Although the tremor was weak, judging by the distance, Sun Liangpeng could tell a fierce battle was being fought. That's it. It should be there. Sun Liangpeng moved at the speed of light toward the direction of the canyon. Hang in there, Duanling Tian. I'm coming. It's there. At the same time, Sun Liangpeng's second brother, the green-clad young man, reverted to his celestial beast form and swept toward the canyon as well. At this moment, many of the high-ranking officials from the Simplicity Celestial sect had already noticed the slight disturbance. One after another, they made their way to the canyon. There seems to be a commotion in that direction. Let's go and have a look. It's quite a distance away, but we can feel the tremors from here even if the tremors are weak. This means the fight is extremely fierce. It should be Duanling Tian and the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. In the desolate canyon, fire and wind raged. It looked as though the end of the world had arrived. I got it! Duanling Tian exclaimed as he held the 7 Orifices exquisite sword while being engulfed in flames. Then a sword ray shot out, cutting the silk thread in the tornado. The sword ray continued on its trajectory, unimpeded by the wind blades in the tornado as it made its way toward the glabella of the assassin who was standing in the eyes of the tornado. He's rather strong to be able to draw so close to me. The assassin from the Blood Skull Gang was rather taken aback when he saw Duanling Tian advancing despite his torn purple robes and his body being riddled with wounds from the wind blades in the tornado. Well, it doesn't matter. It's coming to end now. The assassin's mouth curved into a cruel smile. Then, he opened his arms before he brought them together again. At the same time, the thread in his hand shot toward Duanling Tian with the might of a troop of an army. As soon as the thread left his hand, the wind blades followed its lead and shot toward Duanling Tian as well. The assassin was expressionless when he made his killing blow. Clearly, he was confident. To him, Duanling Tian was already a dead man. At the same moment the assassin attacked, the profound divine metal's voice rang in Duanling Tian's mind. Boy, now! Die! Duanling Tian's eyes flashed coldly as soon as he heard the profound divine metal's words. At the same time, his sword burst with dazzling 7-color lights. Whoosh! 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 The 7 Orifices exquisite sword that looked ordinary earlier fully showed its brilliance at this moment. 7 sword rays of different colors shot out and swirled around the sword. Each different color sword rays had its own distinct auras. After a brief moment, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword seemed to be boosted when the sword rays shone even more brilliantly than before. At this moment, the sword looked incredibly formidable and domineering as a terrifying aura filled the air. The Blood Skull Gang's assassin who had just made his killing move could tell how extraordinary the 7 Orifices exquisite sword was at this moment. If he could not tell how extraordinary it was at this moment, he would have lived all his years in vain. In the next moment, a golden thread appeared in the midst of the 7 color lights near the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. Upon closer inspection, one would see it was actually a golden energy that seemed to flow like liquid gold. The silk thread left the hands of the Blood Skull Gang's assassin and shot toward Duanling Tian with the numerous wind blades in tow. It seemed as though they were capable of ripping Duanling Tian into a million pieces. Faced with the assassin's attack, Duanling Tian seemed fearless as he held onto his sword that had sword rays swirling around it. Whoosh! The sword seemed so sharp that it was as though it could slice through air itself. As it forged on, it repelled the assassin's golden silk thread and wind blades. Naturally, it was inevitable that some of the wind blades had landed on Duanling Tian. He could not have defended against every single one of them, even with the protection from the Chaos Divine Earth and the purely defensive King-grade celestial weapon nurtured by a celestial lord. In just a blink of an eye, Duanling Tian's purple robe was torn beyond recognition, and more wounds appeared on his body that was already riddled with injuries. An Emperor-grade celestial weapon. The Blood Skull Gang's assassin cried out when he finally had a good look at the sword in Duanling Tian's hand. At this moment, the 7 Orifices sword that contained the profound divine metal strength was already close to the assassin's head. Due to Duanling Tian's speed and close proximity, he had no time to react or dodge. When the profound divine metal lent his strength to the 7 Orifices exquisite sword,
Duan Ling Tian felt as though the sword was as heavy as lead. In just a brief moment, the 7 orifices exquisite sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand cleanly pierced through the assassin's glabella like a hot knife passing through butter. Blood dripped out from the wound immediately. The power from the profound divine metal surged into the assassin's sea of consciousness and completely destroyed his soul. Just like that, the assassin died with unwillingness and resentment. Before his death, he had sent all the remaining energy in his body into his king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. However, his opponent easily pierced through his defenses. It was as though the 7-color sword was merely piercing a paper-thin wall instead of a king-grade celestial weapon. Before his death, there was only one thought in his mind. How did Duan Ling Tian manage to cast the law of metal's piercing profundity when Duan Ling Tian clearly comprehended the law of fire? The assassin was naturally unaware that it was all the profound divine metal's doing. When it sent its energy into the 7 orifices exquisite sword, the effect was similar to the law of metal's piercing profundity. The law of wind had the slicing profundity that was somewhat similar to the law of metal's piercing profundity. Back when the assassin had studied the law of metal's slicing profundity, he had seen a floating image pearl of a powerhouse using the law of metal's piercing profundity. Therefore, he was aware of the similarities between the law of wind's slicing profundity and the law of metal's piercing profundity. It was a surprise that Duan Ling Tian managed to comprehend the law of fire and the law of metal, but it was not completely out of the realm of possibility. However, how did Duan Ling Tian cast both the law of metal and the law of fire at the same time? This was impossible. How could the assassin not be shocked and confused before his death? This went against his entire understanding of the laws. Whoosh! 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 After the assassin's death, the tornado died down quickly and dispersed into a violent wind that blew in all directions. Rumble! The impact of the fight made the entire canyon quake. While the energy dispersed, Duan Ling Tian was panting heavily. He struggled to put his sword away as he felt like collapsing. The pain crashed back into him like a flood now that the adrenaline had slowly died down. He felt as though he was going to pass out at any moment. He swayed on his feet as he hastily retrieved a Duke-grade medicinal pill from his spatial ring to relieve the pain. When the pain was manageable, Duan Ling Tian prepared to collect his rewards for killing the assassin from the Bloodskull gang. At the same time, the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind. Boy, the Chaos Divine Flame and the profound Divine Metal have fallen into a deep slumber because of this. I'll be falling into a deep slumber soon as well. In the past, the Chaos Divine Earth had always sounded strong and energetic when it spoke. However, at this moment, his voice sounded weak and soft. Focus on your cultivation and improve your strength as fast as you can. Although the Chaos Divine Flame is hibernating, you can still use him to refine celestial pills. When you use the Chaos Divine Flame, try to gain a better understanding of its characteristics and observe it. It'll help with your comprehension of the law of fire. With that, you won't be fumbling in the dark cluelessly. Certainly, it would be ideal if you have the help of the Chaos Divine Flame, but you'll have to wait until he's awake for that. The Chaos Divine Earth's voice got softer and softer before it finally trailed off into silence. I guess I'm on my own for now, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Duan Ling Tian. An anxious voice rang from the periphery of the valley just when Duan Ling Tian was about to collect his bounty from killing the assassin from the Bloodskull gang. Sect leader. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback by this. When he regained his senses and finally identified the owner of the voice, he saw a lean middle-aged man dressed in a long robe. The middle-aged man was none other than Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. Duan Ling Tian, you're badly injured? Sun Liangpeng's expression changed slightly when he saw the injuries Duan Ling Tian sustained. Then, he asked, "Where's the Bloodskull gang's assassin?" "There." Duan Ling Tian looked at the place where the Bloodskull gang's assassin had landed on and turned into a pulpy mess of flesh and blood. At the same time, he bit back his pain and flew toward the corpse that was nothing more than mush now. Sun Liangpeng was stunned speechless for a moment when he saw the sight. That's the Bloodskull gang's assassin? Did Duan Ling Tian kill him? When Sun Liangpeng regained his senses, Duan Ling Tian had already put the assassin's spatial ring and defensive celestial weapons away. I've never seen a weapon like this, although this is just a king-grade celestial weapon. It could be extremely terrifying if wielded by someone who has comprehended the law of metal and the law of wind, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as he looked at the silk thread he had gained from killing the assassin. Earlier, he had seen how deadly the silk thread was. It was as though it could cut the void open. Whoosh! At this moment, Sun Liangping finally arrived next to Duan Ling Tian. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and curiously asked, Duan Ling Tian, what's the cultivation base of the assassin? He was a 6-combos celestial king, Duan Ling Tian replied tonelessly. A 6-combos celestial king? Sun Liangpeng's expression changed drastically upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's reply. A 6-combos celestial king assassin from the Bloodskull gang was not like ordinary 6-combos celestial kings. The numbers of profundities they comprehended were higher than most 6-combos celestial kings in the profound Nether Mansion's territories. The assassin is a 6-combos celestial king? At this moment, another voice rang out from the periphery of the valley. Following that, a huge figure that almost covered the sky appeared. Duan Ling Tian saw a green flying beast that looked like a goshawk. In just a moment, the green flying beast had turned into a young man dressed in green robes. It did not take long before the green-clad young man arrived next to Duan Ling Tian and Sun Liangpeng. Duan Ling Tian, this is my second brother, Qing Hong. Sun Liangping introduced the green-clad young man to Duan Ling Tian as soon as the green-clad young man arrived. Although Qing Hong had been tailing Duan Ling Tian as soon as Duan Ling Tian left the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate, Duan Ling Tian had yet to meet Qing Hong face-to-face prior to this. This was their first meeting. Even without Sun Liangpeng's introductions, Duan Ling Tian would have been able to guess the identity of the green-clad young man. He bowed and thanked Qing Hong. Thank you for your protection along the way, Senior Qing Hong. I didn't expect him to lead you to a one-time transportation formation. I was careless. Fortunately, you're fine. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain myself to my brother. Qing Hong said tonelessly despite his words. It was only natural since he was not familiar with Duan Ling Tian. He had only protected Duan Ling Tian due to his brother's directive. Otherwise, he would not care about Duan Ling Tian's life or death. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was aware of this as well. Therefore, he no longer paid any attention to Qing Hong after he thanked Qing Hong. The Bloodskull gang's assassin should have comprehended the law of wind, right? Qing Hong asked Duan Ling Tian as he studied the canyon that was in ruins. He had also mastered the law of wind. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to tell that damages in the canyon were caused by the law of wind. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded. A Bloodskull gang's 6-combos celestial king who comprehended the law of wind. Usually, someone like him would have comprehended 5 profundities from the law of wind, including the law of wind's fundamental profundity, the wind elemental profundity, Sun Liangping speculated out loud. Based on his knowledge, 6-combos celestial king assassins in top assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven territory like the Bloodskull gang would have at least comprehended 5 profundities of a law. 5 profundities? Duan Ling Tian laughed bitterly. Sun Liangpeng severely underestimated this assassin from the Bloodskull gang whom he had just killed. Including the law of wind's wind elemental profundity, the assassin had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of wind. Duan Ling Tian was about to correct Sun Liangpeng when Qing Hong spoke up first. It's more than that. Based on the damages on the scene, I'd say the Bloodskull gang's assassin had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of wind, including the wind elemental profundity. Upon hearing Qing Hong's words, Duan Ling Tian could not help but turn to look at Qing Hong. Qing Hong was absolutely right. He felt a chill run up his spine when he saw the confident expression on Qing Hong's face. Qing Hong was not even here to witness the fight, but he could pinpoint with accuracy the numbers of profundities the assassin had comprehended. Brother, are you sure? Sun Liangpeng was thoroughly shocked when he heard Qing Hong's words. You know how rare it is for a 6-combos celestial king, whether he's an assassin from the Bloodskull gang or not, to be able to comprehend 6 profundities from a law. I'm certain. Qing Hong's gaze swept over the destroyed valley again. Brother, look at what is left behind from the fight. That is left behind by the law of wind's wind blade profundity. That one, That is a mark left behind by the law of wind's slicing profundity. Moreover, judging from the damage these profundities caused,
he must have comprehended the wind-gathering profundity as well and possessed a purely offensive king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. He pointed out the profundities from the law of wind he was sure the assassin had mastered before he looked
at Duan Tian and asked, "Am I right?" "Yes." Duan Tian nodded calmly. Inwardly, he was truly shocked by Qing Hong's accuracy. Sun Liangpeng gasped. Soon after, he looked at Duan Tian with a complicated and curious gaze as he asked. The assassin was a 6-combo celestial king who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of wind. Duan Tian, how did you manage to kill him? Even if you have the cultivation base of a 10-direction celestial king from your consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, you have only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth, right?
It was only natural that Sun Liangpeng was confused. A 6-combo celestial king who had comprehended 6 profundities from a law of wind could easily kill a 10-directions celestial king who had merely comprehended 2 profundities from a law.
The difference between the strength was almost 4 stages. A 10-direction celestial king had to comprehend, at least, 4 profundities from a law to be a match for a 6-combo celestial king who had comprehended 6 profundities from a law. How could Duan Tian, who had merely comprehended 2 profundities from a law, be a match for the assassin even if he had the cultivation base of a 10-direction celestial king? Perhaps Duan Tian had used a soul attack. After all, profundities could be used along with soul attacks. However, no matter what, Duan Tian, who had just comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth, should not be a match for the Blood Skull Gang's assassin who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of wind.
Duan Tian was already prepared for this question. An apologetic expression appeared on his face as he said, "Sect leader. In truth, the law of earth isn't my strongest suit. My comprehension of the law of fire is higher than that of the law of earth.
I have comprehended 4 profundities from the law of fire. Coupled with that, I had to go all out and unleashed all my strength from the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon before I could kill him. Even then, I'm severely injured. Even with medicinal pills, it'd take me 2 to 3 months at least to recover." He sighed after he finished speaking. Duan Tian had already prepared to tell Sun Liangpeng that he had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of fire when he had, in fact, only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of fire. After all, if Sun Liangpeng knew the truth, it would not take long before Sun Liangpeng suspected he had other treasures like royal-grade celestial weapons, or there were still uses left in his consumable royal-grade celestial weapons.
In fact, when Duan Tian discovered the full extent of the assassin's strength earlier, he had briefly considered using the last of the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. At that time, for a brief period, his strength would exceed that of an ordinary celestial lord.
With that, it would not be difficult for him to escape unscathed from the assassin even if he could not kill the assassin. However, in the end, he dismissed that idea.
Sun Liangpeng fell into a daze when he heard Duan Tian's explanation. It took him a while to recover his senses.
Meanwhile, Qing Hong looked at Duan Tian as though he had expected the explanation. He had been observing the surroundings. He did not find any trace from the law of earth, only the law of fire.
At that time, he had already suspected that Duan Tian was more skilled in the law of fire than the law of earth.
With this, it made sense now why Duan Tian did not choose the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contained the law of earth and choose the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contained the law of fire instead when he was on the top floor of the Intersect Library. When Sun Liangpeng finally regained his senses, he said with bright eyes, "Duan Tian, you're really the most talented prodigy I've ever met, not only throughout the history of the profound Nether Mansions territories, but I've never heard of anyone in the Southern Heaven territory who's a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial and has comprehended 4 profundities before reaching the age of 100.
Before reaching the age of 100? Qing Hong was stunned by Sun Liangpeng's words. He knew his brother valued Duan Tian. Otherwise, his brother would not have asked him to fetch Duan Tian's servant from the Thousand Nations territory or protect Duan Tian. However, he was unaware that Duan Tian was not even 100 years old. Qing Hong nodded slightly as he thought to himself, that's right. If he isn't so monstrously talented, why would my brother think so highly of him?
It's useless. I still can't protect those who matter to me. Duan Ling Tian walked to the remnants of Lu Guanglin's corpse and silently pieced Lu Guanglin together before burying Lu Guanglin. His eyes were red, and regret swelled up in his heart as he thought to himself, if I've insisted that Guanglin stays in the supporting Fall Nation, this wouldn't have happened. Meanwhile, someone in the Blood Skull Gang's branch outside of the profound Nether Mansion's territories noticed that the soul pearl of one of their 6 combos Celestial King assassins had shattered. Guyun Zhong was a name that was not particularly famous in the entire Blood Skull Gang. However, among the Blood Skull Gang's 6 combos Celestial Kings, he was rather famous. Among all the Blood Skull Gang's 6 combos Celestial Kings, only 3 of them had comprehended 6 profundities from a law. As such, Guyun Zhong was considered one of the top 6 combos Celestial Kings in the Blood Skull Gang's branch he belonged. Guyun Zhong is dead. News of Guyun Zhong's demise spread in the Blood Skull Gang's branch and stirred up quite a commotion. Guyun Zhong died? If I'm not mistaken, his mission took him to the Grade 6 mansion, the Profound Nether Mansion, right? Did he die there?
I heard he went to finish a job that a one basic Celestial King failed to complete. The target is a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Even then, not only did the one basic Celestial King fail his mission, but he perished as well.
Well, I'm not too surprised that a one basic Celestial King failed to kill a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. However, even someone as powerful as Guyun Zhong has died?
It seems like that peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial must be protected by someone who's, at least, a 7-star Celestial King.
That's right. Guyun Zhong was a 6 combos Celestial King who had comprehended 6 profundities from the Law of Wind. With his strength, it's unlikely that any 6 combos Celestial King would be a match for him in the Profound Nether Mansion's territories. The person who killed him must be a 7 stars Celestial King or someone stronger.
The Blood Skull Gang's branch that Guyun Zhong belonged to was shaken by the news of his demise.
The high-ranking official of the branch, naturally, did not waste any time and sent a message to the headquarters of the Blood Skull Gang to inform them of what happened. He was slightly displeased for losing one of his stronger assassins. The mission sounded simple, but it was clearly more difficult than they imagined.
Soon after, the high-ranking official received a reply from the headquarters. Did the 6 combos Celestial King assassin from your branch manage to reveal who killed him before he died?
No. He was probably killed from a sneak attack or they took him by surprise, so he didn't have time to send a message back. The high-ranking official revealed his speculation.
We've received your report. We will update you on this matter. For now, you're relieved from this job. This was the end of the message from the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters.
The branch's high-ranking official sighed in relief. We finally got rid of that job. It's a pity that Guyun Zhong became a sacrifice.
I wouldn't have accepted the job if I knew that target is so difficult to deal with. Guyun Zhong was definitely our branch's trump card among the 6 combos Celestial Kings here. What a pity. He was rather displeased that he had lost a capable subordinate. In a huge city on a vast land unclaimed by any forces in the Southern Heaven Territory.
Inside a grand mansion in the city, a young man dressed in fine robes was seated in a pavilion in the front yard. He was silently sipping on a cup of tea when he received a message. After listening to the message, the young man's expression changed drastically. What? A 6 combos Celestial King who had comprehended 6 profundities from the Law of Wind had failed to complete the mission and perished in the Profound Nether Mansion.
The young man dressed in the fine robes was none other than Qinli, the illegitimate son and the only son of one of the vice leaders of the Blood Skull Gang. Due to his status as the only son, his father favored him greatly and doted on him. Thus, his status in the Blood Skull Gang was rather high.
At this moment, Chun-Li had just received a message from one of the heads in the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters. This person was also his father's right-hand man. Young Master Li, who was it that made the request to kill this peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial? In order to kill him, we have lost a 1 basic Celestial King and a 6 combos Celestial King. Moreover, this 6 combos Celestial King who had died is no ordinary 6 combos Celestial King. He had comprehended 6 profundities from the Law of Wind. He was a great asset to our Blood Skull Gang. His death had brought a lot of attention to this job. I'm afraid word of it will spread soon, the man said. At that time, I'm afraid there will be a lot of people from the two vice leaders factions who are at odds with Master who would seize the opportunity to pin the blame on you. After all, you're the guarantor for this mission. Upon hearing these words, Chun-Li scoffed and replied to the message. So what if I am the guarantor? Guarantors are only responsible for making sure the clients give the due payment and making sure the clients don't sell us out. As for whether we accept the job or not, it all depends on the intelligence department, right? As it has always been, we only determined whether to accept a job or not after going through the intel gathered by those in the intelligence department. When has a guarantor ever had to be responsible for such a thing?
Young Masterly, you're right. However, you know those men are always looking to find the slightest fault to cause trouble for Master. With your relation to Master, you're not just an ordinary guarantor.
You should also know that if it weren't for your relationship with Master, you wouldn't have been able to become a guarantor at all. With this, there's no doubt they're going to make a mountain out of a molehill.
It's likely that this matter will affect Master's chance to take over the position of the leader of the Bloodskull Gang. You have to understand that two vice leaders also have their eyes on that position, the head from the headquarters explained.
Fine, I'll talk to Father about this. Chun-Li concluded the message. He was feeling vexed as well. How could this happen? His eyes flashed with anger as he muttered. It's all that simplicity celestial sex Zheng Hongyi's fault.
Why didn't he choose someone else to kill?
Why did he pick Duanling Tian and drag me down like this? It was true that guarantors were not at fault if cases like that happened. However, it was different for Chun-Li. He was not qualified to be a guarantor at all. The only reason he could even be a guarantor was only due to him being the son of one of the vice leaders of the Bloodskull Gang. This was a good reason for his father's competitors to use against his father. Zheng Hongyi. Chun-Li grew even angrier when he thought about the culprit behind this mess. He wasted no time in sending a message to Zheng Hongyi and rebuking him. Nevertheless, to Chun-Li's annoyance, according to the Bloodskull Gang's rules, once a job had been accepted, they had to see it to the end. It did not matter even if they had to sacrifice a 10 Directions Celestial King to finish the job, let alone a 6 Combos Celestial King. There was no doubt the next assassin that the Bloodskull Gang sent would no longer be a mere 6 Combos Celestial King. Naturally, they would no longer recklessly rush to complete the mission. Further investigations had to be conducted before they acted again. After all, their previous intel on Duanling Tian was obviously not sufficient.
After a long time had passed, Chun-Li's expression turned unsightly when he did not receive a reply from Zheng Hongyi. Killing intent flashed in his eyes immediately.
Naturally, Chun-Li was unaware that Zheng Hongyi could not reply to his message at this time. At this moment, Zheng Hongyi was facing a life-or-death situation. One wrong move and it would be over for Zheng Hongyi. In the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate that was located in one of the profound Nether Mansion's territories, a figure could be seen kneeling in the front yard of Sun Liangpeng's residence. Despite his submissive posture of kneeling, the person's head was held high defiantly. This person was none other than Zheng Hongyi.
Zheng Hongyi glared at Duanling Tian and angrily said, Duanling Tian, how can you accuse me of such a thing?
Is it because my attitude toward you wasn't good when you first arrived in the sect?
The two people standing in front of Zheng Hongyi were Duanling Tian and Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect.
After burying Lu Guanglin, Duanling Tian had informed Sun Liangpeng of Zheng Hongyi's involvement in this matter. Before Lu Guanglin's death, Lu Guanglin had told him about the person who had knocked him out and brought him out of the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate.
Although Sun Liangpeng knew it had to be someone from the Simplicity Celestial Sect who had lured Duanling Tian away from the sex estate, he did not expect the culprit to be his third direct disciple, Zheng Hongyi.
Upon their return to the sex estate, Sun Liangpeng brought Duanling Tian to his residence before summoning Zheng Hongyi over. However, Zheng Hongyi denied the accusations. He glared at Duanling Tian defiantly as though he had been wrongly accused as he said with self-righteous indignation, Duanling Tian, Zheng Hongyi, might be jealous of you for becoming a true disciple.
However, that doesn't mean I have thoughts of killing you. Moreover, you said I employed assassins from the Bloodskull Gang to kill you. Everyone knows that to employ the Bloodskull Gang's service, one needs a guarantor.
With my status and strength, How could I be capable of hiring an assassin from the Bloodskull gang? Where do you think I could even find a guarantor?
Duanling Tian calmly watched as Zheng Hongyi vehemently denied the accusations. After Zheng Hongyi finished speaking, he only said indifferently, "Are you done?"
Fear rose in Zheng Hongyi's heart when he saw Duanling Tian's calm expression. Does Duanling Tian have evidence? When Zheng Hongyi was summoned here, he had assumed the assassin from the Bloodskull gang was careless and allowed Duanling Tian's subordinate to communicate with Duanling Tian. Moreover, he assumed Duanling Tian was lucky and managed to escape with his life intact. He was under the impression that the assassin was still alive and holding Duanling Tian's subordinate hostage. At this moment, Duanling Tian waved his hand and brought out a spatial ring. Then, he passed the spatial ring to Sun Liangpeng, who was standing next to him, and said, "Sect leader, please have a look and see if Zheng Hongyi's soul pearl is in this spatial ring."
Sun Liangpeng had seen his third direct disciple firmly denying his involvement in this matter. Although he was inclined to believe Duanling Tian, there was nothing he could without any evidence.
Upon seeing the spatial ring, he was finally reminded that Duanling Tian was in the possession of the assassin's spatial ring. If Zheng Hongyi was the one who hired an assassin from the Bloodskull gang, Zheng Hongyi's soul pearl should be with the assassin. Upon seeing this, Zheng Hongyi sneered. "It doesn't mean anything even if the spatial ring has my soul pearl. There are many people in the sect who have my soul pearl. It's not hard to verify this." Duanling Tian turned frosty when he heard Zheng Hongyi's words. He said with a mocking smile, "Well, what if I told you this spatial ring belonged to the assassin? The spatial ring of the Bloodskull gang's assassin?" Zheng Hongyi was stunned speechless. Why was the assassin's spatial ring in Duanling Tian's possession? There was only one possibility for something like that. The assassin had died. Following that, Sun Liangpeng brought a soul pearl out from the spatial ring. An expression of fury appeared on his face immediately. As Zheng Hongyi's master, he was, naturally, familiar with Zheng Hongyi's soul mark. There was no doubt this soul pearl belonged to Zheng Hongyi.
With this confirmation, Sun Liangpeng's expression turned frosty as celestial origin energy began to rise from his body. It seemed like he intended to kill Zheng Hongyi to seek justice for Duanling Tian. "So it's really you. You insolent disciple."
"Master!" Zheng Hongyi cried out. A panicked expression appeared on his face when he saw the killing intent flashing in his master's eyes. He hastily said in an attempt to save his life, "You can't believe him. Just because he said the spatial ring belonged to the assassin, how can you just take his word for it?"
"I watched Duanling Tian pick the spatial ring from the assassin's corpse." Sun Liangpeng's killing intent did not subside at all. He turned to look at Duanling Tian and said, "Duanling Tian, you have the right to deal with him. You can kill him to avenge your subordinate."
"Thank you, sect leader."
Duanling Tian nodded. When he turned to look at Zheng Hongyi, a terrifying killing intent raged in his eyes. Lu Guanglin had died because of him. He had to avenge Lu Guanglin no matter what.
At this moment, Sun Liangpeng turned a deaf ear to what Zheng Hongyi said, ignoring Zheng Hongyi. He only watched on expressionlessly as though he did not care about Zheng Hongyi's life or death.
Zheng Hongyi's expression changed drastically. Fear tightened its grip around his heart when he saw his master truly did not care about what happened to him.
Duanling Tian was about to land the killing strike when Zheng Hongyi hastily said, "Duanling Tian, I'm not the only one who had dealt with the Bloodskull gang. Wang Hong is involved as well. In the previous assassin spatial ring, you should be able to find a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. It's called the Jade Light Armor. It was given to her by the Grand Elder. She had used it as a deposit to pay the Bloodskull gang. Faced with his impending death, he gritted his teeth and decided to drag Wang Hong down with him. If he had to die, he would not die alone. If they decided to spare Wang Hong due to her connection, he might have a chance of surviving as well. It was his last-ditch attempt to survive. Wang Hong. The killing intent in Duanling Tian's eyes intensified as he turned to look at Sun Liangpeng meaningfully. "Sect leader, it seems like the Grand Elder wasn't being honest when we spoke to him before."
"Insolent disciple, do you have evidence?" Sun Liangpeng asked icily as he stared at Zheng Hongyi. Despite his question, he was already rather certain of Wang Hong's involvement. Master, I don't have any evidence. However, I can ask Wang Hong to meet me. You can hide while I speak to her, Zheng Hongyi said. All this time, Wang Hong was unaware that the Blood Skull Gang had sent another assassin. Naturally, she had no inkling as to what had happened at all. Then, Zheng Hongyi hurriedly sent Wang Hong a voice transmission telling her that the Blood Skull Gang had sent another assassin. Therefore, she agreed to meet him. It did not take long before Wang Hong arrived. As soon as she saw Zheng Hongyi, she did not greet him but immediately asked Zheng Hongyi what's his cultivation base. According to my grandfather, Duanling Tian's current cultivation base is equivalent to a 10 directions celestial king. Before Zheng Hongyi could respond, Wang Hong continued to say, if he's just a normal assassin, he won't be able to kill Duanling Tian. As soon as Wang Hong finished speaking, Zheng Hongyi looked at the air in front of him and asked, did you hear that? Upon hearing this, Wang Hong's expression changed dramatically as an ominous feeling rose in her heart. Wang Hong, you're a part of this as well? Sun Liangpeng asked angrily. Wang Hong watched, frightened, as Sun Liangpeng and Duanling Tian appeared. Sun Liangpeng was furious. He did not expect Wang Hong to do such a foolish thing with Zheng Hongyi. Did she not take her grandfather, who was the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, into consideration before she acted so foolishly? Meanwhile, Duanling Tian only looked at Wang Hong coldly, as though he was looking at a dead person. Sect leader? Wang Hong already had a bad premonition when Zheng Hongyi spoke to the air. When she saw Sun Liangpeng, she was shocked. When Wang Hong regained her senses, she glared at Zheng Hongyi and said through gritted teeth, Zheng Hongyi, it's your own fault you got exposed, why must you drag me down with you? If she still did not understand Zheng Hongyi's intention, she would have lived her life in vain. After that, Sun Liangpeng spoke to Wang Hong's grandfather, the Simplicity Celestial Sect's Grand Elder, and the other high-ranking officials of the Simplicity Celestial Sect regarding how the duo should be dealt with. Zhang Guangzheng, the person who brought Duanling Tian to the Simplicity Celestial Sect, was the first to speak up. This is terrible. It's already bad enough that our disciples are killing among themselves. Now, they even dare to hire assassins. I think they should be put to death to serve as an example for the other disciples. With this, we can prevent something like this from happening again in the future. I agree. The other vice sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, a middle-aged man with a medium build, agreed with Zhang Guangzheng. Apart from Wang Qianzhan, the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, who had not spoken up yet, the other high-ranking officials of the Simplicity Celestial Sect agreed with sentencing Zheng Hongyi and Wang Hong to death. Grand Elder, what do you think? Sun Liangping asked as he looked at Wang Qianzhan. Everyone instinctively turned to look at Wang Qianzhan. These eyes were like an immense pressure on him. Sentence them to death then, he said indifferently before he left without turning back. Despite Wang Qianzhan's indifference, the other high-ranking officials of the Simplicity Celestial Sect could understand his feelings. Therefore, they were not offended by his abrupt departure. Sun Liangpeng had allowed Duanling Tian to personally execute Wang Hong and Zheng Hongyi. Could be considered as doing Duanling Tian a favor as well. After Duanling Tian had executed Wang Hong, he looked at Zheng Hongyi and asked curiously, Zheng Hongyi, I'm curious, who's your guarantor? Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, the others who were present turned to look at Zheng Hongyi curiously as well. The Blood Skull Gang was one of the top assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory. It was not easy to employ their services. One had to be or had to have a guarantor who was, at least, a leader of a Grade 6 force or a Celestial Lord. A way to bypass that was to have connections with someone from the Blood Skull Gang. Most of the people present were certain Zheng Hongyi had a connection with someone from the Blood Skull Gang. Zheng Hongyi sneered. I'm going to die anyway. Why should I tell you? Well, if you answer my question, I'll leave you with an intact corpse. Otherwise, you'll die by 1,000 cuts and dismemberment. Duanling Tian's voice was frosty, and the killing intent in his eyes intensified, causing chills to run up people's spines. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words and seeing the killing intent in Duanling Tian's eyes, Zheng Hongyi's face turned as pale as a sheet of paper. He did not doubt Duanling Tian's words at all. Out of fear, he hastily said, I met the son of a high-ranking official in the Blood Skull Gang once.
I did him a favor, so he gave me his soul pearl and promised me 2 chances to employ the Blood Skull Gang's service. Zheng Hongyi's reply confirmed the suspicion of the high-ranking officials in the Simplicity Celestial sect. Zheng Hongyi managed to hire an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang to kill Duanling Tian because he had connections in the Blood Skull Gang. Duanling Tian clicked his tongue and shook his head before he said, "You used one of the 2 chances that the son of a high-ranking official in the Blood Skull Gang gave you to kill me. I don't know if I should thank you for the honor or tell you that you've overestimated me."
Duanling Tian, the winner takes all. I hope you'll keep your words and finish me off swiftly, Zheng Hongyi said in a deep voice before he closed his eyes.
Then, Duanling Tian did not waste any more time and swiftly executed Zheng Hongyi.
After that, Zhang Guangzheng, one of the vice sect leaders of the Simplicity Celestial sect, looked at Duanling Tian worriedly as he said, "Duanling Tian, the Blood Skull Gang has lost 2 assassins on their mission to assassinate you.
One of them was even a 6 combos Celestial King. I'm afraid they won't let the matter slide." Then, he continued to remind Duanling Tian, "In the future, don't leave the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. As long as you're in the sect's estate, even top assassin organizations like the Blood Skull Gang won't dare to simply enter the sect's estate."
All right, Duanling Tian nodded. From this incident, he realized that he was still far too weak. He decided that unless it was a matter of utmost importance, he would not simply leave the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. Now that the 6 combos Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang had died, it was not difficult to figure out that the next assassin the Blood Skull Gang sent would be even more powerful. It was likely that the Blood Skull Gang would send someone even more powerful than Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, to kill him. The assassin would probably lie in wait outside the sect's estate. If it were not for the profound nether mansion, even the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate would not be safe. However, even in the sect, I'm afraid I'm not completely free from danger. If I'm not mistaken, the Grand Elder will probably want to avenge Wang Hong's death. It's not a stretch to say that he probably can't wait to kill me. Wang Hong only had herself to blame for her death. However, according to Sun Liangpeng, Wang Qianzhan, the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial sect, had always been very protective of his granddaughter, who was also his only relative. Based on Wang Qianzhan's character, he definitely would not let this matter rest until he had gotten his revenge. Upon hearing Sun Liangpeng's words, the first thought that appeared in Duanling Tian's mind was to leave the Simplicity Celestial sect as soon as possible. There were both internal and external dangers in the Simplicity Celestial sect, so why would he continue staying in such a dangerous place? However, when he thought about how Sun Liangpeng did not hesitate to mete out justice and sacrificed his 3rd direct disciple because of him, his urge to leave dampened slightly. Although Zheng Hongyi and Wang Hong's actions were terrible, it would not be difficult for Sun Liangpeng to conceal the matter to save Zheng Hongyi and Wang Hong. Naturally, Duanling Tian was aware that Sun Liangpeng was incredibly impartial because he valued Duanling Tian's potential. After all, Sun Liangpeng would benefit greatly if Duanling Tian successfully entered the profound nether mansion. If it were someone else in Duanling Tian's shoes, Sun Liangpeng might not have dealt with the matter so decisively and fairly. Sun Liangpeng might have executed Zheng Hongyi anyway, but there was a chance Sun Liangpeng might spare Wang Hong. After all, by executing Wang Hong, he would offend and lose the support from Wang Qiaozhan, who had a high status in the sect. Nonetheless, Duanling Tian still felt grateful to Sun Liangpeng. After all, there was no guarantee he would successfully enter the profound nether mansion, and at this moment Sun Liangpeng did not benefit from him. After executing Zheng Hongyi and Wang Hong, Duanling Tian did not return to his residence in the valley for true disciples and inner disciples. Instead, he returned to Sun Liangpeng's residence. Meanwhile, Wang Qianzhan stood at the peak of a mountain nearby with a bitter expression on his face. He muttered to himself, "The sect leader went to such lengths for an outsider. Isn't he afraid that he'll offend the original sect members with his actions?" Wang Qianzhan's eyes were red and his hands were tightly fisted. His celestial origin energy that surged out was turbulent, causing the air around him to ripple. It was just as Sun Liangpeng and Duanling Tian had expected. Wang Qiaozhan had, indeed, planned to kill Duanling Tian to avenge Wang Hong, his granddaughter.
He was even ready to flee the sect and abandon his position as a grand elder of the sect for the sake of his revenge. Due to his experience and familiarity with the sect's estate, he was confident that he would be able to escape safely even if he had to face Sun Liangpeng or the strong powerhouses from the sect. However, it was out of Wang Chaozhan's expectation that Sun Liangpeng would bring Duan Lingtian back to his residence. With this, it would be much more difficult for his plan to succeed. Before he could even get to Duan Lingtian, he would have to contend with Sun Liangpeng. Moreover, as the Grand Elder of the Simplicity sect, he knew how difficult it was to breach the defenses in Sun Liangpeng's residence. After all, Sun Liangpeng's residence was also the residence of all the former sect leaders of the Simplicity Celestial sect. It was protected by many complex formations that Wang Chaozhan did not understand. If he drew too close to Sun Liangpeng's residence, it would be easy for Sun Liangpeng to detect his presence. Wang Zhan's eyes flashed with hatred, fury, and killing intent as he looked at Sun Liangpeng's residence from afar. Duan Lingtian, you can stay there as long as you want. If I'm given even the smallest opportunity, I'll definitely kill you. When Duan Lingtian entered Sun Liangpeng's residence, he could feel an intense gaze on him. He instinctively turned to look at a mountain nearby and saw a figure standing at the peak of the mountain. His eyes narrowed slightly as he said, "It's the Grand Elder." Sun Liangpeng finished Duan Lingtian's words. "I've noticed his presence since earlier. He's been watching you like a predator eyeing its prey. It seems like I'm right. He has no intention to spare you." Then he sighed and said helplessly, "However, due to the sect's rules, there's nothing I can do to him before he attacks you. After all, he's still the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial sect." Although Sun Liangpeng could easily kill Wang Chaozhan, he needed a reasonable cause to kill the Grand Elder of the Simplicity sect. He could not simply kill Wang Chaozhan for a crime he had yet to commit. Moreover, it would stir up dissatisfaction in the other high-ranking officials of the sect. Similarly, as the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, Sun Liangpeng could expel Wang Chaozhan from the sect. However, he would still need a solid reason to do that. For these reasons, Sun Liangpeng's hands were tied. Although he knew Wang Chaozhan could make a move against Duan Lingtian at any moment, there was nothing he could do about it for now. In the end, Sun Liangpeng said to Duan Lingtian, you should stay here and cultivate if you have nothing urgent to attend to. If you have to leave my residence or the sect's estate, please make sure to inform me about it, so I can make the necessary arrangement to ensure your safety. This was the best solution he could come up with for now. After a moment, he continued to say, "Naturally, it's best if you don't leave the sect's estate at all. I'm rather certain the next assassin the Bloodskull Gang sends will be even more powerful than me." "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded. To him, the cultivation environment here was similar to the cultivation environment in his true disciple residence. Therefore, it did not make a difference to him whether he cultivated here or there. Moreover, he did not care much about cultivation environments since he had the main branch from the divine tree of life that he had claimed ownership over. The branch granted him unparalleled cultivation speed. Even Huaner's divine crystal could not compare to it. Since the chaos divine flame was in deep slumber, Duan Lingtian noticed his comprehension speed when comprehending the law of fire's profundities had slowed down considerably. Therefore, he switched his attention to raising his cultivation base and tried to break through to become a Celestial Duke. It was a turning point once one became a Celestial Duke. After all, Celestial Dukes were able to create little worlds exclusive to them. According to the rumor, he could even possibly comprehend the law of space. The law of space was one of the 4 supreme laws that every Celestial Dukes could comprehend. Similar to the other supreme laws, the law of time, the law of life, and the law of death, the law of space could not be comprehended through celestial methods and divine abilities. The most common method for one to comprehend the law of space was through a little world once one had broken through and became a Celestial Duke. Naturally, there were other ways to comprehend the law of space as well, but they were hard to come by and required a lot of luck and rare opportunities. Time passed by silently as Duan Lingtian immersed himself in raising his cultivation base. At some point, his cultivation base had almost reached that of a Celestial Duke. In fact, he was just a step away from a breakthrough and becoming a Celestial Duke.
However, he was rather annoyed since the last step to become a celestial duke seemed almost insurmountable.
At this moment, Duanling Tian inhaled deeply before opening his eyes. He decided to pause his cultivation for now and resume comprehending the law of fire. After Duanling Tian comprehended the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity, and the pillaging profundity, he began to comprehend the law of fire's burning profundity. According to Chaos Divine Flame, since he had experiences with using the Chaos Divine Flame to refine pills, it would be slightly easier for him to comprehend the burning profundity compared to the other law of fire's profundities. Similar to when Duanling Tian was cultivating, time continued to fly as he comprehended the burning profundity. Unknowingly, 5 years had passed since Duanling Tian moved into Sun Liangpeng's residence. Duanling Tian had spent most of his time over the past 5 years cultivating and comprehending the law of fire's burning profundity. At this moment, he was only one step away from completely comprehending and mastering the burning profundity. As for his cultivation base, the last step to becoming a celestial duke from a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial no longer seemed as insurmountable as before. At this moment, Duanling Tian thought to himself, "It shouldn't be too difficult for me to break through and become a celestial duke within a year." Duanling Tian was confident he would have a breakthrough and become a celestial duke within a year. When he regained his senses and slowly opened his eyes, he received a message from someone unexpected. Duanling Tian had received at least dozens of messages from Huang Jialong updating him about what was happening in the coupling celestial sect over the past 5 years. However, this is the first time he received a message from Ling Juyun. Ling Juyun bluntly asked in the first message, "Have you broken through and become a celestial duke?" "Not yet." "Have you?" Duanling Tian replied. He assumed Ling Juyun had a breakthrough and had become a celestial lord, so Ling Juyun had sent him a message to brag about it. No, Duanling Tian was surprised by Ling Juyun's reply. Since Ling Juyun had not broken through, why did Ling Juyun ask him such a question? Was Ling Juyun trying to find out if he had surpassed Ling Juyun and became a celestial duke first? He was at a loss for words and did not know how to reply. Then Ling Juyun sent another message. "Duanling Tian, I'll come and find you in 2 years. At that time, let's leave the spirit overarching heaven and go to the Jade Emperor Heaven." The Jade Emperor Heaven? Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed imperceptibly when he heard Ling Juyun's words. He was rather familiar with the Jade Emperor Heaven. In fact, when he was in the process of ascending from the Yen Huang realm to a Devata realm, he was supposed to ascend to the Jade Emperor Heaven. Unfortunately, due to spatial turbulence in the colossal world that happened once every 10,000 years, many people who were ascending failed to reach their designated Devata realms. Duanling Tian, who had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, was one of those people. "What are we going to do in the Jade Emperor Heaven?" Duanling Tian asked. In Devata realms, celestials stronger than great overarching golden celestials could travel to another Devata realm through a transporting formation as long as they had enough celestial crystals. Up until now, Duanling Tian had never considered leaving the spirit overarching heaven. First of all, he had been here for quite some time and had grown familiar with this realm. Leaving to another Devata realm meant he had to familiarize himself with a new place all over again. Second, it was risky traveling from one Devata realm to another using a transporting formation. If one's cultivation base was weak, one could be easily killed by stronger powerhouses. For these reasons, he had never considered leaving the spirit overarching heaven for another Devata realm, even though he was already a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. 3 days ago, someone came up to me. Ling Juyun promptly replied. That person asked if I could contact you after discovering that I've not broken through and has yet to become a celestial duke. He knew both of us were selected from the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm in the profound nether mansion. He wanted me to inform you that 3 years later we must leave the spirit overarching heaven for the Jade Emperor Heaven. Who's he? Why are you listening to his words? Why do we need to go to the Jade Emperor Heaven just because he told us to? Duanling Tian questioned Ling Juyun. Based on his understanding of Ling Juyun, there had to be a good reason why Ling Juyun agreed to that person's words. The man only mentioned he had discovered a secret realm that seems to be created by a celestial emperor in the Jade Emperor Heaven. It contains many valuable treasures. Not long after he entered the secret realm,
He encountered a royal-grade celestial weapon, but he was incapable of wielding it. He even showed me the secret realm through his floating image pearl. It was indeed a royal-grade celestial weapon, Ling Juyun said. Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted knowingly as he said, "You mentioned earlier he only asked you to contact me after finding out you've yet to become a celestial duke. In your first message, you also asked me if I've become a celestial duke. Could it be that the secret realm could only be accessed by those who are celestial dukes or stronger?" "That's right," Ling Juyun replied. "If the secret realm contains only royal-grade or even emperor-grade celestial weapons, I don't think they're enough to tempt you and make you so enthusiastic, right?" Duan Ling Tian asked. Ling Juyun was from a powerful clan in the Divine Offering Land, so he did not lack emperor-grade celestial weapons. Moreover, he even possessed Devata artifacts. Of course, it's not just royal-grade and emperor-grade celestial weapons. I'm also not interested in royal-grade and emperor-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. I want to go there because my artifact spirit has confirmed that man is a reincarnated celestial," Ling Juyun said. "A reincarnated celestial?" Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat. He had only met one of such people before. It was none other than his wife, Kuer. In her past life, she was Xia Ningxue, the eldest miss of the Xia clan. In this life, before she had awakened her memories, she had married Duan Ling Tian and gave birth to a daughter. Apart from that, rumor had been circulating in the Simplicity Celestial sect that Duan Ling Tian was a reincarnated celestial as well, since his achievements were so great even though he was so young. Yes, in fact, he's not an ordinary reincarnated celestial. My artifact spirit told me he was, at least, a celestial emperor in his past life, Ling Juyun said. The reincarnation of a celestial emperor. Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat. If he's the reincarnation of a celestial emperor, I think I know why he's going around gathering powerful peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, Ling Juyun said. Why? Duan Ling Tian asked. In my opinion, he must have obtained the heaven sacrificial divine fruit by accident and planted its seed in his past life. After he had regained his past memories, he's trying to gather enough powerful peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials to kill each other in front of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree as a sacrifice so that the fruits will ripen quickly. Ling Juyun replied, "The heaven sacrificial divine fruit? What's that?" Duan Ling Tian had gained much knowledge after arriving in the spirit overarching heaven. However, this was his first time hearing about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Since it had the word divine in its name, there was no doubt it was extraordinary. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit is a divine fruit. In fact, it'll only be effective for celestials below celestial dukes. Ling Juyun was not surprised that Duan Ling Tian had never heard of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit since it was extremely rare. Even if the seeds of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit appeared, they would be used as ingredients to refine celestial pills. People would rarely plant the seeds of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit because a tremendous amount of effort and rare ingredients were required to make the seed sprout and grow into a tree. Moreover, after the tree grew, it would require the deaths of many powerhouses below celestial dukes who had comprehended the laws as a sacrifice and an offering to make the tree grow. The success rate was only 10%. 10%. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. So much trouble, and its success rate is only 10%? This person who's trying to grow that tree is insane, right? That's right. He's a madman. Ling Juyun continued to say, when I was in the Divine Offering Land, I heard that only 3 people managed to successfully consume the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Out of the 3 people, 2 of them had died before they grew into their full potential. The remaining person is now a celestial emperor in the 10,000 beast heaven. A celestial emperor of the 10,000 beast heaven? Duan Ling Tian exclaimed. The 10,000 beast heaven was a realm that was hostile toward humans and other life forms. The realm was dominated by celestial beasts. It was the survival of the fittest there. To become a celestial emperor in the 10,000 beast heaven was extremely tough. What are the benefits of eating the heaven sacrificial divine fruit? Why is it only celestials below celestial dukes are able to eat it? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. A celestial fruit that bore the divine word in its name and could only be consumed by celestials below celestial dukes. Duanling Tian was curious about its effects.
It'll boost one's strength to unimaginable levels. Ling Juyun replied. I'm not talking about just helping a peak overarching, heavenly supreme celestial become a celestial duke. It's more like aiding a peak overarching, heavenly supreme celestial to become a 10 directions celestial duke. In the cloud platform celestial sex estate.
In a small and quiet courtyard, Ling Juyun was sitting in front of a stone table as he communicated with Duanling Tian. He was not surprised that he did not receive a reply from Duanling Tian after his previous message.
Ling Juyun thought to himself, Duanling Tian still doesn't know that's just one of the medicinal effects of consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Another effect from the fruit is related to comprehending profundities from the laws. In the simplicity celestial sex estate.
Duanling Tian was thoroughly shocked by Ling Juyun's words. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit was able to help a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial become a 10 directions celestial duke?
His mind was blank, and his breathing grew heavy. Such heaven-defying fruits really exist? Its effect really lives up to its name. It took a few moments before Duanling Tian finally calmed and regained his composure. Duanling Tian was greatly tempted by the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. He was in a race against time to raise his strength so he could rescue his family and friends from the divine offering land after 1,000 years. Although not many years had passed, he knew it would gradually become increasingly difficult for him to raise his cultivation base as he progressed.
For example, after becoming a celestial duke, the difficulty to advance to the next stage was much more difficult compared to advancing when he was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Needless to say, it was going to be even more difficult to progress and break through when one was a celestial king, celestial lord, or a celestial emperor. A celestial emperor required 1,000 years just to progress from a 1 basic celestial emperor to a 2-form celestial emperor. After that, one would be considered talented to be able to break through and become a 3-talents celestial emperor. Now that Duanling Tian had learned about the existence of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from Ling Juyun, how could he not feel tempted? Consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit would help him to break through and become a 10 directions celestial duke in just an instant, after all. With this, he would save a lot of time. At this moment, a burning desire shone in his eyes. He could not wait to get his hands on the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. After calming down, Duanling Tian sent another message to Ling Juyun. Are you sure the heaven sacrificial divine fruit has such an amazing effect? Based on Ling Juyun's words, it was clear the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was a heaven-defying fruit. It was miraculous. For this reason, Duanling Tian was still slightly skeptical. Of course, you can ask Sister Huang if you don't believe me. She knows about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and its effects as well, Ling Juyun calmly replied. It was within his expectations that Duanling Tian would feel skeptical. It was only natural for those who had just learned about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit for the first time to feel skeptical. Although he was from the divine offering land, he had been skeptical as well when he first learned about it. Upon hearing Ling Juyun's words, Duanling Tian did not reply to Ling Juyun. Instead, he instantly asked Huang, do you know about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit? Then, he quickly recounted everything Ling Juyun had told him before she could reply. Huang's reply came almost instantly. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit is indeed capable of directly helping a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to break through and become a 10 directions celestial duke within a month. Apart from that, the heaven sacrificial divine fruit also helps one's comprehension of the laws. However, it's only limited to one law.
Based on what I'd heard, among those who had consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, even the person who comprehended the least profundities from a law managed to comprehend 6 profundities. The person who managed to comprehend the highest number of profundities comprehended 8 profundities from the law of wind. Naturally, this included the law's fundamental profundity. Although after consuming the fruit, they did not manage to comprehend any one of the 4 supreme laws, the laws they comprehended was a law that they'd never encountered before. Duanling Tian fell silent after listening to Huang's words. Not only would the heaven sacrificial divine fruit help a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial become a 10 directions celestial duke within a month, but it could also help one comprehend 6 to 8 profundities from a law. With these thoughts in mind, his chest rose up and down as his breathing quickened. He was no longer skeptical after listening to Huang'er's words. He was fully convinced of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit's effects.
Then Duan Ling Tian sent a message to Ling Ju Yun again. Are you sure that Madame is doing all this for the heaven sacrificial divine fruit?
Maybe all he discovered is a secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor.
If that's the case, why would he look for me?
All he needed to do was spread the word, and there would be many overarching heavenly supreme celestials flocking to the Jade Emperor Heaven. The soul of my divine artifact has confirmed that he's the reincarnation of a celestial emperor. The souls of divine artifacts are sensitive toward reincarnated celestials. When Sister Huang'er has fully integrated with your 7 orifices exquisite sword, she'd be able to recognize reincarnated celestials as well if you ever meet one. Again, if you don't believe me, you can ask Sister Huang'er, Ling Ju Yun replied.
Duan Ling Tian did not bother to ask Huang'er this time. He did not doubt Ling Ju Yun's words.
Instead, he asked, if the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree bears fruits, how are we going to split it? Based on his knowledge, the more precious and miraculous the fruits were, the fewer fruits the tree would bear. Since the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was so heaven-defying, it was likely that the tree would only bear 1 fruit. Ling Ju Yun explained, the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit will always bear 2 fruits. When the celestial emperor of the 10,000 beast heaven obtained the fruits, he had consumed one. No one knows if he had kept the other for himself or if he had given it to another person.
2 fruits. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up brightly like the stars in the night sky when he heard these words.
All right, after 2 years, I'll follow you to the Jade Emperor Heaven, Duan Ling Tian said to Ling Ju Yun. Then, he asked, what's the current cultivation base of the reincarnated celestial?
Ling Ju Yun replied, he's a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. After receiving that reply, Duan Ling Tian said before bidding farewell to Ling Ju Yun, all right, I'll see you in 2 years' time. Duan Ling Tian would not risk his life and leave the simplicity celestial sex estate for trivial matters. However, for something as rare and precious as the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit, he was willing to take the risk. After all, one had to take risks to achieve great things in life. Initially, I planned to work on breaking through and becoming a celestial duke. It seems like now I can only focus on comprehending the law of fire's burning profundity. Duan Ling Tian knew that since the reincarnated celestial was only looking for overarching heavenly supreme celestials, and the reincarnated celestial was also a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial himself, it meant the place that the reincarnated celestial had left behind in his past life mostly likely only allowed overarching heavenly supreme celestials to enter it. Moreover, Ling Ju Yun had also mentioned the sacrificial process required overarching heavenly supreme celestials. With that, Duan Ling Tian began to focus on comprehending the law of fire's burning profundity. When he reached a bottleneck, he would switch to comprehending the explosion profundity. Time passed by slowly, and Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of the burning profundity and the explosion profundity grew deeper. When he was in the mundane realm, he was also an alchemist. After ascending to the Devata realm, he had also become a prominent celestial alchemist. For this reason, he was more familiar with the fire element compared to the other elements. Moreover, his comprehension skills were high to begin with. Therefore, even without the help of the chaos divine flame, his speed of comprehending the burning profundity and the burst profundity was still fast compared to ordinary people. In the Saint Province realm, one of the mundane realms in the colossal world, a crack appeared in the air above the sea in the Saint Province realm. Soon enough, a man emerged from the crack. The man was a muscular middle-aged man who was dressed in a tight green robe. He hovered in the air as he muttered under his breath. So this is the Saint Province realm that Lord Feng Qingyang wants me to visit? This middle-aged man's life was saved by Feng Qingyang in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the 81 Devata realms. Although he was a 7-star celestial king, he would have been killed by a ferocious celestial beast in the Azura Hell if Feng Qingyang did not help him.
Celestial dukes or those who were stronger could wander freely in the mundane realms without worrying about secular karma. After spending a month in the Saint Province realm, the middle-aged man finally confirmed that Duan Ling Tian, the man Feng Qingyang had tasked him to look for, had left the mundane realm. The middle-aged man muttered to himself, "It seems like Lord Feng Qingyang is unaware that the lad has left. I'll need to visit the heavenly palace in the solitary destructive heaven to inform Lord Feng Qingyang about this matter." With just a raise of his hand, a crack appeared in the void again, and the middle-aged vanished into the crack without leaving any traces behind. A month after the middle-aged man's departure, 3 figures appeared in the Saint Province realm. These 3 figures were beautiful young women and an aloof young man dressed in black robes. One of the young women looked like an angel dressed in an all-white robe. On the other hand, the other young woman looked like a princess dressed in a golden robe. These 3 people were none other than Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold, who had come to the Saint Province realm from the 10,000 Beast Heaven. "We're home!" Little Gold inhaled deeply. A faint blush could be seen on her face. "Yes, we're finally home." Tears brimmed in Little White's eyes when she spoke. Although Little Black remained silent, his usually cold gaze had softened at this moment. This mundane realm, the Saint Province realm, was their hometown. They had many memories here. In fact, most of their memories revolved around a purple-clad young man they referred to as Brother Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian did not know that his family and friends who were imprisoned by Yun Qing Yen in an attempt to threaten him had been safely sent to the mundane realms from the divine offering land by Kuer's uncle, Xianxia. After entering the spatial tunnel, each of them had different experiences. Among those Duan Ling Tian cared about, only Kuer was still in the divine offering land. To be more precise, she was now in the realm battlefield that was open to the divine offering land and the other realms. Duan Ling Tian was also, naturally, unaware that the 3 little fellows that had a fortuitous encounter had left the 10,000 Beast Heaven and returned to their hometown in the Saint Province realm in search of him. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was completely focused on comprehending the law of fire's burning profundity and explosion profundity. He was completely oblivious to what was going on outside. While he focused on comprehending the 2 profundities from the law of fire, he was waiting for Ling Juyun to come to him 2 years later, so they could leave the spirit overarching heaven and make their way to the Jade Emperor Heaven. Although he had decided to visit the Jade Emperor Heaven, he was not sure if he would continue to stay in the Jade Emperor Heaven. If things went according to plan, he should return to the spirit overarching heaven. After all, he still needed to repay the favor he owed to Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. In any case, regardless of where he was, the most important thing was for him to quickly improve his strength before 1,000 years was up. 1,000 years were not long, and he needed to get as strong as possible to rescue his family and friends in the divine offering land. 5 years had passed since Duan Ling Tian began to stay in Sun Liangpeng's residence. Wang Qianzhan, the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial sect, was furious but helpless to do anything. Does he really plan to stay in the sect leader's residence forever? Wang Qianzhan had been monitoring Duan Ling Tian constantly over the past 5 years. He was beginning to feel weary. 5 years might not be a long time, but to thoroughly monitor the same place for 5 years was tedious and a torment. Outside of the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate, an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang had been lying in wait outside the sect's estate for the past 4 years. He was a 9 Palaces Celestial King assassin. It would be easy for such a powerful assassin to annihilate the Simplicity Celestial sect. However, let alone annihilate the sect, he did not even have the courage to breach the sect's defenses and enter the sect's estate. After all, the Simplicity Celestial sect was under the protection of the Profound Nether Mansion. Additionally, the Profound Nether Mansion was under one of the ruling top clans in the Southern Heaven Territory. The assassin had also met with Sun Liangpeng to persuade Sun Liangpeng to give up Duan Ling Tian. However, he was firmly rejected by Sun Liangpeng. Furious and helpless, the assassin could only wait outside the sect's estate. Fortunately for him, although Sun Liangpeng had soundly rejected him, he still had Wang Qiaozhan on his side. Wang Qiaozhan had been keeping an eye on things in the sect's estate for him. Alas, 4 years had passed, and yet there were no movements from Duan Ling Tian. However, not only did he not leave the vicinity of the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate because he had yet to complete his mission, but he had even dug out a cave on the cliff of a steep mountain nearby. For the past 4 years, the cave had become his cultivation ground. Based on this, one could see he was determined to complete his mission. He waited patiently for the day when Duanling Tian had to leave the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate. As soon as there was news from Wang Xiaozhan, he would immediately make his move and kill Duanling Tian.
Time continued to pass like a galloping horse. In just a blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. About 2 years and a month later, Duanling Tian received a message from Ling Juyun. Duanling Tian, I'll wait for you in Axe Mountain. It's located about 30 miles north of the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate. There's a transporting formation set up by the Profund Nether Mansion there that's able to transport us to various Devata realms. It's finally time to leave. Duanling Tian's eyes brightened when he received Ling Juyun's message. He stopped comprehending the law of fire's explosion profundity immediately. He had completely comprehended the burning profundity 3 months ago and had full mastery over it now.
Currently, Duanling Tian had comprehended the law of fire's fire elemental profundity, the pillaging profundity, and the burning profundity.
A year ago, the Chaos Divine Earth, the Profound Divine Metal, and the Chaos Divine Flame had finally awakened from their slumber. The trio had fallen into a deep slumber previously because they had exhausted all of their strength to help Duanling Tian. After responding to Ling Juyun's message, Duanling Tian did not waste any time and sent a message to Sun Liangpeng. Sect leader, I'll need to leave the sect temporarily. In just a breath's time, Sun Liangpeng's voice rang from outside Duanling Tian's room. Come out and let's talk about this. Duanling Tian got off the ice bed and opened the door, revealing Sun Liangpeng, who was standing at the entrance. The duo walked out to Sun Liangpeng's courtyard, and Sun Liangpeng sat on one of the 2 stone benches in front of a small stone table. Sect leader. Duanling Tian was rather moved when he saw Sun Liangpeng appearing so quickly after receiving his message. Take a seat. Sun Liangpeng gestured to Duanling Tian to sit down. He asked with a slight frown on his face. Do you really need to leave? In his opinion, Duanling Tian should know the predicament he was in. If Duanling Tian left the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate now, Duanling Tian would surely die.
Yet, knowing these circumstances, Duanling Tian was still determined to leave. Therefore, he was certain Duanling Tian had a good reason for wanting to leave. For this reason, he did not dissuade Duanling Tian from leaving. He just wanted to ask about Duanling Tian's reason for leaving. Yes, I must leave, Duanling Tian replied solemnly. What's the reason? Sun Liangpeng asked bluntly. The heaven's sacrificial divine fruit. Duanling Tian did not hide this matter from Sun Liangpeng. If he successfully obtained the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and returned to the Simplicity Celestial Sect as a 10 Directions Celestial Duke, Sun Liangpeng would still find out about it.
Moreover, there was no need for him to worry about Sun Liangpeng coveting the heaven sacrificial divine fruit since the fruit was only effective for those below Celestial Dukes.
The heaven sacrificial divine fruit? Sun Liangpeng's eyes widened, and his expression changed drastically. Although the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was not in any of the records in the Simplicity Celestial Sect's library, as the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, he had, naturally, heard about the fruit from his peers in the Profound Nether Mansion. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit was, indeed, a priceless treasure for those below Celestial Dukes. A peak overarching heavenly golden celestial would benefit tremendously from it. He or she could directly break through and become a 10 Directions Celestial Duke after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Sun Liangpeng took a long time before he regained his senses. Although he had heard about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, he did not expect the heaven-defying fruit to really exist. Then, he asked skeptically, Duanling Tian, are you sure it's a heaven sacrificial divine fruit? It's a legendary existence. I've heard that it had appeared in other Devata realms before, but it hasn't appeared in the spirit overarching heaven before. Sun Liangpeng knew that even if someone planted the heaven sacrificial divine fruits tree and offered enough sacrifices, its success rate of sprouting fruits was not more than 10%. Yes, I'm sure. Duan Ling Tian nodded and revealed what Ling Juyun told him to Sun Liangpeng. However, he did not mention anything about Ling Juyun's soul artifact, since it would expose the fact that Ling Juyun possessed a Devata artifact. Unlike the heaven sacrificial divine fruit that was useless to Sun Liangpeng, Devata artifacts were different. Sun Liangpeng would definitely covet a Devata artifact due to how precious and powerful it was. It would be of great use to Sun Liangpeng. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian lied and said Ling Juyun was capable of sensing the person was a reincarnated celestial emperor and knew that the reincarnated celestial emperor wanted to gather overarching heaven's supreme celestials as a sacrifice to the heaven, sacrificial divine fruit tree in the secret realm. He also told Sun Liangpeng the secret realm was likely left behind by the reincarnated celestial emperor in his previous life and only those below celestial dukes could enter the realm. If there's no doubt the person is a reincarnated celestial emperor, then it's certain he's deliberately looking for powerful overarching heaven supreme celestials like you to hasten the fruit-bearing process of the tree, Sun Liangpeng said with a frown. However, the sacrificial process will involve the deaths of many overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Moreover, that reincarnated celestial emperor must be extraordinary and certain he would be able to obtain the fruit. Apart from that, the secret realm was created by him in his past life. He might not be able to fully control the secret realm in his current state, but he would definitely have an advantage in the realm. For this reason, even if the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit tree successfully bears fruit, it won't be easy for you to obtain the fruits. In fact, both you and your friend risk certain deaths. In his opinion, it would be extremely challenging for Duan Ling Tian to obtain the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit even if its tree bore fruits. Sun Liangpeng continued to say even if you still have the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, you can't use it in the realms since only those below the celestial dukes are allowed to enter. You might be forcibly sent out of the realm if you use your consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. It was clear that he was trying to reason with Duan Ling Tian and dissuade Duan Ling Tian from taking such a huge and unnecessary risk. If Duan Ling Tian managed to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, his cultivation base would improve by leaps and bounds. No matter how dangerous it was, for some it was worth the risk. However, if he failed to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, his efforts would be in vain. Most importantly, even if every single requirement was met in order to make the tree bear fruits, the success rate was only 10% at most. If Sun Liangpeng were in Duan Ling Tian's shoes, he definitely would not risk his bright future just for the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit. Even if that person was a reincarnated celestial emperor and not a celestial emperor currently with his past memories, it was easy for him to manipulate a group of overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Sect leader, I've made up my mind, Duan Ling Tian replied with a faint smile. Although his expression was gentle, the determination in his eyes was clear. He would not be swayed. Do you know the Blood Skull Gang has sent a 9 palaces celestial king to kill you? Sun Liangpeng said as he looked at Duan Ling Tian solemnly. He tried to persuade me to hand you over to him, but I, naturally, refused him. I'm afraid he's still lying in wait for you outside the sex estate. Once you leave the sex estate, he'll definitely make a move and kill you. Sect leader, the sect must have a transporting formation similar to the one we used when you took me to the sect's treasure vault, right? If I leave the sect's estate through a transporting formation in the estate, the assassin won't know that I've left, Duan Ling Tian said. We do have a similar transporting formation, but it's impossible to escape the assassin's notice. His divine consciousness might not be able to detect your departure through a transporting formation in the sect. But I'm certain he has set formation outside the sex estate that would be able to detect the use of the transporting formation in the sex estate. With his speed, it won't be difficult for him to catch up to you, Sun Liangpeng said as he shook his head. The only transporting formation in the sect that would be undetectable by him is the one that connects to the sect's treasure vault. However, that transportation formation only leads to the treasure vault. It's impossible to leave the sect's estate with that transportation formation that leads to the sect's treasure vault. Upon hearing Sun Liangpeng's words, a frown appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face. Is there really no other way to leave the sect without being detected by the assassin? Although Duan Ling Tian knew the Blood Skull Gang would send a powerful assassin to kill him, He did not expect it would be so difficult to escape from the assassin even with the help of a transporting formation. It suddenly dawned on him that he had underestimated the situation.
Safely leaving the sect was not as easy as he thought it would be. Do I really need to use the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon again? If I have the strength of a one basic celestial lord coupled with the profundities I've mastered and the help of the chaos divine flame, the profound divine metal, and the chaos divine earth, it might be possible for me to kill the assassin. Duan Tian thought to himself as he furrowed his brows. He really did not wish to use the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon unnecessarily since he only had one use left. If he used it, the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon would then be rendered useless. Duan Tian was still in a dilemma when Sun Liangpeng frowned slightly with a slight hint of hesitance on his face. Sun Liangpeng's reaction did not escape Duan Tian's notice. His eyes lit up as he asked, "Sect leader, do you, perhaps, have a way? If you do, I'll be greatly indebted to you. Regardless if I manage to obtain the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit or not, I'll definitely repay this favor." Duan Tian, I believe you. I know you're not someone who would go back on your words. However, what if you die? Sun Liangpeng asked as he shook his head, unconvinced. Duan Tian remained silent for a moment upon hearing Sun Liangpeng's words. He was confident in his and Ling Ju Yun's strength since they had secret weapons that they could not easily reveal. Alas, he could not reveal his source of confidence to Sun Liangpeng.
After all, that would only attract trouble. In the end, he decided to use the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon and request help from the Chaos Divine Flame, the Profound Divine Metal, and the Chaos Divine Earth to join forces and kill the 9 Palaces Celestial King who was lying in wait for him. Duan Tian did not waste any time and spoke to the Chaos Divine Flame. Senior Chaos Divine Flame, if I use the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword, and the profundities that I've comprehended, along with help from 3 of you, is it possible for me to kill the 9 Palaces Celestial King?
Under such circumstances, it shouldn't be a problem to kill most 9 Palaces Celestial Kings. However, there are powerful 9 Palaces Celestial Kings who have comprehended profundities from unusual laws. They're harder to kill. It's possible that he'll be able to exhaust the energy from the consumable royal-grade weapon before he kills you. However, the 9 Palaces Celestial King assassin from the Blood Skull Gang doesn't fall in that category. The Chaos Divine Flame said. Duan Tian's eyes brightened up when he heard the Chaos Divine Flame's words. At this moment, Sun Liangpeng suddenly said Duan Tian used the celestial talisman to leave the sex estate.
Duan Tian turned to look at Sun Liangpeng. He saw Sun Liangpeng passing a celestial talisman to him. The celestial talisman looked just like an ordinary celestial talisman. However, upon closer inspection, he saw the talisman was glowing faintly with a green light. His divine consciousness detected a movement ability that was somewhat similar to the pillaging profundity that he had comprehended.
This is a Wind Shadow Escape Talisman. It's a reward given to me by the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion after I successfully completed a mission for the mansion. It's a celestial talisman inscribed by a celestial lord that contained the law of wind's wind-style profundity and the gale profundity at the initial stage, Sun Liangpeng said. Duan Tian could not help but inhale sharply upon hearing these words. His heart skipped a beat when he looked at the celestial talisman. A celestial talisman inscribed by a celestial lord? Moreover, it contains the law of wind's wind-style profundity and the gale profundity at the initial stage.
It had to be known that king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contained profundities from a law could only be mastered to the rudimentary stage. In order to comprehend profundities to the initial stage, one must obtain the corresponding royal-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. However, even apex powerhouses like a 10 Directions Celestial King could rarely comprehend profundities to the initial stage. This was because royal-grade celestial methods and divine abilities were extremely rare and valuable. Moreover, it was not easy to comprehend a profundity to the initial stage. Sun Liangpeng handed the celestial talisman over to Duan Tian. When he looked at the celestial talisman, a hint of reluctance could be seen on his face. With the celestial talisman, even a celestial lord won't be able to catch up to you. The assassin is only a 9 Palaces Celestial King. It's impossible for him to catch up to you after you use this celestial talisman. Sect leader, I can't possibly accept this. It's too precious. Duan Ling Tian could, naturally, see Sun Liangpeng's reluctance. The Wind Shadow Escape Talisman was too valuable. Although he was tempted, he refused to accept it. He shook his head and said, "This celestial talisman is an extremely valuable life-saving talisman. You should keep it." Duan Ling Tian would have accepted the talisman from Sun Liangping if he truly had no way of safely leaving the Simplicity Celestial Sex estate. However, since he still had a way to leave unharmed, he rejected Sun Liangpeng. "Take it. I won't need it." Sun Liangpeng used his celestial origin energy to send the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman to Duan Ling Tian. The celestial talisman hovered in the air in front of Duan Ling Tian. So long as he reached out, the talisman would be in his hand. However, he tried to refuse again. "Sect leader." Sun Liangping interjected, "I'll just take it as me betting on you. If you return, you'll have to return this favor in folds." "I'm not asking for much. Just 2 or 3 Wind Shadow Escape Talismans will do." Based on his words, it seemed like he had already made up his mind to give the celestial talisman to Duan Ling Tian. After he finished speaking, a grin could be seen on his face. Duan Ling Tian knew Sun Liangpeng was joking and did not take this matter seriously. However, he took Sun Liangpeng's words to heart and promised himself to repay this favor. He said determinedly and confidently, "Sect leader, you won't regret this." With this, Duan Ling Tian accepted the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman before he bade farewell to Sun Liangpeng. The Wind Shadow Escape Talisman was a one-time use celestial talisman. It granted the user an incredible speed for 10 breaths. The Wind Shadow Escape Talisman that Sun Liangpeng gave to Duan Ling Tian was inscribed by a celestial lord. It contained the law of wind's wind-style profundity and the gale profundity. Most importantly, the 2 profundities were at the initial stage. In the Southern Heaven territory, it was extremely rare for celestial lords and those weaker to master profundities to the initial stage. This was because royal-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contained laws were very rare in the Southern Heaven territory. Even the sects and clans that possessed such royal-grade celestial methods and divine abilities protected them as though they were their lives. They were, naturally, uninclined to share it with others. Moreover, comprehending and mastering profundities to the initial stage was incredibly difficult compared to mastering them to the rudimentary stage. Even someone with high comprehension skills needed a long time to comprehend profundities to the initial stage unless they had external help. In the spirit overarching heaven, the Southern Heaven territory was not considered large at all. Therefore, how could a small region in the spirit overarching heaven have something like royal-grade celestial methods or divine abilities that contained laws? It was even more difficult to find external help that could help one quickly to comprehend the profundities to the initial stage. Duan Ling Tian was aware of all these things, therefore, he knew how valuable the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman that Sun Liangpeng had given him was. Perhaps, if one viewed this with a wider perspective, the value of this talisman was not much. However, in the Southern Heaven territory, it was a hard-to-come-by treasure. Even the people who were capable of inscribing such a talisman were rare. To inscribe this celestial talisman, not only did one have to be powerful, but one had to master the profundities of a law in the celestial talisman. Apart from that, one needed materials strong enough to hold the talisman creator's celestial origin energy and the profundities from a law. The Wind Shadow Escape technique could be considered as one of the finest of the celestial talismans in the Southern Heaven territory. In the current Southern Heaven territory, the number of celestial lords or those weaker who have comprehended profundities to the initial stage can be counted on one hand. Moreover, most of them are from top sects or clans. The Blood Skull Gang doesn't have celestial lord or those weaker who have comprehended any profundity to the initial stage. Sun Liangpeng said to Duan Ling Tian. Therefore, we can be certain the assassin sent by the Blood Skull Gang hasn't comprehended any profundity to the initial stage. Sun Liangpeng continued to say, a profundity that has been comprehended to the initial stage has the strength equivalent to 3 profundities that have been comprehended to the rudimentary stage. Moreover, with the celestial origin energy that had been imbued into the celestial talisman by the celestial lord who inscribed the talisman, you'll definitely be able to leave the 9 palaces celestial king assassin in the dust. However, the effect only lasts for 10 breaths. After hearing Sun Liangpeng's words, Duanling Tian was even more convinced it was best to accept the talisman and quietly leave the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate instead of killing that Blood Skull Gang's assassin with his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon that would definitely raise a commotion. Moreover, Duanling Tian had already lied to Sun Liangpeng about using up the last of the power from the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. It would be difficult to explain to Sun Liangpeng later how he managed to survive. Although the celestial talisman's effect would only last for 10 breaths, it should be enough for him to escape the assassin. Coupled with Sun Liangpeng's insistence, he decided to accept the celestial talisman to escape the Blood Skull Gang's assassin and safely leave the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate to meet Ling Zhuyun. At this moment, Sun Liangpeng asked, Duanling Tian, when are you planning to leave? Now, Duanling Tian replied. In that case, let me see you out. Sun Liangpeng rose to his feet. I'll accompany you to the periphery of the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate. At that time, you can use the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman and swiftly leave the Sex Estate. Many thanks, Sect Leader. Duanling Tian rose to his feet as well. He knew Sun Liangpeng accompanying him would allow him to use the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman to its full potential. Then, the duo no longer wasted time and left the courtyard, leaving Sun Liangpeng's residence. As soon as Duanling Tian and Sun Liangpeng emerged from Sun Liangpeng's residence, Wang Qianzhan, the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, noticed their movements immediately. Wang Qianzhan narrowed his eyes as they flashed with killing intent. Duanling Tian is finally willing to leave the sect leader's residence? Wang Qianzhan had been keeping watch for 7 years now. After 7 years, Duanling Tian finally emerged from the sect leader's residence that no one dared to take half a step into without permission. When he saw Duanling Tian and Sun Liangpeng walking next to each other, making their way to the entrance of the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate, he wasted no time in contacting the Blood Skull Gang's assassin who was waiting near the Sex Estate. Lord Ling Yi, Duanling Tian has left the sect leader's residence. Based on the direction they're heading, it seems like he's going to leave the Sex Estate. With Sun Liangpeng next to Duanling Tian, Wang Qianzhan knew it would be impossible for him to personally kill Duanling Tian when Duanling Tian left the Sex Estate, even if he attacked with all his strength. Sun Liangpeng was much stronger than him after all. Therefore, when he saw Sun Liangpeng accompanying Duanling Tian, he immediately contacted the Blood Skull Gang assassin. In Wang Qianzhan's opinion, with the assassin's strength, even if Sun Liangpeng accompanied Duanling Tian on his trip, Sun Liangpeng would not be able to protect Duanling Tian. He was confident Duanling Tian would die. The Blood Skull Gang's assassin might not dare to make a move in the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate due to the profound nether mansion, but once Duanling Tian left the sect, he longer had anything to fear. He dares to leave the Sex Estate? Near the Simplicity Celestial Sect Estate, inside a cave on the cliff of a steep mountain, the 9 Palaces Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang narrowed his eyes. A contemptuous smile could be seen on his face. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he left the cave and made his way to the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate. In the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate, Duanling Tian and Sun Liangpeng walked side by side at leisurely speed as they made their way to the Sex Estate entrance. Sect Leader, the Grand Elder is still watching me, Duanling Tian said with an indifferent smile on his face. Earlier, as soon as the duo stepped out of Sun Liangpeng's residence, Duanling Tian had seen Wang Qianzhan's figure from afar and could feel Wang Qianzhan's cold gaze on him. Over these 7 years, the Grand Elder didn't relent at all. Wang Hong's death has caused him to go insane for revenge, Sun Liangpeng said as he shook his head. During the past 7 years, whenever he left his residence, he would see the Grand Elder keeping a sharp eye on his residence, keenly watching every movement in his residence. Although he was displeased by Wang Qianzhan's unbecoming behavior, even if he was the sect leader, there was nothing much he could do as long as Wang Qianzhan did not make a move. Moreover, Wang Qianzhan was a Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. As long as Wang Qianzhan did not directly break the sect's rules, the other high-ranking officials of the sect would not agree to him disposing of Wang Qianzhan as well. Therefore, despite his displeasure, he could only put up with Wang Qianzhan constantly keeping an eye on his residence.
Sect leader, you said the Blood Skull Gang's assassin is very likely already lying in wait outside the sect's estate? Duanling Tian asked.
Yes. Sun Liangpeng nodded slightly. Don't tell me the Grand Elder acted so quickly and has already informed the assassin that I'm leaving the sect's estate? Duanling Tian asked. That's highly likely. Sun Liangpeng nodded slightly again. In fact, he was 100% certain Wang Qianzhan had already notified the Blood Skull Gang's assassin as soon as they stepped out of his residence. Unfortunately for Wang Qianzhan, it would be futile even if he had contacted the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. A sneer appeared on Sun Liangpeng's face as he said, "He would never expect that I would give you the only Wind Shadow Escape talisman in my possession." Soon enough, Duanling Tian and Sun Liangpeng arrived at the edge of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. There was an array of formations set up by masters of formations using a large number of resources.
Once Duanling Tian stepped out of the sect's estate, he would instantly lose the great protection from the Simplicity Celestial Sect's formations.
If the Blood Skull Gang's assassin were to kill someone within the formation, he would leave his aura on the formation. At that time, it would not be difficult for the profound Nether Mansion to track him down and kill him. Therefore, despite being a 9 Palaces Celestial King, he did not dare to make a move in the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. That would only be seeking death.
When Duanling Tian and Sun Liangpeng arrived at the edge of the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate, the Blood Skull Gang's assassin who was hiding noticed the duo immediately.
The assassin hid in the dark and stared at Duanling Tian unblinkingly as he thought to himself. Once Duanling Tian leaves the sect's great formations, he'll definitely die. Sun Liangpeng is the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, after all.
If I kill him, there will certainly be repercussions from the profound Nether Mansion. It's better that I spare Sun Liangpeng's life. My target is only Duanling Tian alone.
At this moment, celestial origin energy was already brewing on the surface of the assassin's body. As soon as Duanling Tian stepped out of the protection of the Simplicity Celestial Sect's great formations, he would make his move without any hesitation.
Meanwhile, Duanling Tian, who was standing at the edge of the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate, did not detect the assassin's presence. After all, the power from the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon had been exhausted when he killed the 6 combos Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang.
No matter how talented he was, how could a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial detect the presence of a 9 Palaces Celestial King if the 9 Palaces Celestial King deliberately kept his presence hidden?
At this moment, Sun Liangpeng looked at Duanling Tian and solemnly said, "Duanling Tian, there's nothing much for me to say to you. I only hope that you'll cherish your life and put your life first.
Although the heaven sacrificial divine fruit is precious, it's better to prioritize your life over the fruit. After all, if you lose your life, you'd lose everything." Thanks for the reminder, sect leader. After Duanling Tian thanked Sun Liangpeng, he raised his hand, and the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman materialized in his hand. Although the effect of the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman would only last for 10 breaths, as far as he was concerned, it was more than sufficient.
Sect leader, I'll take my leave now. Duanling Tian bade farewell to Sun Liangpeng and stepped out of the boundary of the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate.
As soon as one of Duanling Tian's feet crossed the boundary between the Simplicity Celestial Sect and outside, effectively leaving the great protective formation of the sect, the eyes of Lang Yi, the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang, glinted coldly.
As he remained hidden in the dark, his celestial origin energy rose to the surface of his body. At this moment,
As Lang Yi watched Duanling Tian leave the protection of the sect's formations, he saw Duanling Tian shattering a talisman in his hand.
As soon as Duanling Tian shattered the talisman, an aura with a blue light began to spread into the surroundings. The shockwave from the aura was so fierce that it felt as though it would spread through heaven and earth.
Began to shine.
Naturally, at this moment, based on the aura, Lang Yi could tell the talisman was not ordinary.
At the same time, Duanling Tian had finally completely left the array of protective formations in the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Lang Ye's eyes shone with killing intent as he allowed his celestial origin energy that had already been brewing on the surface of his body to erupt at this moment. Die! Lang Ye's figure flickered out of sight. When he reappeared, he was already charging toward Duanling Tian like a ghost in the dark night. Watch out! Sun Liangpeng cried out in warning as soon as he saw Leng Yi. He was surprised by Leng Ye's sudden appearance. It seemed like he had completely forgotten that Duanling Tian had already activated the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman.
Meanwhile, Wang Qianzhan, who was standing nearby in the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate, muttered to himself, "Die! Die! Die!" His expression was filled with hatred, and his eyes shone with viciousness. He had deliberately come here so he could witness the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang killing Duanling Tian. In his opinion, with the 9 Palaces Celestial King making a move, Duanling Tian's death was certain. Even if Duanling Tian used his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon and gained the strength of a 1 basic celestial lord, due to the low number of profundities he believed Duanling Tian had comprehended, he was confident Duanling Tian still would not be a match for the 9 Palaces Celestial King assassin sent by the Blood Skull Gang. "Finally decided to show yourself, huh?" Duanling Tian said coldly upon hearing Sun Liangpeng's warning. In just a blink of an eye, he seemed to have vanished into thin air from the spot he was standing in. The 3 people, Sun Liangpeng, Leng Yi, and Wang Qianzhan, who were watching did not know where Duanling Tian disappeared to. In their eyes, Duanling Tian had simply vanished without any warning. When Leng Yi, the 9 Palaces Celestial King assassin who was in the midst of charging toward Duanling Tian with great momentum, saw Duanling Tian seemingly vanishing into thin air, his expression changed drastically. Although Duanling Tian was no longer in sight, his voice rang from a distance. "There will be a day when I'll visit your Blood Skull Gang." Although he sounded calm, there was no missing the fury in his voice as well. What happened? Leng Yi came to a halt in the air. He surveyed his surroundings thoroughly, looking to see if Duanling Tian left any tracks behind. Alas, he found nothing. With this discovery, his expression turned extremely unsightly. At this moment, even if he was not smart, he could already guess what had happened. Duanling Tian must have used a speed-enhancing movement celestial talisman. Moreover, the effect of the movement celestial talisman was so great that he could not catch up to Duanling Tian at all. "Lord Leng Yi." At this moment, Wang Qianzhan sent a voice transmission to Leng Yi. His expression was equally as unsightly as Leng Ye's. This must have something to do with the sect leader of our Simplicity Celestial Sect. He must have given Duanling Tian the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman that the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion rewarded him with. Otherwise, how could he escape from under your nose? Clearly, he was aware of the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman that Sun Liangpeng possessed. After seeing Duanling Tian successfully escaping death, it was not difficult for him to figure out Sun Liangpeng had given Duanling Tian the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman. Wang Qianzhan continued to explain that talisman was inscribed by a celestial lord. Not only did it contain his celestial origin energy, but it also contained the law of wind's wind-style profundity and the gale profundity. Moreover, both profundities aren't at the rudimentary stage, they had been comprehended to the initial stage. Based on my knowledge, the effect of the talisman only lasts for 10 breaths. Unfortunately, 10 breaths are more than enough to let Duanling Tian escape to the heavens if he so wished. Lord Leng Yi, by giving Duanling Tian the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman, is making a stand against the Blood Skull Gang. Wang Qianzhan was truly vexed. He was extremely certain he would witness Duanling Tian's death today. Not even in his wildest dreams did he expect Duanling Tian to escape. Moreover, the only reason Duanling Tian was able to escape was due to Sun Liangpeng's Wind Shadow Escape Talisman. Therefore, part of his fury and hatred were not directed to Sun Liangpeng as well. For this reason, he had tried to instigate Leng Yi into making a move against Sun Liangpeng in his voice transmission. The wind-style profundity and the gale profundity. The aura I felt earlier must have been from those 2 profundities from the law of wind. Upon hearing Wang Qianzhan's words, Leng Yi recalled the aura he felt earlier and confirmed the celestial talisman Duanling Tian had used earlier was undoubtedly the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman. With this knowledge, he was aware that he would not be able to catch up to Duanling Tian, even though the talisman's effect only lasted for 10 breaths. Leng Yi, who was still hovering in the air, looked pointedly at Sun Liangpeng, who had yet to leave. Sun Liangpeng, you actually gave that celestial talisman to Duanling Tian. I'm surprised you weren't reluctant to part with it. Upon hearing Lang Ye's words, Sun Liangping frowned. How could Lang Ye have known he had given the wind shadow escaping talisman to Duan Lingtian? As thoughts raced through his mind, he coincidentally turned around and saw Wang Qianzhan, the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. With that, he had no doubt that Wang Qianzhan was the one who had told the Bloodskull Gang's assassin about the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman. After all, he knew Wang Qianzhan was aware that he possessed the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman. Wang Qianzhan even knew the speed granted by the talisman was so fast that ordinary celestial lords would have a hard time catching up. Sun Liangpeng looked at Wang Qianzhan coldly before he turned to look at Lang Yi. He said indifferently, "Sir, what's wrong with me giving Duan Lingtian my Wind Shadow Escape Talisman? Don't tell me that as the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, I can't even reward an outstanding disciple of mine." When he finished speaking, a sneer could be seen on his face. Although the Bloodskull Gang's assassin was a 9 Palaces Celestial King, Sun Liangpeng was confident Lang Yi would not dare to recklessly make a move. After all, he was the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Most importantly, the Simplicity Celestial Sect was under the protection of the Profound Nether Mansion. If Lang Yi killed him, it would definitely cause a commotion and alert the Profound Nether Mansion. The Profound Nether Mansion would definitely take action. After all, if a leader of one of the 3 sects and 2 clans under the Profound Nether Mansion's protection could be killed without any consequences, how would the others under the Profound Nether Mansion trust in the mansion's ability to lead? Therefore, he was confident that if Lang Yi killed him, the Profound Nether Mansion would hunt Lang Yi down and kill him to make an example out of him. With this, he was not the slightest bit afraid Lang Yi would make a move against him. "Very well, Sun Liangpeng, good job," Lang Yi said through gritted teeth as he stared at Sun Liangpeng. Although fury had overwhelmed his heart due to his fear of the Profound Nether Mansion, he knew he could not make a move against Sun Liangpeng. After that, he turned around left. He no longer lingered in the vicinity of the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate and directly returned to report back to the Bloodskull Gang. After all, his target had already left, and he had no idea if his target would even return to the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. Therefore, he did see a point in staying near the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. Upon seeing Lang Yi leaving without doing anything, despair welled up in Wang Qianzhan's heart, and an expression of disappointment appeared on his face. "He's leaving just like this? Wang Qianzhan." Wang Qianzhan was still lost in his despair when Sun Liangpeng looked at him pointedly and said in a frosty manner, "Although I don't have any evidence of you colluding with that Bloodskull Gang's assassin, I'm telling you now that it's best if you willingly leave the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Otherwise, I'm not sure I'll be able to stop myself from killing you on impulse." A sneer appeared on his face after he finished speaking. The intense killing intent in his eyes caused shivers to run up Wang Qianzhan's spine. Wang Qianzhan was well aware of Sun Liangpeng's character. Sun Liangpeng was someone who meant his words. In the past, Sun Liangpeng managed to surpass his competitors and successfully became the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect was precisely due to his determination and ruthlessness. Sun Liangpeng was not someone who would be lenient to the people who went against him. Although Wang Qianzhan was inwardly shocked, he maintained a calm exterior. "Since Duan Lingtian is gone, naturally, I'll no longer stay in the sect." After saying these words, he directly left the Simplicity Sect's estate. If it were not for Duan Lingtian staying in the sect before this, he would have left the sect on the day his granddaughter was executed. Meanwhile, how fast? So this is the speed of a celestial lord who has comprehended to movement profundities from the law of wind to the initial stage. After Duan Lingtian made several detours, he arrived near the place where he was supposed to meet Ling Juyun. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was still exhilarated from the speed that the celestial talisman granted him for 10 breaths. The effect of the wind shadow escape talisman made his body feel as light as a feather. While he moved, his surroundings were a blur. Even if he used his consumable royal celestial weapon, he would not have such a speed. After traveling for a short moment, Duan Lingtian finally saw his and Ling Juyun's meeting place. It was an ancient, vast city. Axe Mountain City. After arriving near Axe Mountain City, Duan Lingtian immediately sent Ling Juyun a message to inform Ling Juyun of his arrival.
Ling Juyun replied, "Head to the center of Axe Mountain City. You'll see a plaza with a few counters in the open. Go to one of the counters and tell them you're checking in for a stay after you mention my name. They will lead you to me." Duan Ling Tian entered Axe Mountain City as instructed by Ling Juyun. The entrance to the city was bustling with people entering and leaving the city. After he entered the city, he saw the streets were similarly bustling with people and horse carriages. The shops on both sides of the main street were busy with people as well. Clearly, the businesses were doing well. This was especially true for shops that sold origin stones. Shops that sold medicinal pills and celestial talismans were second only to the shops selling origin stones. Apart from that, there were other shops selling celestial weapons, refining ingredients and forging materials, and floating image pearls. The shops that sold refining ingredients and forging materials were, naturally, ingredients and materials used to forge celestial weapons, refine celestial pills, and inscribing celestial talismans. As for the shops selling floating image pearls, Duan Ling Tian guessed they must be selling floating image pearls that could record battles between strong powerhouses. After all, in the Devata realms it was common for people to watch battles between powerhouses recorded in floating image pearls to help their comprehension of the laws. As Duan Ling Tian walked down the main street, he thought to himself, "It seems like I could comprehend the law of fire's burning profundity relatively fast even without the chaos divine flames help because of the floating image pearl that contained a battle that was given to me by the sect leader." Floating image pearls were considered quite precious in the profound Nether Mansion's territories. Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, was generous enough to give him floating image pearls. Although the sect's library contained many floating image pearls that contained recordings of battles between powerhouses using different laws. Since the law of fire was popular in the Simplicity Celestial sect, floating image pearls related to the law of fire were difficult to come by due to high demand. Under such circumstances, Sun Liangpeng had given him floating image pearls from his private stash. Moreover, Sun Liangpeng had given him 12 floating image pearls that contained recordings of battles between powerhouses who had comprehended the law of fire. Out of the 12 recordings, 9 of them contained footage related to the burning profundity and other profundities from the law of fire. The floating image pearls the sect leader gave me mostly contain battles of powerhouses using the burning profundity and the explosion profundity. The powerhouses seldom used the other profundities from the law of fire. The value of a floating image pearl lay with the fact that one could see powerhouses casting and using profundities from laws. Out of the 12 floating image pearls that were given to Duan Ling Tian, there was only one powerhouse that could use 6 profundities from the law fire. That powerhouse was none other than Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. That floating image pearl that recorded Sun Liangpeng's battle was the most valuable among the 12. As for the next powerhouse in the floating image pearl that could cast the most profundities could cast 4 profundities from the law of fire. As Duan Ling Tian walked by shops selling floating image pearls making his way to the center of Axe Mountain City, he murmured to himself, "I'll return to have a look at the shops selling floating image pearls after I meet Ling Juyun." In the center of Axe Mountain City there was a plaza. A more than 10 meters tall stone monument was erected at one side of the plaza. 3 words were etched on the stone monument. Above Cloud Pavilion. The Above Cloud Pavilion? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes imperceptibly. He had read about the Above Cloud Pavilion in the Simplicity Celestial Sect's library. It was the biggest inn and had the most inns in the profound Nether Mansion and was owned by one of its subordinates. There was an Above Cloud Pavilion in every city in the profound Nether Mansion's territory. Duan Ling Tian mused inwardly. This city must have a transporting formation connected to other Devata realms. In the profound Nether Mansion's territories, the transporting formations in the city did not necessarily belong to the profound Nether Mansion. However, since the cities were under the profound Nether Mansion, the mansion naturally had a claim on the transporting formations to other Devata realms as well. In fact, the transporting formations in the profound Nether Mansion's big cities could accurately send one to one's intended Devata realm. Unlike the transporting formations in smaller cities, one would be randomly sent to another Devata realm. This was because the profound Nether Mansion wanted to boost the economy of the bigger cities in its territories. I should have known. This city is so secluded. By right, it shouldn't be so busy. If not for the profound nether mansion, how could it prosper? Duan Tian shook his head and entered the plaza before heading to one of the counters. Duan Tian was rather fortunate. The counter he approached was rather empty while the other counters had a long line. A pretty young girl stood behind the counter and smiled at Duan Tian before she asked, "Greetings, my lord. May I know if you're here to check in?" Duan Tian nodded before he revealed his name and Ling Ju-yun's name. Then, he looked at 3 words, "Above Cloud Pavilion" again and figured out this was probably like the reception area or lobby on Earth. "My lord, your friend is staying in the first sky courtyard in the Above Cloud Pavilion. He has informed us about your arrival. Please let me show you the way." The lady flipped through a book on the counter before she lifted her head and smiled at Duan Tian. As soon as the young girl finished speaking, Duan Tian saw a middle-aged man dressed in long robes heading toward his direction from afar. When the middle-aged man arrived, the young lady said, "Please escort the lord to the first sky courtyard." The middle-aged man nodded before he looked at Duan Tian and smiled stiffly. "My lord, please follow me." After he finished speaking, he took flight immediately. "All right," Duan Tian replied before following suit. Duan Tian thought to himself, the first sky courtyard. The courtyards in the Above Cloud Pavilion are divided into the sky courtyard, the earth courtyard, and the human courtyard. The first sky courtyard is a sky courtyard. A night's stay costs about 1,000 prominent celestial crystals. A 100-day stay would cost 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. That's roughly the price of a king-grade celestial weapon. Duan Tian was rather taken aback when he first learned about the cost of staying in the sky courtyard of the Above Cloud Pavilion. However, with the wealth he had accumulated and the possessions he recently obtained from the Blood Skull Gang's assassins, he could more than afford to stay in the sky courtyard of the Above Cloud Pavilion. He just could not help but shake his head at the exorbitant price despite being able to afford it. Although it's expensive, it's worth it. The sky courtyard of the Above Cloud Pavilion guarantees the safety of their guests. It has the protection of 5 elements celestial kings and similar formations used by the 3 sects and 2 clans. Even a 10 directions celestial king wouldn't recklessly charge into the sky courtyard. It's a rather safe place to stay. The earth courtyard is a grade lower, but they have 3 talents celestial kings to protect their guests. However, they don't have the formations in the sky courtyard. Enemies stronger than a 3 talents celestial king could easily breach the defenses in the earth courtyards. As for the cheapest courtyard, the human courtyard, they have 1 basic celestial kings there. However, the 1 basic celestial kings aren't there for the guests' protection. The 1 basic celestial kings are in charge of maintaining order and making sure guests paid for the inn's properties they destroyed, Duan Tian thought to himself. Since Duan Tian had read about the Above Cloud Pavilion in the Simplicity Celestial Sect's library, he was rather knowledgeable about the Above Cloud Pavilion. Just like its name, the Above Cloud Pavilion is situated above the clouds. Duan Tian followed the middle-aged man and flew through the clouds. There were islands floating above the clouds that were located in 3 different levels, vertically and on top of one another. Basically, there were 3 levels of 3 clusters of islands. Each level was separated by about 100 meters. The higher the islands, the lesser islands there were. The highest point with the least islands must be the sky courtyards. Duan Tian speculated inwardly. When the middle-aged came to halt in front of one of the islands located at the highest point, he said, "My lord, we've arrived at the first sky courtyard." Duan Tian looked at the island in the air. There was a courtyard built upon it. A plaque hung above the main entrance that read, "First Sky Courtyard." Then he turned to look at another island and saw a plaque that read, "Green Sky Courtyard." Duan Tian shifted his gaze back to the first sky courtyard and called out, "Ling Ju-yun." Creak. As soon as Duan Tian called out to Ling Ju-yun, one of the doors opened, and a gray-clad young man emerged from the room. The gray-clad young man had an aloof expression on his face, and a long sword hung from his waist. His movements were graceful, making him look like an immortal who was not from this world. This young man was none other than Ling Ju-yun. When Ling Ju-yun arrived in front of Duan Tian, the middle-aged man bade the duo farewell and left them alone. "How long have you been here?" Duan Tian asked. 3 days, Ling Ju-yun replied. Duan Tian calculated inwardly. Since he had left the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate, it had taken him 2 days to arrive at Axe Mountain City. This meant that Ling Juyun had contacted him on the first Ling Juyun had arrived in the city. Let's enter first. After greeting Duan Ling Tian, Ling Juyun flew back into the first sky courtyard. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian could see the air above the first sky courtyard rippled when he entered the courtyard. He naturally knew Ling Juyun had opened the formation to allow him in. Before entering the first sky courtyard, Duan Ling Tian looked down and only saw white clouds. The clouds obscured his vision of the earth courtyards and the human courtyards. He could only see other sky courtyards in his surroundings. Then he narrowed his eyes and focused his sight before he finally saw vague black dots under the clouds that he assumed to be the earth courtyards. When I was on the ground, I could see the human courtyards, the earth courtyards, and the sky courtyards. Each level seemed to be only separated by 100 meters. However, now that I'm in the sky courtyards level, I can't even see the earth courtyards that are supposed to be only 100 meters lower. This means they must be separated by more than 100 meters. As for the human courtyards, I can't see them at all. After a while, Duan Ling Tian figured out why the islands seemed to look like they were only separated by 100 meters. It was due to a formations effect. After entering the courtyard, Duan Ling Tian discovered the ripples in the air above the courtyard had disappeared. With this, the formation protecting the first sky courtyard was closed again. This is the courtyard entrance's jade token to the first sky courtyard. Take it with you. When you approach the first sky courtyard, extend your divine consciousness into the token and it'll open the formation surrounding the courtyard, Ling Juyun said as he turned around and handed a jade token to Duan Ling Tian. The words first sky courtyard were etched on the jade token. Duan Ling Tian saw Ling Juyun had a similar jade token hanging from his waist as well. He knew these jade tokens functioned like those hotel room cards on Earth. After putting away his jade token, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun sat down in a gazebo in front of the courtyard. After they sat down, Duan Ling Tian's divine consciousness sensed Ling Juyun extending his divine consciousness into his jade token. Then it released an aura. Upon sensing Duan Ling Tian's curious gaze, Ling Juyun promptly explained the courtyard entrance's jade token doesn't only open and closes the formation around the courtyard, but it can also control the formation to a certain extent. I've just triggered a barrier effect from the formations that will prohibit people from seeing us. All they will see is an empty courtyard. As for how to trigger the different effects of the formation, you'll learn how once you extend your divine consciousness into the jade token. Duan Ling Tian nodded and extended his divine consciousness into his jade token. A series of complicated information flooded his mind. The information was mostly about how to open and close the formation and how to trigger the other effects of the formation. Upon learning about this, Duan Ling Tian could not help but sincerely admire the formation master who created the formation in First Sky Courtyard. After a brief moment, Duan Ling Tian looked at Ling Juyun and said without beating around the bush, "Previously, you mentioned that we'll meet that person after 3 years and leave the spirit overarching heaven for the Jade Emperor Heaven. Is he meeting us here and taking the transporting formation in Axe Mountain City to the Jade Emperor Heaven?" There were 10 more months left before the 3-year period is up. No, Ling Juyun shook his head. We will leave from Axe Mountain City. He and the others will leave from their respective places. The places where they'll depart from have the same transporting formations in Axe Mountain City. They're capable of sending them to the intended destination. Once we arrive in the Jade Emperor Heaven, we can all enter the secret realm he created in his past life, Ling Juyun said. There are 10 more months before our departure. We should prepare ourselves during this time. Although both of us have secret weapons, that person is a reincarnated celestial emperor no matter what. Moreover, we will be entering the secret realm that was created by him. Even if he's nowhere near as strong as he was in his past life, I'm sure he's capable of controlling the secret realm to a certain extent, Duan Ling Tian said. Yes, we have our secret weapons, but that person also has his secret weapon. In fact, I'm sure his secret weapon will give him a big advantage when we enter the secret realm, Ling Juyun said grimly. Duan Ling Tian nodded. This had occurred to him earlier. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless at all. There are many risks entering that place, so we have to reduce as many risks as we can and make preparations during these 10 months.
Ling Juyun said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. This was what he had in mind as well. With that, both of them began to make preparations. Meanwhile, in the Murong clan, one of the 3 sects and 2 clans in the profound Nether Mansion, Murong Xiao Xiao, the youngest and most outstanding genius of the Murong clan, was also preparing for the journey to the Jade Emperor Heaven. She wondered out loud, since that person looked for me, he must have looked for Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun as well. I wonder if he found anyone else in the profound Nether Mansion's territories. Based on Murong Xiao Xiao's words, it was clear she had also been invited by the reincarnated Celestial Emperor to the secret realm in the Jade Emperor Heaven as well. However, she was unaware that the person was a reincarnated Celestial Emperor. She believed he had accidentally found the secret realm left behind by a Celestial Emperor that only allowed overarching heavenly supreme celestials to enter. When that person came looking for her, they had a duel. Within 30 moves, she had lost to him. Although both of them were peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, comprehended the same number of profundities, and used the same king-grade celestial weapons, she still lost. It was clear he had many combat experiences, unlike anyone she had met. In fact, she even felt that some of the elders in the clan did not have as many combat experiences as him. Therefore, she had a slight suspicion that he was a reincarnated celestial. That person had told her that he was not from any of the profound Nether Mansion's territories. He had said he had traveled here to recruit people to explore the secret realm he found in the Jade Emperor Heaven. As one of the top 3 participants in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it was only natural that she would catch his attention. For this reason, she was certain Ling Juyun and Duan Ling Tian, who were both ranked 1st and 2nd respectively, had also received an invitation from that person. Apart from the 3 of them, Murong Xiao Xiao could not think of any other overarching heavenly supreme celestials who would catch his interest in the profound Nether Mansion. Indeed, in all of the profound Nether Mansion's territories, that person had only invited Ling Juyun, Duan Ling Tian, and Murong Xiao Xiao. The other participants did not meet his qualification at all. In an unknown place in the Jade Emperor Heaven. 10 more months. After 10 months, all of them will gather, a figure muttered to himself with a voice laced with anticipation. He was hovering above a marshland that looked eerie. The sunlight shone through the dense canopy of the trees onto the figure. The figure belonged to a slender and tall young man. I'm sure they have no doubts believing me when I said I accidentally discovered a secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor. Little do they know this is a grand scheme that I've planned from my last life to make the heavens sacrificial divine fruit bear fruits, the young man said with a sinister smile on his face. The success rate of offering a group of ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestials to the heaven sacrificial divine fruit as they fight to their deaths is only 10%. However, in my past life, I found a way to increase the success rate to 50%. All I have to do is gather a group of monstrously strong and talented overarching heavenly supreme celestials and use them as a sacrifice. Finally, I managed to gather a group of extraordinary peak overarching heaven supreme celestials from a few Devata realms. Not many people would bother planting the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree even if they managed to gather enough powerful overarching heavenly supreme celestials to use as a sacrifice. This was because the success rate was only 10%. Therefore, most people would use the tree in different ways rather than make it bear fruits. Naturally, in the Devata realms, there was still a handful of people who were willing to search for ways to raise the success rate. Some of these people were fast to give up and some were persistent and determined. Alas, none of them managed to find a way to increase the success rate. Jianglan was among the rare groups of persistent and determined people. Although he was not a titled celestial emperor, he was still a celestial emperor in his past life. Barring titled celestial emperors, he was stronger than most celestial emperors. It was due to his lacking innate talent and comprehension skills that he failed to become a titled celestial emperor. Therefore, he decided to reincarnate and recultivate all over again. In his past life, after he obtained the seeds of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit, he thoroughly researched it. He was incredibly lucky when he came across an abandoned house near an ancient cave. It was in the ancient house that he discovered the way to increase the rate to 50%. After leaving the abandoned house and the ancient cave, he began to set out his plan before he chose the best time to reincarnate. After his reincarnation, he slowly cultivated until where he was now.
The next year would be precisely 100 years since he had planted the seed of heaven's sacrificial divine fruit in his past life. When Jianglan was 50 years old, he had awakened his past memories and inherited a great fortune from his past life. With his past memories, he had become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial and comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water, including the water elemental profundity, before reaching the age of 100. Apart from that, he had left behind some powerful celestial talismans and emperor-grade celestial weapons as well. He muttered to himself, "The dozen of genius peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials whom I encountered in the other Devata realms are ordinary at best. The strongest among them couldn't even withstand 100 moves from me." He shook his head when he recalled the strength of the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials whom he had fought with. Moreover, I didn't even use any emperor-grade celestial weapons or celestial talismans. I only used a weapon that was on par with theirs and used the same number of profundities that they had comprehended. If I were to fight with all my might and use the emperor-grade celestial weapon, even if all of them joined forces, they wouldn't be able to kill me, Jianglan said arrogantly. As a reincarnated celestial emperor, even without the help of the celestial weapons and celestial talismans that he left behind in his past life, he was still outstanding among his peers. Moreover, his combat experience from his past life gave him an advantage as well. In the spirit overarching heaven, in the Axe Mountain City in the Southern Heaven Territory, one of the profound Nether Mansion's territories, Ling Juyun, who had come along with Duan Ling Tian to one of the shops in the main street of Axe Mountain City, could not help but ask, "Didn't you comprehend the law of earth? Why are you buying floating image pearls that contain the recordings of the law of fire? Can't I comprehend the law of fire as well?" Duan Ling Tian said with a faint smile. "Be careful not to bite off more than you can chew," Ling Juyun said with a slight frown. Although he knew Duan Ling Tian was aware of this, he was still worried Duan Ling Tian might end up regretting switching to comprehending another law. "Why? Are you jealous that I'm capable of comprehending the law of fire as well?" Duan Ling Tian asked jokingly. Then he suddenly recalled when they were at the Scaling Cloud Lake a few years ago, Ling Juyun had threatened him not to mistreat Huang'er, the soul artifact. After that, the duo promised to have a duel when they met again in the profound Nether Mansion. "Why don't we find a place and battle it out? I remember before we parted at the Scaling Cloud Lake, we promised to have a round of battle after entering the profound Nether Mansion. Why don't we bring the battle forward?" "That's exactly what I was thinking." Ling Juyun's eyes glinted immediately. About half an hour later, in a deserted forest and mountain north of Axe Mountain City, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun stood across each other in the air. Duan Ling Tian was hovering near the peak of a steep mountain, whereas Ling Juyun was hovering above the forest. Their robes fluttered from the breeze in the air. "Are we going to use our celestial weapons in this battle?" Ling Juyun asked Duan Ling Tian. "No, let's fight barehanded." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. The black armor around his body flashed and disappeared without a trace. He had put away his purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. "I agree." A black armor on Ling Juyun similar to Duan Ling Tian's flashed before it disappeared as well. The duo's armors were purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords. They had obtained them in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. A purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon would automatically protect its user during crucial moments, unlike ordinary king-grade celestial weapon. Therefore, they needed to put it away. Ling Juyun did not put away the sword that was hanging from his waist. It was not like he was planning to use it anyway. It did not matter if it hung from his waist if he did not use it. "Since we're not celestial weapons, it'll be a fair fight. However, are you sure you want to fight with me? My current strength isn't as simple as what you saw in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm," Ling Juyun said as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Even at that time, "I didn't use my full strength." He did not say outright that he was much more powerful now as well after so much time had passed. "We're already here. Do you think I'll back out?" Duan Ling Tian could sense Ling Juyun's confidence, but he was not afraid at all. In fact, his battle spirit grew higher. "Make your move." "As you wish." Ling Juyun grunted as his celestial origin energy surged out and turned black immediately. The surroundings were filled with the aura of death. It was so domineering that even Duan Ling Tian felt the pressure. Swoosh!
A flame suddenly surged from Duan Ling Tian's body and engulfed him.
In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian clearly saw Ling Zhuyun's celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the death elemental profundity morphed into a gigantic figure, holding a scythe. The aura of death around it was even more terrifying than before. Is this the god of death's silhouette? Duan Ling Tian recalled the information he had read about the law of death from a memory celestial talisman in the Simplicity Celestial Sects library.
For some profundities from the law of death, one had to summon the god of death's silhouette in order to cast the profundity. At this moment, the giant figure shrank rapidly before it turned into a streak of black energy that shot into the top of Ling Zhuyun's forehead. In just a blink of an eye, his eyes turned bloodshot and a black energy began to swirl around his body.
Is this the possessed dead profundity? Although Duan Ling Tian had some knowledge about the law of death from the memory celestial talismans, it was his first time witnessing someone casting the possessed dead profundity. Therefore, he was not 100% certain.
However, after observing how quickly Ling Zhuyun moved toward him, he confirmed it was the possessed dead profundity. It's really the law of death's possessed dead profundity.
The possessed dead profundity was one of the profundities from the law of death. It summoned the god of death's silhouette to merge with its user body, raising one's speed and the power of one's celestial origin energy. It was also one of the two movements profundities from the law of death. It was almost similar to the law of fire's pillaging profundity and the law of wind's gale profundity. Pillaging profundity. With Ling Zhuyun moving swiftly toward him, Duan Ling Tian, who was engulfed in flames, suddenly flashed forward. Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the fire elemental profundity surged as he cast the pillaging profundity. With this, his speed was as fast as Ling Zhuyun. The law of death was one of the four supreme laws, therefore it was superior to other laws. For example, the law of death's possessed dead profundity that Ling Zhuyun cast was more powerful than Duan Ling Tian's law of fire's pillaging profundity in all aspects. For example, the law of fire's pillaging profundity was a movement and offensive profundity, but its offensive power was weaker than purely offensive profundities. On the other hand, the law of death's possessed dead profundity was also a movement and offensive profundity.
However, its speed was as fast as the pillaging profundity and its offensive power was comparable to those purely offensive profundities.
Ling Zhuyun was slightly taken aback when he saw Duan Ling Tian being engulfed in flames. As he kept a distance from Duan Ling Tian, he said, "I didn't expect you to have comprehended the law of fire's pillaging profundity as well. However, if this is the only profundity you comprehended from the law of fire, apart from the fire elemental profundity, you'll definitely lose." After he finished speaking, the aura of death surged out from his body and seemed to morph into another Ling Zhuyun.
This clone of Ling Zhuyun was expressionless and his eyes were bloodshot. Although he was not emitting the aura of death, his speed was not inferior to the real Ling Zhuyun.
With this clone, it was clear that after Ling Zhuyun had cast the possessed dead profundity, he had cast the undead doppelganger profundity. Duan Ling Tian had witnessed Ling Zhuyun using the undead doppelganger profundity when they were in the Celestial Lord Temple in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Therefore, he was not surprised by this technique. After joining the Simplicity Celestial Sect, his understanding of the law of death had grown deeper. The undead doppelganger profundity was an offensive and assistive profundity. The doppelganger's cultivation base and strength were no different from the original body. However, it could only use the law of death's fundamental profundity, the death elemental profundity. After all, if the doppelganger were able to use other profundities from the law of death, it would be capable of producing countless doppelgangers through the undead doppelganger profundity. Nevertheless, just one doppelganger was still a force to be reckoned with. The doppelganger was indestructible unless the original body died. Even if one reduced the doppelganger to ashes, it would regain its form in a matter of seconds. Apart from that, when one cast the undead doppelganger profundity, it also greatly boosted the strength of the user's celestial origin energy and speed. Therefore, as soon as the doppelganger appeared, Ling Zhuyun's celestial origin energy and speed grew even greater than before. Swoosh!
After the boost from the undead doppelganger profundity, Ling Zhuyun quickly caught up to Duan Ling Tian. As he drew closer to Duan Ling Tian, who was engulfed in flames, his doppelganger followed closely behind him like a shadow. My speed isn't a match for his. The undead doppelganger profundity has boosted his speed tremendously. Although the pillaging profundity has increased my speed as well, it's no match for the undead doppelganger profundity. Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted when he saw Ling Ju-yun was swiftly catching up to him. In just an instant, a plan appeared in his mind. Duan Ling Tian decided to stop evading Ling Ju-yun since his speed was inferior to Ling Ju-yun's. If he continued to avoid Ling Ju-yun, he would only be handing the advantage over to Ling Ju-yun. Therefore, he decided to directly launch an attack. In his opinion, the combined force of the pillaging profundity and the burning profundity would be enough to suppress Ling Ju-yun and his possessed dead profundity. The pillaging profundity's offensive power might not be as powerful as the undead doppelganger's offensive power, but the burning profundity's offensive power was much more powerful than the undead doppelganger profundity. After all, the burning profundity was one of the purely offensive profundities in the law of fire. Just in time, Duan Ling Tian said confidently just when Ling Ju-yun almost caught up to him. In just an instant, he turned around and advanced toward Ling Ju-yun. Swoosh! 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 As Duan Ling Tian, who was engulfed in flames, charged toward Ling Ju-yun, the soaring flames surged several times higher than before. The heat caused the air to ripple as he moved. Is this the burning profundity? Ling Ju-yun had assumed he would be able to defeat Duan Ling Tian once he caught up to Duan Ling Tian. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would stop evading him and suddenly turned around to launch a direct attack instead. The flames that engulfed Duan Ling Tian not only grew hotter, but it grew bigger and surged higher than before. Needless to say, he was shocked by this. Didn't Duan Ling Tian comprehend the law of Earth? Did he deliberately use the law of Earth when we were in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm to mislead everyone? Does this mean the law of fire is his forte? Upon witnessing Duan Ling Tian using the law of fire's pillaging profundity and burning profundity, Ling Ju-yun could not help but feel that Duan Ling Tian had deliberately misled everyone and hid his true strength by using the law of Earth when they were in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. At this moment, as Duan Ling Tian drew closer to Ling Ju-yun, he said in a faint voice, "If this is all you've got, I'll definitely defeat you within 10 moves." As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes narrowed. The flames engulfing his body suddenly gathered and turned into fiery sword cheese. The fiery sword cheese spun around his body for a moment before they shot toward Ling Ju-yun. The sound of sword cries rang in the air as the fiery sword cheese shot out like a torrential rain of fire. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian leaped up higher into the air. Then he pressed his hands down, aiming at Ling Ju-yun. Boom! 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 Thunderous sounds of explosions resounded everywhere. The flames surrounding Duan Ling Tian gathered and surged out of his palms like magma, as though the floodgates had been opened, poured down toward Ling Ju-yun. Currently, in front of Ling Ju-yun, countless fiery sword cheese were shooting toward him. At the same time, a flood of magma was falling on him from the top. Faced with these circumstances, he stopped moving. Similarly, his doppelganger stood beside him and stopped moving as well. Duan Ling Tian, you're really something. Ling Ju-yun raised his head and looked at Duan Ling Tian with a solemn expression. At this moment, the aura of death his body emitted suddenly intensified. Then, it merged with his celestial origin energy before transforming into countless scythes. However, the scythes were not lifelike, and their appearances were rather vague. It was clear he had not completely mastered this technique. Whoosh! 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 The scythes formed by Ling Ju-yun's celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the death elemental profundity shot toward Duan Ling Tian's fiery sword cheese. Boom! 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 The scythes and the fiery sword cheese collided, causing a series of explosions. At the same time, Ling Ju-yun's doppelganger leaped into the air and extended his arms before charging straight into the pouring magma. Boom! 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 After the sword cheese and scythes collided, and the explosions died down, the aftermath of the collision revealed that the scythes were completely decimated while only a few weakened fiery sword cheese hovered in the air. Meanwhile, the magma poured down on the doppelganger, reducing it into ashes. However, the doppelganger quickly recovered its form. Then it fearlessly charged toward the pouring magma over and over again. Eventually, the time it took for the doppelganger to regain its form grew longer, and the outpour of the magma seemed to be almost exhausted as well. At this moment, Ling Zhuyun quickly left the battlefield at top speed after deflecting the impact from Duan Ling Tian's attack. Boom! 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 Part of the impact from Duan Ling Tian's attack swept over the forest, burning a large area to the ground and creating a huge scorching pit. I didn't expect you to have some basic comprehension of the god of death's scythe profundity, Duan Ling Tian said in surprise as he looked at Ling Zhuyun. His purple robes fluttered in the air as he maintained his position in the air. The god of death's scythe profundity was one of the offensive profundities of the law of death. Moreover, it was also the most powerful profundity of the law of death. Thus, it was widely known as the strongest offensive profundity of the law of death. However, based on the current situation, Ling Zhuyun's comprehension of the god of death's scythe profundity was still shallow. Judging from his attack, he had only barely grasped the basics of it. Therefore, he could not unleash it to its full potential. His comprehension level of the god of death's scythe profundity was similar to Duan Ling Tian's comprehension level of the law of Earth's gravitational profundity and the law of fire's explosion profundity. Duan Ling Tian looked at Ling Zhuyun and said, based on my knowledge, the god of death's scythe profundity is the hardest profundity to comprehend from the law of death. I see that you're rather knowledgeable about the law of death. You're right. The god of death's scythe profundity is the hardest profundity to comprehend among all the profundities of the law of death. Ling Zhuyun replied as he nodded, slightly startled by Duan Ling Tian's knowledge of the law of death. Then he added, I had only grasped its basics a few months ago. Although I'm able to cast it, it's not very powerful at the moment. Duan Ling Tian said, it might not be very powerful now, but as it is, it complements your existing techniques. It's greatly beneficial to you. If Ling Zhuyun did not use the god of death's scythe profundity earlier, it would have been impossible for him to block the countless fiery sword qis. With that, it gave his clone the opportunity to resist the flood of magma pouring down. Duan Ling Tian, your comprehension of the law of fire is beyond my expectation. If I'm not mistaken, you used the law of earth in the southern heaven ancient realm to conceal your true strength, right? Ling Zhuyun asked. What if? Well, what if I say I only began comprehending the law of fire after joining the Simplicity Celestial sect? Would you believe me? Duan Ling Tian asked with a shrug. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, a slightly skeptical expression appeared on Ling Zhuyun's face. How long had it been? Only less than years had passed since then. In less than 10 years, it would have been considered an amazing feat if Duan Ling Tian managed to comprehend one profundity from the law of fire apart from the fire fundamental profundity. However, Duan Ling Tian said in this short time he had comprehended two profundities, the pillaging profundity and the burning profundity, from the law of fire, apart from the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity. In the end, Ling Zhuyun said, Duan Ling Tian, you're stronger than I expected. Nevertheless, it's time to end this. As soon as he finished speaking, his clothes fluttered from his aura of death. It gave him a dark appearance. So, are you going to surrender? Duan Ling Tian asked jokingly. Surrender? Ling Zhuyun shook his head. He stared at Duan Ling Tian with eyes shining with determination as he said, I just wanted to tell you that you're going to lose soon. I'm going to lose? Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback by Ling Zhuyun's declaration. When he regained his senses, he chuckled. Although my speed is slower than yours at the moment, I'm capable of resisting all your attacks. What makes you think I'm going to lose? In fact, based on our battle earlier, worst-case scenario, I'd come to a draw with you. Duan Ling Tian did not reveal that he did not go all out earlier. He had also grasped the basics of the explosion profundity and could use it. It might not be powerful now, but it was sufficient to boost his speed to that of Ling Zhuyun. Moreover, it would also boost his attacks. You're right. A rare smile bloomed on Ling Zhuyun's face. However, you're basing it on our earlier battle. How sure are you that I went all out earlier? As soon as he finished speaking,
A hint of bloodlust flashed briefly in the depths of his eyes. At this moment, a blood mist appeared and shrouded Ling Juyun. As soon as the blood mist appeared, it merged with his celestial origin energy that was boosted with the death elemental profundity. In just an instant, the black aura of death around him contained a hint of red. My family inherited the power of blood. At my current cultivation base, my blood power had just awakened not too long ago. Although I had just awakened it, it can already greatly boost my strength, Ling Juyun said. Before he finished speaking, his black celestial origin energy with hints of red that looked like lightning bolts began to form scythes. Then, Ling Juyun added, "At the very least, it can boost the law of death's profundities that I have yet to completely grasp to the stage where they have been completely comprehended." As soon as he finished speaking, the scythes formed from his energy seemed to take on corporeal forms. Earlier, Duan Ling Tian could clearly see the aura of death around Ling Juyun fusing with his celestial origin energy. Then, the celestial origin energy had transformed into scythes that were slowly gaining corporeal forms. Upon seeing this, his expression turned grim. Naturally, he knew what this meant. With Ling Juyun's power of blood, however temporary it was, at this moment, Ling Juyun had mastered the law of death's god of death's scythe profundity to the rudimentary stage. There was, naturally, a vast difference in the power of the god of death's scythe profundity when one had only just grasped the basics compared to when one had mastered it to the rudimentary stage. After activating the power of blood, it's almost like I've comprehended 4 profundities from the law of death. Do you still think you're a match for me? A half-smile appeared on Ling Juyun's face. Then he began to move. Unlike earlier, his speed when he charged toward Duan Ling Tian was much faster. Simultaneously, the scythes around Ling Juyun were spinning rapidly like a troop of well-trained armies, waiting for his command to attack. Swoosh! At this moment, Ling Juyun's clone from the law of death's undead doppelganger profundity aggressively advanced toward Duan Ling Tian as well. This time, not only was Ling Juyun faster than Duan Ling Tian, but his attacks were significantly stronger than Duan Ling Tian's attacks as well. It was only natural that there was a world of difference in Ling Juyun's strength compared to before. After all, earlier, he had attacked using the god of death's scythe profundity that he had only grasped the basics of. Currently, he was attacking with the god of death's scythe profundity that had been comprehended to the rudimentary stage. Ling Juyun was fast. Duan Ling Tian almost did not have time to react. In just a blink of an eye, he had reached in front of Duan Ling Tian. BZZT, 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 BZZT. Buzzing noises rang in the air as the corporeal scythes spinning around Ling Juyun instantly shot out, seemingly sharp enough to tear open a spatial opening in the air. Fortunately, despite Ling Juyun's speed, Duan Ling Tian managed to evade the attacks. Explosion profundity. Faced with Ling Juyun's domineering attacks, Duan Ling Tian quickly cast the law of fire's explosion profundity even though he had only understood its basics. Although the explosion profundity was an offensive profundity, it could boost one's speed to a certain extent as well. Apart from that, he also unleashed all the techniques he had used earlier at the same time. Whoosh! 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 A sky full of sword cheese rained down immediately. As they collided with scythes, they exploded into dazzling fireworks. It was clear the sword cheese were more powerful this time around. The law of fire's explosion profundity? Although Ling Juyun's attacks managed to overpower the sword's cheese, causing them to explode, he was still surprised by the fact that Duan Ling Tian had comprehended another profundity from the law of fire. Naturally, he could tell Duan Ling Tian had yet to fully comprehend the explosion profundity and had only grasped its basics. It was similar to how he had only grasped the basics of the god of death's scythe profundity before he used his blood power. A similar scene was reenacted. However, the person who was hastily resisting and evading the attacks this time was not Ling Juyun but Duan Ling Tian. This time, Ling Juyun had the upper hand. I'm surprised you've grasped the basics of the law of fire's explosion profundity. Regardless, you're still not a match for me. Ling Juyun did not stop his movements as Duan Ling Tian dodged his attacks. Instead, he continued with his attacks. At the same time, Ling Juyun's clone from his law of death's undead doppelganger profundity shadowed him. waiting for an opportunity to strike while the original fought Duan Ling Tian. BZZ, 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 BZZ. The sides that had lost their shine after colliding with Duan Ling Tian's sword cheese brightened and gained corporeal forms again as Ling Ju Yun charged forward. Just like before, they seemed capable of piercing everything. Do you still have another trick up your sleeve? It's best you use it now while you still have a chance. Otherwise, surrender. You're not a match for me now. Ling Ju Yun's lips curved into a smirk as he advanced toward Duan Ling Tian. It was clear he was confident of his victory. In Ling Ju Yun's opinion, if Duan Ling Tian had other techniques up his sleeve, Duan Ling Tian would have used it earlier instead of just casting the explosion profundity that he had barely comprehended. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who did not care about winning, could not help but frown slightly when he saw the smirk on Ling Ju Yun's face. This guy is quite arrogant. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as the corner of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. Isn't it too early to think you'll win? With that, Duan Ling Tian summoned the Chaos Divine Flame in his body. Senior Chaos Divine Flame, I'd like to ask for your help. However, there's no need for you to go all out like that time when we fought the 6-combo Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang. This time, just a casual strike is enough.